5-1, down the rabbit hole. In the 2 months that followed the battle with Akumomo and the revelations of Dabi's true identity, a lot had changed for the burned man. The Kanahana household had woken up the day after Dabi's late-night story-telling session with Izumi to find that he was like a new man, happier and with a real sense of drive in him. He announced at breakfast that he and Izumi had come to an agreement the night before, that he would stay at the manor and begin training to become a hero. The rest of the household was ecstatic, both to see Dabi happy, and because not only did his staying make Izumi much happier, but it meant they'd have a powerful new hero on their side. Sakuya was informed of Dabi's past, which almost resulted in her marching off and confronting Endeavor, and she immediately threw her whole support behind Izumi and Dabi's plan. Dabi began training and studying so that he could enter a local college with a hero course in the coming April term. As Dabi had been wrongfully institutionalized before he could graduate middle school or enter high school, he had to pass some exams so that he could prove he had at least the level of knowledge a high school graduate would have, but thanks to some skilled tutoring and a lot of encouragement, plus Dabi's own intelligence, he managed to pass and began throwing all his efforts into preparing for college entrance exams. Those exams came during the late March/early April vacation between school terms, and with a lot of effort, Dabi managed to pass and became an official hero student of Mizudafa University's hero course, which was jointly run by the Commission and UA. Instead of 3 years of high school, Dabi would have 2 years of university to become a hero. He also signed up for classes in metallurgy and glassblowing, so he could use his flames for creative endeavors. Of course, getting Dabi to become a hero was only one part of his and Izumi's plan, and the very day they'd told Sakuya about Endeavor, the day after Dabi had told Izumi, the tree spirit had taken steps to make Endeavor's life a living hell in every possible way she could, short of breaking the law. In a lot of ways, Sakuya actually stopped law breaking in regards to Endeavor, as members of the commission had been more lenient with him due to the number of cases he resolved. After learning about Endeavor's actions, Sakuya put together an investigative team in record time, entirely comprised of commission employees that knew about Amaterasu and were loyal to her. They had orders to observe Endeavor as much as possible and report back to Sakuya on anything even remotely shady. Once the team was put together, Sakuya had summoned Endeavor to her office to inform him of the investigation. Izumi had been in the room, and Dabi had watched via the security cameras, and the entire experience had been both hilarious and cathartic. Endeavor was furious, claiming the accusations were false and an affront to his dignity, and Sakuya, to her credit, kept a very calm and understanding expression on her face, assuring Endeavor that she was sure he was right, but it was her duty to investigate so as to protect Endeavor's good name. She even laid a bit of a trap by offering to have Endeavor interviewed by Detective Tsukachi to prove or disprove the allegations against him, but as expected, Endeavor had just raged that as a hero, he should be believed without such things. Sakuya bluntly told him that the investigation would have to go forward then, and sternly warned him not to do anything to damage his image. Endeavor's life became very difficult after that. The investigation team watched him closely, and it became clear to the flame hero that he couldn't risk his normal behavior towards his children. Endeavor still trained Shoto, but he couldn't risk hurting him enough to leave a mark, as the eyes of the investigation team were watching them closely. Fuyumi and Natsuo began feeling confident enough to start trying for independence, and thanks to their father's indifference and the investigation team's presence, they weren't obstructed at all. That would have been the end of it for at least a few weeks, but Endeavor was convinced it had been Rei who made the allegations and paid a visit to her hospital room, only to find her being entertained by Jin Babaigawara, who lived in the room next door. All the staff at the hospital, and the troubled youth facility Dabi had been shoved into, that had been in Endeavor's pocket had been replaced after being exposed for various acts of bribery and corruption. Sakuya had rightly guessed that. If they were taking money from Endeavor, they were likely taking it from others too. Endeavor was too dangerous for those exposed to risk betraying him, so they kept their mouths shut and he escaped repercussions there. Jin's presence, and the new staff meant Endeavor left quickly, and was quickly banned from visiting again due to the negative effects his presence had on Rei's recovery. Dabi had met Jin for the first time shortly after that meeting, being careful to avoid his mother, who he wasn't ready to see, and thanked him profusely for helping his mom, resulting in the two becoming fast friends, which naturally made Jin very happy. Following that incident, Sakuya and Izumi were angry enough to move Operation Fuck Endeavor to Phase 2. The nature of the investigation was leaked to the press, and while the accusations were widely ignored by the public due to lack of proof, the scandal was enough to make a few of Endeavor's government allies and sympathizers rethink their stances on him. Endeavor had been furious, but Sakuya assured him that she'd grilled the investigation team personally and knew for a fact they hadn't leaked anything, which was true, since Sakuya had done it, so Endeavor was left without a target for his rage, or any of his usual outlets, aka his children, resulting in a very unhappy flame hero. Thankfully, all the negative press and the investigation team's presence ensured that Endeavor was much more careful in his hero work, as while he was cruel, he wasn't stupid. He knew that with his standing in such a precarious position, he couldn't risk his usual level of indifference to civilians and collateral damage, so Izumi and Sakuya hadn't been given the opportunity to leave him high and dry when it came to lawsuits, but since that also meant fewer people were being hurt by Endeavor, Izumi was taking it as a win. Finally, to really rub salt in the wound, the statue of Endeavor in the Commission's lobby was removed and replaced by a statue of Hawks, with the plaque reading, "Wing Hero, Hawks, a true hero." Endeavor had almost exploded when he first saw it, but dared not speak out for fear of the bad publicity such an outburst would have. Still, the memory of Endeavor's veins popping out of his forehead as he seethed was one Izumi would treasure for years. The fact the original statue had been stolen and later found in a sewage treatment facility was just icing on the cake for Izumi. Everything was looking up for most people. The Bakugas met Dabi and became friendly with him, inviting him out drinking with them and some of the Konohana household staff from time to time. Everyone learned that Endeavor was a prick and widely responsible for Dabi's shitty past, though they didn't know any details, so they all enjoyed the slow fall of the flame hero alongside him. Jean was deemed well enough that he could have supervised trips out of the hospital. His supervisor was in Sakuya's pocket, so Jean had free rein so long as he was good. Rei was making slow and steady improvements, with Jean keeping her company as well as frequent visits from Himiko, and occasionally Izumi, both of whom were kind to her too. Fuyumi began to regain some of her lost spirit and started preparing to move out and become a school teacher. Natsuo regained some of his lost self-esteem and started getting braver, taking his own pleasure in needling his father when he knew the man could do nothing to retaliate. And then there was Shoto. The investigation team had reported that the boy wasn't being trained as hard anymore. But he still refused to use his fire and was emotionally stunted. They'd tried to get him into therapy, but neither Endeavor or Shoto had agreed to it, so everyone was taking a wait-and-see approach to the dual-colored boy. All in all, things were going well for everyone. The only downside had been for Hawks. Dabi hadn't known it, and Izumi had forgotten to mention it, but Endeavor had been Hawks' favorite hero. Hawks had looked up to him, admiring that Endeavor had been the only hero out there who was genuinely trying to surpass All Might without also trying to emulate him. When the campaign against Endeavor had started, and Hawks had witnessed Dabi, Izumi, and Sakuya taking great pleasure in his slow decline, the wing hero had been confused and upset, leading to a mild confrontation between the four. Dabi, feeling guilty, had told Hawks the truth, making him only the third person to know. Hawks had felt almost betrayed by his idol, but instead of allowing himself to wallow in that feeling, he used it as fuel to propel himself forward and become an even better hero. He and Dabi had a somewhat awkward friendship after that, with Hawks being embarrassed for looking up to Dabi's abuser, and Dabi feeling guilty for shattering Hawks' view of his idol. It took a month for the two to get over their issues, and now they were decent friends. Hawks even offered to give Dabi an internship at his agency when the time came. As for Izumi, things had largely fallen back into the usual routine. She'd returned to school, explaining her week-long absence as a bout of the flu, and gotten back into her studies and hero training. She trained with the use of her new Inferno technique, courtesy of Moegami, and continued her cleanup of Dagoba Beach, which was a little bit lonely now since Dabi wasn't always there to spend time with. Izumi thought that if she kept up her current pace, she might be able to finish cleaning the beach in only a few more months. Outside of her routine and her helping Dabi, only two events of any interest happened. The first had been the government summoning her to a very important meeting in Tokyo. They'd learned of Izumi's ability to borrow and redistribute quirks via the quirk registry, and had summoned her to thoroughly test it themselves. They were kind to her, and Izumi reasoned that with how important quirks were to society, the ability to give and take them was a potentially destabilizing factor, but she still felt a little scared being made to use her powers in front of the collection of stern-faced politicians and military officers. Sakuya had almost sent the entire Hero Commission into open rebellion against the government when one politician insisted on making Izumi take more quirks into her heart container than was possible, despite being warned of the consequences too. Poor Izumi. Afraid of refusing, Izumi had tried to take a sixth quirk and promptly experienced the same harrowing ordeal as last time. Needless to say, the government were quick to disavow the guilty politician and make amends. They gave Izumi a large monetary settlement for her suffering, which she promptly donated, and agreed to have her entry in the quirk registry made confidential, to stop others learning of her quirk. Lastly, in return for making connections and allies within the government, Izumi agreed to use her power to take the quirks from dangerous villains and criminals and redistribute them to heroes or the quirkless, which the crooks would agree to in return for a shortened sentence or being sent to a normal prison instead of the hellish Tartarus. Someone at the meeting had laughed and said it was like if All for One became a hero, but Izumi hadn't known who that was and Sakuya was in no hurry to tell her. The second interesting event had come shortly after, a work experience offer from Endeavor. Previously, the man had always refused if Sakuya asked, citing he was too busy with his own work or training his son. So naturally, the sudden offer was met with suspicion. Izumi and her family weren't sure if Endeavor was making the offer to try and win a favor from Sakuya in order to stop the investigation into him, or more scarily, if he was making the offer because he knew of her new power and wanted to use it. The top 10 heroes had all been made aware of it. According to Hawks, All Might had made a very odd face at the meeting, and Dabi feared that Endeavor might want to use Izumi to take Rei's quirk and give it to him, giving the flame hero the same powers as his youngest son. Regardless of the reason, Izumi sent a polite refusal to Endeavor, stating that due to the current investigation against him and her foster mother's position within the commission, she couldn't accept his offer for fear it would look like he was trying to bribe her. She laid it on thick that she was so sure that Endeavor would never do such a thing, just to further insult the man if it had been his intention, and wished him luck proving his innocence, while also giving a cheery PS that warned him to be careful of losing his number 2 spot to the up-and-coming Hawks. Then, as a final jab, she improperly capitalized letters at the beginning of certain words, so that all the incorrect capital letters would spell "fuck you" if read in order. Izumi thought it was fairly classy considering what Endeavor had done. Everyone else just found it hilarious. And so those 2 months ended. Izumi, Katsuki, and Himiko finished their second year of junior high and prepared for their third and final, while Izumi prepared for the last year of her hero training. Friday, April 15, 2281. Origani Junior High School, Asakura Ward, Mizutofu. The new school year had just begun, and the junior high third years were preparing for the high school entrance exams. Izumi, Katsuki and Himiko were sat in their homeroom class, listening as their teacher droned on about the importance of picking the right high school for their future careers and studying hard to get accepted at them. For Izumi and her friends, their path was set, Udata High School. Himiko and Katsuki were naturally aiming for the hero course, while Izumi would be going for general education, since she would already be a qualified hero. They had taken the mock exams back at the end of February, though Izumi didn't need to, thanks to her recommendation, and all three had aced it, leaving them confident they could get in so long as they passed the practical exam and whatever new material was on the next year's test. Izumi's spot was basically already saved for her thanks to the recommendation, so it was just a matter of ensuring Katsuki and Himiko passed the practical and all three would be in the same school again, though it would be the first time since starting junior high that they wouldn't be in the same class. Heck, Izumi had been in the same class as Katsuki since preschool. Izumi was musing on this when the teacher began handing out some printouts, drawing her attention. You are all third years now and soon, you'll be high schoolers. It's important that you begin to think seriously about your futures. Your choice of high school will have an effect on future college applications and careers, so think carefully about where you're aiming for, the man lectured. Once he was back at the lectern, he smiled. Quite a few of you have even started taking mock exams, and some are even aiming for Udata High School. That's quite a prestigious school. Every course gets thousands of applicants but only 60 students are accepted in each course, with the Hero program only getting 36 thanks to their recommendation system. It'll be a tough road. The students, most of which were aiming for Udata's business or general education courses, cheered loudly, making their teacher grin. Katsuki, who was lazily perusing the printout, grinned and leapt to his feet. Don't lump us in with those other losers. Our team will be taking the top spots in the Hero course, he boasted. Oh, Bakugu's getting cocky again, one of the popular girls giggled. Midoriya, you got to keep a tighter leash on this idiot, a boy grinned. He was one of Katsuki's few guy friends. Yeah, seriously. I heard the minimum score for a pass this year was 79. U.A is serious business. Only 36 Hero students are accepted out of thousands from all over Japan. The odds of getting in are really low. Katsuki stood on his desk and grinned menacingly. That's the chattering of extras. Some of you are going for Udata too, right? Stop acting so weak. He's not entirely wrong. Himiko smiled, her arms behind her head. Izumi, and I aced the mock exam this year. I got a 95 and those two both got 98, so we've got a good chance if we can do good in the practical. The other students looked amazed. Man, I knew you three were real brainiacs, but I didn't think you were that good. The material changes from year to year, so there's no guarantee we'll do so well on the real thing, but we'll be working hard. Izumi smiled. Well, if anyone's going to get in, it's gotta be the Kami of Mizutofu. She's already a local hero, one of Himiko's friends said, making Izumi blush. Yeah, and Bakugu beats her in every fight they have, another guy pointed out. Plus Himiko keeps up with them both. Maybe all three will get in. Izumi giggled behind her hand. She enjoyed hearing the supportive words of her classmates. They all knew she wanted to be a hero, but none of them knew she was already being trained, and thus wasn't aiming for the hero course. She decided to just let them believe she was though, as it would raise too many questions to explain it. The teacher indulged his students for a bit, before drawing their attention back to him. I'm sure we'll all wish Bakugo and the Midoriya sisters good luck in getting into the hero course, but they aren't the only ones going to high school, I hope. Let's get back to focusing on your own options. And with that, the school day continued. Once lessons ended for the day, the trio congregated around Izumi's desk, where the girl was eagerly reading the day's hero news on her phone. There was a villain incident this morning while we were walking to school. A crook with a gigantification quirk snatched a purse and ended up cornered by a bunch of heroes on some train tracks. Kamui Woods, Death Arms, Backdraft and Air Jet were all there, but the villain was brought down by a new hero making her debut, Empty Lady. Izumi gushed, I wish I had seen it. Katsuki read the news over Izumi's shoulder. Empty Lady's quirk was similar to the villain's. Why are there so many pictures of her ass and not her moves, he grumbled. Fan service. Nothing gets fanboys' blood pumping faster than a sexy heroine in a skin-tight bodysuit. Himiko grinned. Izumi blushed and scrolled away from the pictures. More rumors of All Might being in town too. Someone saw him running through the shopping district a little while ago. I hope I get to meet him. It would be cool to meet him before we get into U.A and surpass him. Katsuki said with a smirk, forget the rumors. I've gotta go, meeting some of the boys at the arcade. Himiko looked at her watch and squeaked, oops. I need to get home so I can change and go meet Jean. I promised I'd take him to the gyoza place today, and if I'm late again, he said he'd dye my hair black in my sleep, she cried, before grabbing her bag and running out the door. Izumi and Katsuki chuckled and headed out too, separating as Katsuki went to the arcade and Izumi began wandering slowly through the town as she went to work at Dagoba Beach. It's a nice day. Ishiko said idly as they walked, having just woken from her nap. She tended to sleep the day away when Izumi had to go to class. Yep. It's starting to warm up, which means I'll have more daylight to work in too. It won't be long before Dagoba is trash-free. Izumi smiled. The girl walked slowly, enjoying the spring air and the afternoon sun as she headed to the beach. The neighborhood near the beach was fairly quiet, since the beach's dilapidated state led the local businesses to move away. Izumi hoped they would begin coming back once she'd cleared the beach of trash, but at least for now she could enjoy the quiet. It was so quiet in fact, that when Izumi heard frantic breathing and the sound of someone running, she couldn't help but look around. Worrying that something was wrong, Izumi entered demigod form and focused on her hearing to try and pinpoint where the sound was coming from, but she needn't have bothered. Just as she was pausing in front of an alleyway, the source of the sound appeared and ran right for her, skidding to a halt in front of the green-haired girl. Are you okay, sir? Izumi asked, looking at the man in front of her. It was a fairly normal-looking man in his early 20s, with dyed blonde hair and brown eyes. He was wearing jeans and a red hoodie, and to Izumi's surprise, a plague doctor's mask that covered his entire lower face. The man panted for a bit, getting his breath back, then looked up at Izumi. Why, you're the girl, right? The one people call the Kami of Mizutafu? Please, you've gotta be her. Izumi blinked. How did you know that? My mom's a local. She told me all about you. You've got a healing quirk, right? The man asked desperately. I heard you were cleaning the beach here, so I staked the place out. My grandma broke her hip recently and we can't afford to get it treated. Please, can you heal her? I don't have much money, but I'll give you whatever I can. Of course I can heal her. I don't need payment. Izumi said, smiling kindly. The man's eyes lit up and Izumi bet he was smiling behind the mask. Oh, thank God. I saw you from my grandma's window and came running. Can I take you to her now? I'm sorry for the trouble, I'd bring her to you, but we can't afford a wheelchair. He said sadly. No problem. Your grandma's house isn't far from here, right? Izumi asked. No, it's just through here. It's an old shop, but we can't get in through the front, it's all boarded up. I'll show you how to get in from behind. This way, the man said, gesturing to the alley he'd run out from. Izumi nodded and allowed the man to lead the way while she followed a step behind him. The alleys that stretched through the area were dark and filthy, smelling of rot and dust. It really was a poor area thanks to the state of the beach. Izumi didn't like to judge, but she couldn't help but find the whole place creepy and the hair on the back of her neck was beginning to stand up. Her instincts were starting to cry out. Something didn't feel right about this situation. After a few minutes, Izumi was fairly certain they'd gone too far into the alleys for the man to have seen her from his grandmother's house. If her sense of direction was right, Izumi came from the other side, but then again, the twists and turns of the alleyway had made it hard to keep track of which way they were going. The man just kept walking, repeatedly saying, it's just around here and, sorry for the trouble, as he led her around. Izumi, getting nervous, put her hands in her pockets so she could grab her phone and keep it out of sight in the event it was needed. Thanks to her provisional license, she could act if she needed to, but it paid to be somewhat prepared. Ishiko shuddered as the tense atmosphere got to her, and she wrapped herself up deep in Izumi's mossy green hair, concealing herself completely within the soft curls. Finally, the man led Izumi around one final corner and straight into a dead end with no doors or windows. "Sorry, kid," the man turned around, facing Izumi with predatory eyes, "the boss wants you. No hard feelings, eh?" Izumi's eyes widened, and before she could react, someone melted out of the brick wall beside her and wrapped a hand around her face, pressing some kind of oxygen mask over her mouth and nose. The surprise made Izumi gasp, right as the mask began releasing some kind of gas. She inhaled some and began to cough and splutter, her body growing weak. "Great mother! Knockout gas!" Tashigami yelled helplessly from within her. It was too late, however. Izumi had already inhaled enough to make her legs buckle beneath her. She struggled to keep her eyes open. They felt as heavy as lead, and her thoughts were becoming foggier and foggier as unconsciousness began to ensnare her. Izumi had just barely enough strength to try and attack with her divine retribution, hitting both her attackers in the chests, before the last of her strength faded and she finally succumbed to the gas, falling unconscious. As her eyes closed, Izumi prayed the men wouldn't do anything to her in her sleep, and that Ishiko would be safe. Izumi had no sense of time while unconscious. The gas the crooks had used addled her mind completely, to the point she couldn't even use the time to talk with her brush gods. Everything felt topsy-turvy, as if she'd been smacked in the head while drunk and suffering the aftershocks of one of Kaken's explosions. Eventually, the girl's mind began to regain its clarity, making her aware enough to curse her foolishness. The green-haired girl had fallen for such a simple ruse. The crook had used her nature against her. Feeding her a fake sob story about his grandma, it made Izumi furious. After an unknown amount of time, in which Izumi was alone with her feelings and furious with herself, the gas began to wear off and Izumi found herself waking up. As feeling returned to her body, the girl remained still and silent, not letting on that she was awake. If someone was nearby and watching her, she would take them by surprise. Keeping her eyes closed and her face slack, Izumi began to focus her senses to guess at her surroundings. She could feel that her clothes were different, which horrified Izumi. She feared they'd done something to her in her sleep, but she didn't hurt anywhere and nothing felt out of place, so she chose to believe that nothing had happened. True or not, it helped put her mind at ease. The new clothes were fairly thin and soft, lacked socks or footwear of any kind, and smelled clean. Her demigod transformation had come undone when she was knocked out, and she couldn't activate it without giving away she was awake, so she had to rely on her normal human senses. There was something tight around her right ankle, and Izumi couldn't tell what it was, but she guessed it was a restraint of some sort. Izumi also didn't know where Ishiko was or what became of her, but she silently prayed she was okay. Beneath her, Izumi felt something soft and comfortable, likely a bed or couch of some kind, which hopefully meant she wasn't locked in some cell. The place smelled a bit flowery, but that didn't tell Izumi anything. With touch and smell not providing any more information to her, Izumi began to focus on her hearing. She could hear something moving around in the room with her, almost silently. Only the sound of gentle footsteps gave them away, but Izumi could hear the person getting closer. Izumi's heart was beating madly, but she forced herself to remain calm. Once the person was close enough, she'd leap up and grab them, forcing them to the ground and then threatening them with her divine retribution, that would give her someone to interrogate and a potential hostage to aid in her escape. Since the footsteps were coming from the right, Izumi prepared to transform and then lunge with her left hand to grab the approaching person, so her right hand was free to block an attack and direct her mirror. Unfortunately, her power refused to activate. What the hell? Izumi thought. She tried again, but it still didn't work. It wasn't just her demigod transformation either. She tried entering wolf form or even activating her actual quirk, but they didn't activate either. This is bad, she thought fearfully. Without my powers, I'm almost useless. My martial arts is good enough to take down untrained adults, but I can't heal myself without my power. Martial arts won't be enough to escape if I'm locked up in enemy territory. Okami! Yamagami suddenly yelled. Izumi had to work hard to hide her relief at hearing her friend's voice. Yamagami! Thank goodness. What's going on? Why can't I use my powers? Great Mother, the object on your ankle is inscribed with a powerful kind of curse. The curse prevents divine power from materializing within whatever the curse affects, namely your body. We are lucky to even be able to talk to you. The material of the band is unknown to us, but it is somehow disrupting your body in a way that prevents your quirk from activating too, rendering you effectively powerless. The dragon god explained. Izumi restrained herself from screaming in frustration. The material of the band was likely beryllium kōhei, more commonly known as the quirk-suppressing alloy. It was strong as titanium and could disrupt the quirk factor enough to prevent the restrained person from using their quirks. Damn it. Brush gods, do you have any ideas on how to get out of this? I'm afraid not, Great Mother. The curse affecting you can only be broken by removing the band or purifying it with a large amount of divine power, power you can't summon thanks to the band. Someone else, such as Sakuya, will need to do it. There may be a key though, assuming the band wasn't designed to be a permanent addition. The dragon god explained. Your best bet is to wait until the nearby person gets close enough, then suddenly shout to startle and disorient them. Tashigami added, that will give you an opening to attack and defeat them, and hopefully get the key to the restraint. Okay. I'm ready. Izumi thought before cutting the communication with the brush gods and listening for the person to step a little closer. The bed beside Izumi creaked a bit as something leaned on it. Izumi's eyes flew open and she roared at the person to surprise them, giving Izumi the chance to overwhelm them. However, the person she roared at wasn't a guard or some creep, it wasn't even an adult. Instead, it was a little girl who shrieked in fear and fell on her backside before scurrying back and away from Izumi. Ah. Sorry. I thought you were someone else. Izumi cried, leaping to her feet and carefully approaching the terrified child, who was now pressing herself into the corner of the room. Izumi's heart clenched with guilt, especially once she got a good look at the girl she'd just inadvertently terrified. The little girl couldn't have been older than 4 or 5, and she was sniffling and looking around in terror, like a rabbit caught in a snare. She was an adorable child with cute features, ruby red eyes and long white hair that had a bluish tint and hung past her shoulders. She also had a little horn on the right side of her forehead and was dressed in a plain off-white dress that resembled a hospital gown. Once she noticed the gown, Izumi's blood ran cold and she began to pay closer attention. The girl appeared clean, but was barefoot and her arms and legs were covered in bandages. She also wasn't screaming, just quaking in fear as she watched Izumi, as if she knew that screaming would do no good. With every step Izumi took towards her, the girl flinched. Okay, it's okay. I'm extremely sorry, little one. I didn't know who was around me and thought it was the bad people who kidnapped me. Izumi said softly, sitting on her knees a few paces away from the child. The little girl watched her carefully, but when Izumi made no aggressive moves, she began to calm down. Her quaking stopped and while the fear never left her eyes, she didn't look quite like a rabbit about to be eaten anymore. Izumi smiled kindly and bowed her head to the girl. Again, I'm very sorry. My name is Izumi Midoriya. I won't do anything to hurt you, I promise. In fact, if it makes you feel better, I'll sit right here until you feel more comfortable with me, okay? The child nodded slowly, but remained silent. That was the moment that Izumi heard a whisper that made her heart soar. Izumi. It's me, Ishiko. I'm still in your hair. We're being watched on a camera, so don't respond to what I say. I don't know what's going on, but I'll explain what I know. As soon as I can, alright? We need a moment where we can talk undisturbed. Izumi beamed with joy and relief, glad that Ishiko was safe. The little girl saw the happy smile, and thinking it was for her, blushed a little and started to slowly relax more, which made Izumi even happier. Not wanting to rush the girl, Izumi began to look around and take in her surroundings. She was in a large, childish bedroom. The floor was tiled like a chessboard and the walls and ceiling were painted sky blue and decorated with painted clouds, rainbows, grassy hills, flowers and trees, creating an illusion of the outdoors. The furniture appeared high quality, the bed was a nice size, being enough for 2 adults to fit comfortably and there was a wardrobe and chest of drawers with a polka-dot shaded lamp on top. There were 2 doors leading to who knows where, and no windows at all. Toys and books littered the floor, but none had been opened, which concerned Izumi. This was clearly the little girl's room, but then why had Izumi been left here? And on the child's bed too. Looking down at herself, Izumi paled when she realized her clothes were the same as the little girl's, a plain off-white dress. There was also a black band around her ankle, which she guessed was the quirk-suppressing band. Steeling herself, Izumi pulled the collar of the dress out a bit so she could look down and see what was beneath it. Izumi had to look away and swallow thickly to stop herself vomiting. Her bra was gone and her underwear had been replaced by a plain white pair. It made her feel disgusted and violated. Once the disgust began to fade, Izumi found herself frowning angrily. What the hell was going on here? Izumi knew she'd been targeted. The crook who tricked her had called her the Kami of Muzutafu and later said it was his boss who wanted her, but why did he want her? Worse still, they apparently knew about her divine powers and had a cursed quirk suppressor on hand to restrain her. Who were these creeps? What were they doing to this little girl? All the toys and the nice room made it appear that the child was well cared for, but she was obviously petrified of the people here and hadn't touched the toys. Then there was the sinister bandages around her arms and legs. Were they coincidental or were they caused by the people here? Izumi assumed the girl had been here for a while, if she hadn't and both she and Izumi had been brought here at the same time, then it meant the things here had been bought in advance or had been bought for another captive, both scary thoughts. Miss? Izumi's attention snapped back to the little girl. The child was on her feet and slowly edging towards her. Her voice was sweet and fitted a cute child like her, but the fear it held tainted it. You can call me Izumi, if you like. Izumi said, smiling kindly. She held out her hand slowly, offering it to the girl. Izumi. The girl said, testing the way the name felt on her tongue. Izumi, she repeated, this time more confidently. That's right. May I know your name? Izumi asked, still holding out her hand. The little girl stared at the offered appendage, then slowly and hesitantly reached out and took it. My name is Eri. Izumi beamed at her, gently closing her hand around Eri's and rubbing her thumb over the tiny hand. That's a wonderful name. It suits a cute little girl like you. Can you tell me how old you are? 5. Eri answered, blushing a bit at Izumi's compliment. The older girl's genuine kindness reassured the child and she began to relax a bit, though she never let her guard down completely. 5. You're starting to become a big girl then. I'm 14 and already in my last year of junior high school. Izumi said. She needed information, but she couldn't interrogate a little girl, so she started trying to get answers by asking roundabout questions. I go to Origami Junior High in the Asakura ward of Mizurufu. Have you started school yet? Eri shook her head, I'm not allowed outside. Izumi frowned, so Eri was kept inside all the time. That made things harder. That's not nice. Everyone should be allowed to go outside. Have you been here long? I don't know. I don't remember not being here. Eri answered, stepping a little closer to Izumi. The child is growing comfortable with us. Unfortunately, it is unlikely she can provide much information. She has spent the entirety of her remembered life in this place. Moegami chimed in. That's fine. As long as she's comfortable with us, it'll be easier to escape with her. If she was afraid of us, she might not go along with our breakout. The Greenette replied, before focusing on the child again. Izumi smiled softly, do you want to sit on the bed with me? It must be more comfortable than standing on the cold floor. Eri's ruby eyes shined a bit as she nodded bashfully. Izumi grinned and slowly, so as not to startle Eri, she hooked her free hand around the back of the child's legs and lifted her up, holding her comfortably. Eri squeaked, but didn't protest or react with fear, so Izumi smiled wider at her and gently kissed her cheek, before sitting down on the bed and gently placing Eri on her lap. Comfy? Izumi asked, looking down at the child, gently stroking her hair. Eri nodded her head, the tiniest little spark of happiness in her eyes. The child didn't smile, but that spark of joy made Izumi beam in response, her cheeks almost aching from it. Eri was the cutest thing she'd ever seen. She was like an adorable puppy, happily leaning into the hand of its new owner as it was petted. Everything about Eri was triggering Izumi's protective instincts. It made her wonder if her wolf instincts still persisted even when she was in her human form. Can you tell me anything about this place, sweetheart? Izumi asked, one hand clasped in Eri's while the other stroked her hair and back. Eri nodded reluctantly, I only see a little bit. The men with masks come in here every now and again. They usually give me food, or give me a bath, but sometimes he comes too. He takes me away, to a room with a chair. He ties me to it and... The girl began to shake with terror as tears built up in her eyes. Rage filled Izumi as she wrapped Eri in her arms and hugged her close. Whoever he was hurting Eri. He was doing something so awful, the mere thought had the poor child nearly catatonic with fear. Bitter hatred began to fill Izumi's gut, spreading out through her body like cold flames. He was going to pay for what he'd done. Once Izumi was free of the cursed restraint, she would make him pay. Hurting a child was something only a villain would do, and if Izumi was going to be a hero, it was her job to save the victim and punish the villain. Sure now, dear. I'll protect you. Izumi said softly, comforting Eri. The Greenette began to hum a tune that her own mother always used to sing to her when she had a nightmare, and before long, Eri stopped shaking and sniffling. You'll protect me? Eri whimpered, eyes full of hope. With my life. I promise, Eri, they'll never hurt you again. I'm here now. Izumi promised. Eri's eyes lit up with joy, despite the tears, and her lip quivered as she seemed to instinctively try to smile. Izumi loved the sight of the little lights in her eyes, and she showed it by gently kissing Eri's cheeks and then wiping her tears. Eri relaxed completely and cuddled into Izumi. After a while, Izumi stood up and carried Eri with her on her hip as she explored the room a little. The drawers and wardrobe were filled with plain underwear, rolls of fresh bandages and dozens of the same off-white dress. The clothes in the drawers were sized for Eri, but Izumi found the items in the wardrobe were sized for her. There were no bandages for her though. Izumi wondered if that meant she was expected to use the ones meant for Eri, or if Izumi wasn't intended to use them at all. One of the doors leading out of the room was locked tight, and was sturdy enough that Izumi doubted she could break it with any of the items in the room. The other led to a decently sized bathroom, and upon investigating, Izumi was horrified to find feminine hygiene products. Whoever wanted her caught had prepared extensively, and the thought was sickening. With her face turning an odd mix of green and red, Izumi looked to Eri. Eri? You said the men who come in here give you baths, right? They don't do anything weird, do they? They don't touch you in strange places or anything like that. Eri tilted her head curiously. I don't know. They usually just rub the frothy stuff into my hair and pat me down with the towel. Mostly I just sit in the water until they tell me to get out, she said, pointing at the frothy stuff, which was just some princess-themed shampoo. Izumi sighed with relief. That was at least one load of her mind. Of course, Eri was only a child, Izumi might not receive the same treatment. She stuffed that thought down quickly. That wasn't what she should be worrying about. She doubled her focus on how to get out. Unfortunately, Izumi was at a loss. The room had no windows to climb out of, the exit door was locked and too tough to break down, and while there were small air vents, they were too small for even Eri to crawl through. Ishiko would fit, and the punkle briefly lamented that they didn't have the lucky mallet, a relic from the past that could shrink others down to punkle size. Simply put, there was no way out without a quirk or special power, and to make matters worse, a small camera sat in the corner of the room, watching everything Izumi and Eri did. The only way to be free of the camera's view was to go in the bathroom and shut the door. That meant Izumi's only chance would be to hide in the bathroom with Eri in hopes of ambushing the next person to come in, but they'd likely be ready for her thanks to the camera in the main room, and the bathroom door didn't even lock. Of course, Ishiko could sneak out through the vents and get help, but who knew how long that would take, and in her depowered state, Izumi didn't want to be left alone. Instead, Izumi asked Ishiko to explore the ventilation system while she tried to get a little more information from Eri. That way there wasn't a risk of Eri or someone else discovering Ishiko, and it could potentially lead to a way out or a source of information. To her chagrin, Izumi was stuck. Any ideas, guys? Izumi asked her brush gods. My only suggestion is to comply with your captors so as to minimize risk of harm to yourself and Eri while gathering more information. As it stands, chances of escaping with both yourself and Eri avoiding all harm are basically nil. Yamagami said reluctantly. Izumi was about to curse, when suddenly, she heard the click of the main door unlocking. Eri, still being held on Izumi's hip, whimpered and buried her face into Izumi's shoulder. Izumi carefully shifted the girl so that she was on her back, putting Izumi's whole body between Eri and the newcomers. The door swung open and 5 men walked in, each fairly different and distinct. One was the blonde man that had tricked Izumi with his fake sob story. He looked quite different now, walking with a cocky self-satisfied swagger instead of his faux worry. The second man was a hulking behemoth, easily over 7 foot tall and covered in rippling muscle. His head was completely concealed by a black plague doctor's mask, and his outfit consisted of a black tank top, a metal harness with blade-like prongs on the shoulders and a thick metal belt, huge knuckle dusters that covered his fists, green pants and red boots. The third man was normal in size, but was completely dressed in a black plague doctor's outfit, complete with cloak and hat that left nothing exposed. The fourth man was completely concealed too, but instead of a black cloak and hat, he wore a white raincoat with the hood up while his mask had gold detailing. Then there was the last one, the one in the center that made Eri freeze with a single glance. The man's cold yellow eyes made Izumi shiver as they left her feeling like she was a cadaver about to be dissected. The strange man was wearing a black shirt and pants, as well as white shoes and gloves, which would have been unremarkable if it weren't for his dark green jacket, which had a purple fur collar, a steel gray tie and, as expected by now, a mask modeled on a plague doctor's that consisted of a bird's beak that covered his nose and mouth. It all gave Izumi the creeps, and without needing to be told, she could tell that this man was the boss. Despite his casual and largely non-threatening demeanor, Izumi could sense nothing but death and despair from this man. Hello, Izumi Midoriya. Or should I say, Kami of Mizutafu? Or perhaps you prefer, OkamiAmaterasu? Welcome to our home, the leader said, stepping casually into the room. We've heard a lot about you, enough to decide that you should be utilized for our cause. My name is Kai Chisaki, but you may call me Overhaul. Next chapter, The Shy Hasaikai. To be released, June 23, 2021. And so begins the new arc, focusing on Eri in the Yakuza. This is going to be the longest and most intense arc by far, and is my favorite one I've written. It should also be mentioned that this is also the beginning of the manga timeline, since this chapter takes place at the same time as manga chapter 1. Also, this chapter is the longest so far at 8,000 plus words. Normally, being over 7,500 would mean there would be a 2-day break before the next one, but since a big chunk of this chapter was recapping the time skip, I'll keep it at 1 day. This will only be the case on recap chapters though. Before moving forward, I should give a warning, this arc is going to be intense. It deals with the Shai Hasaikai, and considering what they were doing to Eri, you can expect some very serious subjects being brought up. This entire arc has a trigger warning for child abuse, violence, blood, gore, and torture. I'm not exaggerating when I say this arc is a lot darker than the others before it. Still, I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5-2, The Shai Hasaikai. Chapter Notes. Important warning. This chapter, and several others going forward, will contain some very uncomfortable scenes and subject matter, including child abuse, torture, medical experimentation, and references to sexual assault. Please proceed with caution. Saturday, April 16, 2281, unknown location, hello, Izumi Midoriya. Or should I say, Kami of Mizutafu? Or perhaps you prefer, OkamiAmaterasu. Welcome to our home, the leader said, stepping casually into the room. We've heard a lot about you, enough to decide that you should be utilized for our cause. My name is Kai Chisaki, but you may call me Overhaul. Izumi glared at Overhaul, apologies Mr. Chisaki, but you've caught me at a bad time. I tend to get in a bad mood when I'm kidnapped. Overhaul's eyebrows rose, indeed. That's not unreasonable. I do apologize for having you brought here against your will, but your talents were required for our goals. I will be happy to explain them, but we should go to my office first and get comfortable. You must be hungry, but dinner will have to wait, he said, turning to lead Izumi and his men out of the room. Izumi scowled and made sure Eri was secure on her back before moving to follow Overhaul. Before she reached the door however, Overhaul looked back over his shoulder. Eri is not required for this meeting. Chrono, take her to the lab. I'll be along after my meeting with Amaterasu. Overhaul said, gesturing to the man in the white hood. Chrono nodded and moved to take Eri, but the little girl whimpered at his approach, which combined with Overhaul's mention of a lab, infuriated Izumi. She lashed out, kicking Chrono's leg from the back and making him buckle to the ground with a groan while Izumi leapt back and away from the crowd of men. Eri stays with me. Izumi roared. Overhaul looked at her dispassionately, a single eyebrow raised, Eri belongs to me and my benefactor. We decide what is done with her. You aren't in a position to make demands, he said warningly. Izumi glowered at him, but she couldn't deny he was right. Chrono was getting back on his feet, rubbing his calf as he stood while the other men approached ominously. Against 5 men, Izumi was outmatched even in a quirkless fight. She might have been able to take all but the buff man if they fought one-on-one without quirks, but against all 5 and with them having quirks and potentially weapons while she only had her body, which was admittedly well trained, and while protecting Eri. She was outmatched. Combat wouldn't work, and Izumi doubted she could get past the men to make a run for it, so that left only one option, negotiation. You brought me here because you want something from me, right? Well, I can fight you endlessly even if it results in me being beaten to a pulp, but ensuring you don't get what you want, or we can make a deal. Izumi offered, doing her best to sound brave and confident despite her fears. Interesting. You are aware of your position, yet you bargain. You're audacious, but I suppose I should expect it from someone with such a chronic case. Alright then, name your terms and I'll decide if I should punish you for your little outburst. Overhaul said, you'd be surprised at how much damage I can do without killing you. Izumi gulped, I'll go with you obediently and won't harm you, your men or anyone else. I'll listen to what you have to say without complaint and do whatever you want until the conversation is over. But in exchange, I have 3 conditions. First, Eri stays with me. Second, you won't hurt Eri or any other innocent person. Third, the creep who tricked me gets lost, she said, turning to glare at the blonde man, who actually flinched at the intensity. Overhaul's eyes flicked to the man all in black. Are you telling the truth? Will you obey until the talks are finished? The man in black asked. Yes. Izumi answered, her body acting on its own. The girl scowled. The guy in black had a quirk that forced those affected to tell the truth. She would need to be careful. Overhaul watched Izumi carefully for a few moments as Izumi tried to maintain her brave facade. Eri whimpered and shook, hiding her face completely in Izumi's hair so she wouldn't have to see Overhaul's face. It was a good thing Ishiko had been left to try and explore the vents, or Eri might have discovered the punkle. Finally, Overhaul shrugged, a small price to pay to make you behave while we talk. He turned to the blonde creep, leave us. The creep looked both relieved and disappointed, but scurried off without a word. Izumi watched him go with a satisfied look, until Overhaul cleared his throat. Now that that's settled, we should be on our way. Oh, but first. I did say I might punish your outburst. The deal we made covers Eri and other innocent people until we've finished talking. Do you consider yourself an innocent? If so, I can't punish you, but I suppose I could hold off on it until the talk is over and our deal ends. But then, Eri might have to share in it too. She's been quite disrespectful, hiding her face from me. Overhaul said, a sinister tone to his voice. Eri squeaked and pulled her face up so she was looking at Overhaul, but Izumi just reached up and soothed her with a gentle pat on the head. A deal's a deal, Mr. Chisaki. I didn't specify I was to be unharmed. Do your worst, just leave Eri out of it. Izumi said. The evil man chuckled, very well. Chrono, you're the one she hurt. She's yours for a moment. Ensure she is coherent afterwards. The man in the white coat nodded, of course Kai. He then stepped forward so he was directly in front of Izumi and stared at her. Izumi barely stopped herself from flinching and forced herself to look the man in the eye, or at least the eyes of his mask. Chrono pulled his arm back and then swung it full force at Izumi's face, palm open. Izumi couldn't stop herself from flinching this time, but the slap never came. Instead, Chrono stopped his hand an inch from Izumi's face, and then with all momentum gone from his arm, tapped her cheek roughly. It didn't hurt even a little bit, leaving Izumi confused and mildly worried. Chrono just chuckled, I'll go easy this time, on account of us kidnapping you. Next time you hit me though, I'll strike you for real, and perhaps Eri too. I'd wager that's a better punishment for you than an actual slap. Izumi gulped and nodded. These bastards would threaten Eri to control her. If she wanted to protect the child, then she'd have to obey. If you're done Chrono, let's go to my office. Overhaul said, turning and leading the small group through the halls of his hideout. Izumi observed everything with the eyes of a hawk, committing any potentially useful detail to memory. The entire place appeared to be plain concrete corridors with the occasional pipe running through the walls or ceiling, and other than a few doors leading to unknown rooms, there was nothing to see. Even the other occupants of the base were fairly uninteresting. Most were average-looking people in fancy suits and various kinds of face mask. However, mixed in with the various thugs were creatures that made Izumi's blood run cold. Demons. Imps of all 5 types, as well as other species of demons wandered the halls, each one staring at Izumi and Eri as they passed. Not all the thugs could see them, but Overhaul, Chrono and the other 2 with them definitely saw them. Izumi supposed she shouldn't have been surprised. Overhaul knew she was Amaterasu, and had the resources to procure a cursed restraint to stop her using her powers. It made sense that he was in league with the demons. Considering that he seemed to be in charge of the various monsters roaming his hideout, Izumi guessed that Overhaul was either possessed by a brush demon, his benefactor was possessed by a brush demon, or his benefactor was a high-ranking demon on its own. All 3 options were equally scary to a powerless Izumi. After walking down what felt like the 5th identical hallway, Overhaul opened a door no different from any of the others they'd passed and led the group inside. Izumi was on guard as soon as she stepped into the room. It was a simple office, with a nice desk and chair for Overhaul to sit behind and another chair in front of the desk. The only thing of note was the large crest on the wall behind the desk. It resembled some kind of flower, but with 8 angular petals and an octagonal center. It sort of looked like a Buddhist symbol, but Izumi couldn't be sure. Overhaul took a seat behind the desk while the 2 normal-sized men flanked him and the giant man stood in front of the door, ensuring Izumi couldn't turn around and flee. The villain's boss gestured toward the chair. Amaterasu, please take a seat. Eri, get off her back, our guest can't sit if you're glued to her. Overhaul ordered. Eri reluctantly climbed down with some help from Izumi, but then the older girl sat down in the offered chair and pulled Eri into her lap. It's not fair for me to sit while Eri stands. Good thing my lap makes for a comfy seat. Izumi smiled at the girl. Eri's eyes briefly sparkled with happiness, but quickly returned to their dull and fearful appearance. She was too afraid of Overhaul to speak and instead nodded bashfully. Overhaul didn't seem too perturbed by this. It seems you're very protective of Eri, and she has come to trust you after only a short time. Good, this will make things easier for us, he said, leaning back in his chair. I have already introduced myself, so I shall introduce my colleagues. The man to my right, whom you kicked, is Chronostasis, my right-hand man. The man to my left, the one with the hat, is named Shin Nemoto and he is one of my 8 bullets. You've already experienced his quirk, he will ensure you don't lie to me. The man behind you is Rikiya Katsukame, another of my bullets. Nice to meet you. Izumi said. She was a bit embarrassed by it, but it was a programmed response to learning someone's name at this point. You're polite if nothing else. Our organization is called the Shai Hasaikai, also known as the 8 Precepts of Death. We are one of the last surviving Yakuza families in Japan. Overhaul said, pointing at the crest behind him. Izumi blinked. Yakuza? Seriously? Overhaul's eyes narrowed. Is there a problem? He asked dangerously. And no. Izumi answered quickly, it's just, normally if a Yakuza group kidnapped a girl, it was to sell them to some rich pig or force them to work in their brothels. I don't get the impression you're planning something like that. If that was all you wanted, you wouldn't have gone through the effort of hunting me specifically, unless you wanted to add the so-called kami of Mizurufu to your catalog. Plus, you work with demons and know what I am. I assume you're working for the evil one. I can assure you, our group has grander plans than selling teenagers into prostitution, the man said coldly. I suppose that makes me feel a little better about you changing my clothes in my sleep. Izumi frowned. Ah yes, I had one of my bullets do that. He is a pious man by the name Hikiji Tengai. It was necessary to ensure you didn't smuggle anything in with you. You can relax in the knowledge that your virtue has not been defiled, to do so would invalidate half the reason we kidnapped you. Now as you may have noticed, your divine powers have been inhibited by a special suppressor band, prepared on the orders of the Shai Hasaikai's benefactor. We had a few quirk suppressor bands on hand already, so we converted one to suppress your power with the demon's curse. You are helpless, so I advise you to obey, understood? Overhaul asked. The girl frowned hard, but eventually forced out a, yes sir. Izumi had to be careful with her words. She knew Nemoto could force her to tell the truth, but she didn't know whether or not he could spot a lie when his quirk wasn't active. She'd have to dance around Overhaul without lying or giving away information he might not already know. No one knows you are here, we planned it very carefully to ensure that. If someone had seen, it would constitute a loose end and I would hate for things to end up messy. Speaking of which, you are certain you don't have anything stashed on you? If you do, I will find them, and you and Eri will pay for it. If you have something, such as your missing Ponkel companion, reveal it now. Overhaul asked. Other than my clothes and Eri, I don't have anything or anyone on me. You ordered me strip searched, you would know. Izumi said, not having to feign her upset at the situation. She was also being technically truthful, since Ashiko was currently exploring the vents. Overhaul's eyes narrowed, true, but I didn't order a cavity search. I can rectify that. He said ominously. Izumi flushed, I don't have any cavities capable of concealing a Ponkel. Privately, she wondered if Ashiko had managed to hide by concealing herself in Izumi's mouth. Izumi's throat did feel a little strange, so maybe she hid down there during the strip search. Izumi was unconscious at the time, so she wouldn't have known. Overhaul hummed, very well. Getting back on topic. Simply put, it is the goal of the Shai Hasaikai to cure humanity of its current sickness, a plague known as quirks. Both heroes and villains are diseases in their own right, and are also symptoms of the plague devastating our world. It is my wish to cure that plague and rebuild the world as it once was. Izumi gaped at him. Rid the world of all quirks. Render everyone quirkless again and destroy the entire system of heroes. It was insane. Completely unthinkable. All of modern society was built around quirks. If they suddenly vanished, it would be chaos. Huge areas of infrastructure would be either rendered useless or destroyed entirely, not to mention the disastrous cost to the worldwide economy. Human civilization across the globe would be set back over 250 years. The loss of life from suicides and the unavailability of support and medical systems based on quirks would more than exceed the lives saved by the disappearance of villains. Overhaul called quirks a plague, but if they suddenly vanished, it would become a global cataclysm. But all this brought another worry. What did she have to contribute to this plan? Was it the evil one's goal to take over the planet by erasing quirks? The resulting disaster would certainly create enough chaos and hardship for demons to thrive, so it was a possibility. Did he expect Izumi to be corrupted to their side like the Akuma Hana had tried? Did he know about her quirk and expected her to take quirks from those who volunteered? Or did he expect to be able to modify Izumi with demonic powers to allow her to outright steal quirks? If so, what part did Eri play in all this? Ultimately, the only response Izumi could muster was a blank, what? Overhaul chuckled again, not easy to picture, is it? However, we're closer than you think. We need only 2 years at most to complete the final preparations. You've got to be nuts. Even if you succeeded, you'd cause more damage to the world than quirks ever did. All of human society is built around them. Hundreds of millions of lives across the globe would be lost. Izumi argued, and why would the demons help you with this? Surely they cause enough chaos on their own without needing help from humans, and wiping out huge amounts of the population wasn't supposed to be their goal. Sometimes, you must amputate a limb to save the body. If a few million lives are all that stand between me and returning humanity to its pure and unblighted state, then I would take them all myself. Overhaul said. Izumi flinched at the conviction in the man's voice. He believed wholeheartedly in what he was doing, even though he knew the costs. Izumi would have been almost impressed if he wasn't such a monster. As for our benefactor and his minions, he and his own master would have an easier time achieving their goals if humans didn't have quirks. They need quirks erased to complete their plan, and I am more than happy to make a deal with the devil himself to cure the plague of quirks. So what do I have to do with this? What does Eri have to do with this? Izumi demanded. Eri possesses a unique quirk known as Rewind. That horn of hers releases energy that can reverse the effects of time on any organic matter. We are in the process of refining a drug from Eri's blood and cells, which can reverse the human evolution responsible for the creation of the quirk factor. Like a vaccine being created from the disease it cures, we are using Eri's quirk to create a cure for all quirks. Overhaul explained. Eri flinched and Izumi paled. What the hell are you doing to this girl? You will see, Midoriya. Now about your role in this, you possess a divine power known as rejuvenation, correct? The power to restore anything to its previous condition by expending energy to produce the ink necessary. Overhaul said. It is not dissimilar to Eri's quirk, though unlike her, you cannot harm people with that power, and it works on inorganic matter as well. Overhaul's expression became wistful. You know, as you are quirkless, you are actually a pure being. Hurting you feels sacrilegious compared to hurting a cursed brat like Eri. Eri whimpered and Izumi's eyes narrowed angrily, but she maintained control. Overhaul may know about her divine powers, but it appeared he didn't know about her quirk, which could potentially give Izumi an ace up her sleeve later, though it was a moot point at the moment thanks to the quirk suppressor. So what's your plan? She asked. Use my rejuvenation and Eri's rewind to create the quirk destroyer drug, then hand me over to your benefactor to be killed. Close, though the final result depends on you. Your power will help us to refine and expedite the process of our quirk destroyer drug. The current progress is slow. Eri is too weak to stand the experiments for long, and while I can reset her with my own quirk, Overhaul, she can only take so many resets before she reaches her limit. You will use your power to restore Eri after every experiment. This way we can perform more tests before needing to reset her. An hour-long session could last up to 5 hours with your power in play. Izumi paled even further. Just what the hell did these experiments entail? What did Overhaul mean by reset? Eri was shaking like a leaf, desperately trying to hold in her whimpers, but Izumi could feel them all vibrating through her chest as she hugged the little girl against her. Overhaul didn't seem to notice either girl's distress and simply kept talking. In addition to acting as our medic and my assistant in the experimentation, you will be Eri's carer. You will be in charge of ensuring she is healthy, clean, and fed. I'll give you supervised access to our kitchen so you can prepare meals for both Eri and yourself. I don't have a choice, do I? Izumi spat. The Yakuza boss shook his head. No. You are in my custody now, and like the child you are, you will obey me. If you disobey, you will be punished, and as you are Eri's carer, she will be punished too to ensure she doesn't follow your bad example. With your healing ability, I can have my men tan both your hides without a worry that it'll affect your health or usefulness. Overhaul then paused. Of course, you do have one choice. I believe you met a certain imp a few months back, while clearing out Dagoba Beach. The imp, in return for his life, betrayed his master and revealed his identity. That imp is dead now, and our benefactor was most displeased to have been exposed. Realization hit the wolf girl. You serve Orochi. Izumi spat venomously. Indeed. I do not know the full story of your past lives, only what Orochi bothered to tell me. His minions have been gathering souls from beautiful women across the area, and soon, he will have taken 99 souls. That is where your choice comes in. For the 100th sacrifice, the one that Orochi wants to use to gain infinite power, he needs a pure virgin maiden. I had planned to use Eri once I was done with her. Orochi can snack on her to gain his power while I go on to cure the world of quirks. But now there is an alternative. If you choose, he can snack on you. You are also a pure virgin maiden, and as a goddess, you will empower him even more. Overhaul explained. The man turned his evil yellow eyes on Izumi. You can rebel against us and suffer with Eri, or allow Eri to suffer alone. You can allow her to be devoured and become a demon like the evil one wishes, or you can save Eri's life and be devoured yourself, giving Orochi the power to surpass his master and rule. Either way, Orochi gains his power and I cure the world. That is the choice you have to make. Izumi grit her teeth furiously, but bowed her head anyway. She couldn't do anything against Overhaul. If she wanted to protect Eri, she'd have to grin and bear whatever Chisaki did to her. Overhaul seemed pleased with her show of submission. I will submit, just don't hurt Eri. I will become Orochi's sacrifice. Izumi said, making Eri tear up in horror. Good girl. You have a chronic case of hero syndrome, what with your little escapades around Mizurufu, but don't worry, once the experiment is complete and we can mass-produce the quirk destroyer drug, Orochi and I will honor your sacrifice and our bargain. We'll cure Eri of her cursed quirk and let her go free. Now, we have an hour before dinner, I think a quick session in the lab will cap this conversation off nicely, the man said, standing up. Eri couldn't contain her whimpers anymore, so Izumi kissed her cheek and whispered to her, remember my promise, Eri. It will all be okay. The Greenette had formulated a plan to keep Eri safe, she just needed to know what the experiments were in order to ensure it worked. Izumi held Eri closely as she was made to stand and follow Chisaki out of the office. Chronostasis, Nemoto and Katsukame were following their leader too, and surrounding Izumi and Eri just as they had done before. This time, the girls were led to a laboratory and the moment they entered the room, Eri began quaking in fear and wouldn't stop no matter how much Izumi whispered comfortingly to her. The lab wasn't too different from a hospital room, filled with machines and equipment that Izumi couldn't identify, as well as various screens and monitors. The only things that set it apart were a pair of chairs, similar to those at a dentist's office, that had been placed opposite each other. They were large and had arm rests and two separate leg rests. This wouldn't have been a cause for concern, if it weren't for the heavy leather straps designed to tie down the occupant's arms, legs and torso. Midoriya, you're in the right seat. Eri is in the left. Take your seats. Overhaul ordered, taking off his jacket as he looked over a tray of surgical supplies. Wait, aren't we? Izumi began, only to be interrupted by a painful smack to the back of her head. The boss gave you an order. Katsukame shouted, his hand still outstretched from where he'd smacked her. Izumi reeled, the man was as strong as he looked. A single slap to the back of the head had her seeing stars. Eri shrieked in surprise as the slap sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room, and Izumi stumbled forward from the force. Chronostasis immediately swept over and plucked the struggling girl from Izumi's arms, then sat her in one of the chairs and strapped her down. Katsukame grabbed Izumi roughly by the shoulder and shoved her forward, forcing her to sit and then strapping her in two, just tightly enough to be uncomfortable without cutting off her circulation. Once both girls were strapped down in their respective chairs, Overhaul turned to Izumi and actually had the gall to give her a disappointed look. I did warn you about disobedience being punished. Should I punish Eri now too? No. Please, I'm sorry. I was just surprised by the sudden order. Izumi begged. Eri was terrified already, Izumi had to keep her promise and protect her. Then what should I do about this? Eri knows you're her carer now, we can't have her learn from your example. Overhaul said. Izumi shuddered and her heart sank, punish me instead. Please. Overhaul watched her for a second, then nodded. Rikia, again. The muscle-bound crook nodded and promptly smacked Izumi hard across the face with his open palm. Eri screamed at the sight and Izumi felt her entire head snap back with the force, hitting it against the thankfully cushioned headrest. This smack was worse than the last one and it took a few seconds for Izumi to shake the black spots from her vision. Her lip was bleeding lightly, and a vicious red mark covered Izumi's cheek, along with a small bruise from where the metal part of Katsukame's knuckle duster wrapped around a couple of his fingers. Katsukame looked towards Overhaul, silently asking if he should hit Izumi again, but Overhaul just shook his head. Learn your lesson? The boss asked. Yes sir, Mr. Chisaki. Izumi said quietly, wishing she could rub the sting from her cheek. Good. Now, I'll show you what my experiments entail. It'll make for a good end to this little conversation. Overhaul said, carefully picking up a scalpel and approaching Eri. Chronostasis unwrapped the bandages on Eri's limbs, exposing the myriad of scars on each one. Eri shut her eyes tight and grit her teeth as Overhaul approached with the scalpel. Izumi, horrified and desperate to stop the man, cried out, wait. You just said the conversation wasn't over yet, right? Overhaul sighed, yes, I did. Are you having trouble with your hearing? Something clogging your ears? Should I have Rikia see if he can knock it loose, he asked threateningly. And no, but we had a deal, didn't we Mr. Chisaki? You promised you wouldn't hurt Eri until the conversation ended. If you show me the experiments without hurting Eri, then I promise I'll cooperate with them. Izumi begged. Overhaul's eyes flicked toward Nemoto, who nodded and activated his quirk. Will you cooperate if we show the experiments without harming Eri? Izumi felt herself be compelled to answer truthfully, yes. I'll even assist like you want. Eri's eyes widened and Izumi hated how betrayed she looked. She dearly wished she could reassure Eri, but she needed to know how the experiments worked before she could do what she was really planning. Overhaul shrugged and nodded. Very well. I'll show you the recording from yesterday's session. But once it's over, the conversation will be over and you will assist me, as you promised, he ordered, gesturing to Chrono. The hooded man moved one of the monitors so that Izumi could see it clearly, then inserted a micro disc with the previous day's date on it. The date read April 15, 81, which meant, yesterday, was the day Izumi had been kidnapped. Izumi had been unconscious for a full day before waking up in the Shai Hasaikai compound. The monitor flicked on, and Izumi witnessed something that would change her forever, a sight that would never leave her, haunting her dreams for years to come. The video showed the lab as it was now, but only Eri, Chrono and Overhaul were present. The recorded Eri was strapped down and missing her bandages, just as the present Eri was, and just as the present Overhaul had, the recorded Overhaul approached with a scalpel. There was no Izumi in the video to stop the proceedings, so the present Izumi was forced to watch as the recorded Overhaul calved into Eri's arm, slicing the same spot over and over, cutting through skin, then fat, then muscle until finally reaching the bone. The recorded Eri did her best to be brave, but after the first cut made her eyes water, the second made her shriek. It was an awful sound and it broke Izumi's heart, but Overhaul hadn't cared and just kept cutting until he hit the bone of Eri's arm. Then, to Izumi's surprise, Eri's wound began to close itself, and while it did so, Overhaul dug his fingers and a pair of tweezers through the wound and tore away some of the healing flesh, as well as a syringe full of blood. Eri screamed through the whole thing, only stopping when the wound closed completely, leaving behind a new scar. Then the little girl was panting heavily, tears staining her face while Chronostasis suctioned up the blood she'd lost with some kind of suction tool that Izumi had seen in hospital dramas. Izumi thought the video would end there, but it didn't. Overhaul did the same thing again and again and again, literally carving Eri open over and over, then harvesting her flesh and blood once her quirk activated to rewind the damage. Finally, when Eri could take no more and was overflowing with shock and reduced to an incoherent mess, Overhaul revealed his own quirk. He took off his glove and touched Eri with his bare hand, whereupon Eri was reduced to nothing but a blood splatter. Izumi actually screamed at that, too shocked to control her reaction. Then, the recorded Overhaul used his quirk to immediately reconstruct Eri from the blood stain, fully reforming her. Relief filled Izumi at seeing Eri revived, but then the horror of what she'd witnessed really hit her. That was what Overhaul meant by reset. He used his quirk to break her down and reconfigure her, wiping away the shock that would likely have killed Eri if he pushed it any further, while returning Eri to a position where he could continue the experiment. He repeated this process several times, until Eri could no longer retain consciousness after the last reset. It looked like the reset could stop Eri from succumbing to shock, but not restore her lost energy. The video ended and Chrono moved the screen away, letting Izumi get a good look at Overhaul. "You're a monster," Izumi whispered furiously, unable to speak louder without her voice cracking and sending her into hysterical sobs. "You tortured her. That was live vivisection without anesthesia. I told you before, Amaterasu. I would sacrifice 1,000,000 lives to cure this world. The pain of one little girl is a small price to pay," Overhaul said coldly. "But you don't need to. If you need her blood, take a sample with a syringe. Doctors do it all the time without torturing their patients," Izumi yelled, beginning to get her voice back. "You saw what happened when I cut her, correct? Her quirk is present in her blood and cells, but it is inert. When she is injured, her quirk becomes active and begins to rewind the damage, flooding her cells with the power of the active quirk. The inert cells are useless, I need the active ones," Overhaul explained. Izumi grit her teeth, then why not use anesthesia? Why does she have to be awake and in horrible pain? Simply put, anesthesia is a luxury we can't afford to waste. Our organization is small and not exactly rolling in cash. Demons prefer to steal souls, not money, and considering the number of my men that get eaten by them, I have to recruit all kinds of scum, like the guy that kidnapped you, just to keep us staffed. What money we make must go to the creation of the quirk destroyer drug. Eri's pain doesn't affect the experiment in any meaningful way, so she can endure," Overhaul said. Izumi's eyes widened and hatred burned within her. She had never felt such fury. It was like her heart had been replaced by a burning sun, just itching to go supernova and consume this monster. Overhaul wasn't some thug or yakuza, he wasn't even a villain to Izumi now. He was a walking corpse. Izumi was disgusted with herself for thinking it, but nothing she did could shake the feeling. She dearly wanted to unleash her wolf form and sink her teeth into Overhaul's throat. Hell, if it weren't for the fact Eri would suffer for it and Overhaul would likely use his quirk to reset himself, Izumi would have bided her time until she was released from the restraints and then torn out his throat with her human teeth. It made her feel sick to think that, and she had to take several calming breaths. She didn't know it, but her eyes were flashing between green and red as corruption tried to overtake her and convert her into a demon. The brush gods within her were desperately trying to calm her down. A different voice whispered in her head, "It is okay, give in to the rage and hate. Your restraint stops your divine power, but it cannot stop demonic power. Let it go, take the plunge into the abyss, let yourself become a demon. You'll have the power to slay Overhaul, to make him suffer infinitely for what he did to Eri. Then you can take the girl and do whatever you wish with her. She'll be yours, heart, body and soul. Imagine what you could do with a loyal follower with a power like hers." The quiet voice urged. It sounded so soft and tempting, it sounded like Izumi's own voice. Afraid of the temptation, Izumi shook her head vigorously. "No, this isn't what a hero would do. A hero would save Eri, defeat Overhaul and then deliver him to justice," she thought, thinking of what All Might would do in her situation. Of course, All Might would deliver Overhaul alive, after breaking almost every bone in his body. Izumi could live with that. Overhaul was mildly surprised by the hatred in Izumi's eyes, but he wasn't going to be intimidated by a teenage girl. "Now you know the procedure. The conversation is over, you're going to assist me now. Chrono will remove your quirk restraint so you can use your healing, but if you attack or defy us, then Eri will suffer for it," Overhaul said, gesturing to Katsukame, who now stood behind Eri's chair. The brute nodded and reached down, snapping a black band around the terrified little girl's neck. "That band is a combination shock and bomb collar. Disobey me, and it will administer a painful electric shock to Eri. Try to use your divine powers against me, and the bomb will detonate." The threat was clear: play along, or Eri's head goes pop. With Overhaul's quirk, he could likely repair her from almost anything. Chrono carefully approached Izumi and touched her leg, pressing a small key into a section of her power-suppressing anklet and making it click open. The man took the band and stepped back, while Nemoto undid Izumi's restraints. Izumi gasped as she felt her divine powers rush through her body again. She didn't realize how much she'd missed them until they returned. "You know what will happen if you disobey. I will cut Eri as usual, but once I have gathered the necessary cells, you will complete her healing with your rejuvenation. That'll reduce the time Eri has her quirk active and increase the number of times I can gather cells before a reset. Are we clear?" Overhaul asked. "No," Izumi said, carefully getting to her feet without making any sudden moves. Overhaul's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Did you forget our deal? I have indulged you enough already today. You will obey or I'll allow Katsukame to beat you to a pulp while Nemoto takes his belt to Eri. One way or another, you will obey. I gave my word I would assist in your experiments," Izumi said, making Eri whimper. Izumi flashed the child a smile, "But I also gave my word to Eri that I wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her." "Then you'll need to break one of those promises. If you refuse to help me, you'll be breaking both promises," Overhaul warned. "You're wrong," Izumi cut him off, "about the promises and about my quirklessness." Overhaul eyed her carefully. "Explain." "Nemoto, use your quirk." Nemoto nodded and activated his quirk, compelling Izumi to tell the truth. "I am not quirkless. We recently discovered my quirk. It's registered as part of my fake Okami quirk. To explain my powers to the government, it allows me to take quirks with the permission of their owners," she explained, causing Overhaul's eyes to narrow. Izumi could see her own value decreasing in the villain's eyes. Before she was a pure, untainted girl with godly powers, the insane Overhaul only considered quirks, not divine or demonic power, as bad, but now she was the same kind of tainted creature as the rest of them. "I'm older and stronger than Eri, so if you let me take her quirk, you can experiment on me instead. I keep my promise to help you and protect Eri. Eri gets to live without being tortured and you get what you want. All our goals are met." Izumi finished. Eri gasped while the Yakuza all paled drastically. Izumi had spoken under the influence of Nemoto's quirk, meaning she was definitely telling the truth. Eri felt awful for believing Izumi had betrayed her for a few seconds. She wasn't betraying her. She was saving her by taking the pain herself. While Eri was thinking this, Chrono walked over to Overhaul and began whispering, but in the quiet room, Izumi could just barely make it out. "Kai, we should get rid of her. Let's drug her up to her eyeballs and dump her back in the alley we found her," Chrono begged. "She could be useful. If we can hybridize Eri's rewind with her quirk, it could accelerate our work. 2 years of work could be completed in 2 months," Kai argued. "Besides, we'd lose Orochi's support and he's the only thing keeping the boss alive." "But you heard her quirk. All for one, if we step on his toes without the perfected drug, he'll wipe us out, boss included. If this girl is related to him, even as just some experiment of his, he'd eradicate us." He won't learn of it, and even if he did, Orochi would protect us. He can't stand against a monster like that, and Orochi said himself that even Amaterasu couldn't slay him without help from a chosen one. To ensure our safety, we'll tell no one outside this room. By the time he discovers what became of the girl, we'll have the drug perfected and then we'll be the rulers of the underworld. It's a risk, but one we must take for the sake of the family. Kai said, his decision made. Chrono looked upset, based on his posture, but he didn't argue further. As you wish, Kai. I'll serve you loyally, as always. Overhaul nodded and turned to Izumi. All right. Use your power to take Eri's quirk. You will take her place in the experiments. Izumi sighed with relief and walked forward, kneeling in front of Eri and smiling softly at her. Hey little one. I'm going to keep my promise. But I need to borrow your quirk, okay? Can you let me take it? Eri's eyes shone with hope, and no cutting. No more pain. No more. I swear it. Izumi smiled. Eri couldn't nod fast enough. Izumi activated her quirk, turning her hand black and covering with red lightning. Izumi carefully placed her hands on Eri, one on her cheek and one over her heart and focused on taking her quirk. Eri's quirk practically leapt from her and into Izumi, pushed out by Eri's deep desire to get rid of the power that Overhaul used as an excuse to hurt her. It was so fast, Izumi didn't even get the awful feeling of wrongness that accompanied taking a quirk, instead it felt like she'd suddenly swallowed a pill that was a bit too big to swallow comfortably. Izumi and the Yakuza watched as Eri's face relaxed completely, and her little horn shrank into a small bump before disappearing altogether. Then it came time for Izumi to adapt to the quirk. Izumi felt like she was strapped into an electric chair. Lightning coursed through her body and made her spasm painfully as it arced through her muscles, traveling up her nerves as it made its way to her forehead. The electrical feeling ended, and Izumi let out a brief scream as a horn shot from the side of her forehead. It was identical in appearance and position to Eri's. Izumi panted and stood up, leaning down to kiss Eri's cheek before turning to Overhaul. It's done. I have rewind now. Eri is free. Izumi declared. Overhaul's eyes lit up like a kid's at Christmas. He swept past Izumi and looked at Eri, examining her closely as if he'd never seen her before. It was quite a change. Previously he looked at Eri like a piece of meat, or a cadaver to be dissected, but now, it was almost like he just realized she was a person. Remarkable. Eri has achieved the ideal, she is now a perfect, pure, and untainted human. Amaterasu, you have taken a filthy, rotten sack of meat infected with disease and turned it into a testament to humanity. Overhaul proclaimed, you have sucked out the poison inside her and taken it on yourself. Truly, you are a goddess. How nice. Izumi frowned, so Eri is free to go now? You'll release her. I've already accepted to be Orochi's sacrifice in her stead, so you have no reason to keep her prisoner. Overhaul shook his head, not yet. She knows too much about us, and if we release her. He chuckled darkly, how will we ensure you stay obedient? You took 2 strikes from Rukia just to save Eri from a little spanking. If we keep her around, you'll be nice and compliant. Izumi grimaced, but she had expected it. It wasn't going to be that easy. Eri remained strapped down while Chrono and Overhaul allowed Izumi to transform into her demigod form, then led her back to her own chair and strapped her down too. For as long as Izumi's power wasn't being suppressed, Overhaul kept the black collar on Eri's neck to ensure there would be no rebellion. Overhaul brandished his scalpel. It's getting late, but we'll see how long we can keep this session going. Izumi gulped. Close your eyes, Eri, she asked, not wanting the girl to see what was about to happen. Eri complied, but she would still be able to hear it all. Guys, can you do anything to help me here? Reduce the pain? Izumi asked the brush gods fearfully. Not exactly. We can help your mind move into a state of meditation, but we cannot completely shut out the torment. The pain will be lessened, not erased. Yamagami said, already working to calm Izumi with his aura. The rest of the brush gods within Izumi began pulsing their own auras, pulling Izumi's mind into a state of artificial calm. Overhaul put the scalpel against Izumi's bare arm. Let's start the operation. He began cutting. Izumi grimaced. She tried her best to remain stoic, but as they said, the brush gods couldn't suppress all the pain, and before too long, it got too much. She began screaming. Next chapter, Endure to be released, June 25, 2021. Okay, I think this is one of the roughest and darkest chapters over with. I'm sorry for cutting it off like that, but there really was no better place to end the chapter. So yeah, we see Overhaul and his men in all their creepy, horrifying glory, and what they've got planned for their captives. Poor Izumi is in for a very rough time, but at least she prefers it to Eri's suffering. Don't worry though, Izumi isn't just going to sit around and wait for rescue, she's no damsel in distress. And we also get to see how Izumi uses her quirk, and a certain supervillain gets another mention. Also, this whole arc is basically a consequence of Izumi showing mercy to that one demon in the last arc. If she hadn't, Orochi, overhaul. And their men wouldn't have known where to trap her. Being a good person doesn't always pay off, it seems. For those worried about the dark content, I can say that the video of the last experiment on Eri is probably as gory as it gets, but there will be other dark stuff too. I hope you guys don't mind. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5-3, Endure. Saturday, April 16, 2281. Police Station, Mizurufu. Sakuya Kanahana had never been a warrior before. She was an immortal spirit whose power was fueled by the cherry blossom trees of Japan, each of which had been spawned from her original, now cut down, tree. She was tough. In fact, excluding Amaterasu, the evil one, and the demon generals, she was the most powerful spiritual being in Japan, maybe even the world. But that had all been before she found herself with a family. Spirits didn't tend to have families, they were born from natural energies and spiritual power and had rarely formed close attachments, even to other spirits, but Sakuya had defied that by forming a lot of them, which was dangerous. Many demons were born from spirits that grew obsessed with their attachments, or fell to despair upon losing them. Sakuya was a fairly easygoing woman by nature, on account of being a nature spirit, and had fully embraced raising Izumi as her foster mother following the poor girl's terrible year in foster care. It wasn't an easy job, especially since she was also the president of the Hero Commission, which was high stress by itself, but Sakuya certainly didn't regret it. She'd taken Izumi in for the sake of the world, preparing her to become a hero and the world's savior once again, but it hadn't taken long for the wood sprite to stop seeing Izumi as just the reborn Amaterasu, and start seeing her as her own child. Of course, things got more hectic as Izumi fought more demons, grew stronger and added more people to her family, which added new worries to their already crucial mission and more attachments to Sakuya. Sakuya wouldn't change a thing, except that business with Nagant, but she definitely thought she'd earned the right to become a warrior. If poor Inko had been awake, she'd have been in a constant state of panic. So when Izumi hadn't come home on Friday, Sakuya had naturally panicked. Himiko had gone with Dabi to search Dagoba Beach, in case Izumi had lost track of time cleaning the place, while Katsuki and his parents went around all the areas Izumi liked to visit, such as the pawn shop and library. There had been no sign of Izumi anywhere, and Himiko had mentioned that Dagoba Beach was no cleaner than the previous day, implying Izumi had never arrived there. Sakuya, Himiko and Katsuki began calling all of Izumi's classmates and a few local families in hopes of getting a sighting, but no one had seen Izumi since she left school on Friday. The entire Kanahana household began a citywide search for the missing girl, and Jean was allowed to leave the hospital for a bit to use his clones for assistance, but their efforts bore no fruit. Only Hawks was uninvolved in the case, as he was currently up in Hokkaido helping with a huge drug bust that he'd been helping investigate for the last few months. Naturally, Sakuya had flitted between wanting to burst into worried tears, and wanting to erupt with anger over something potentially happening to her child. She went to the hospital in case Izumi had been hurt, but upon finding no sign of her there either, she went to the police. Normally, the police wouldn't be interested in a teenage girl not coming home on time, especially when the girl in question had been missing less than half a day, but Izumi was well known in the community and had a reputation for being well behaved, so Officer Tashiji and a few other officers got involved. Sakuya also contacted the commission board members who knew of Amaterasu and began trying to find heroes that could help search discreetly, just in case the whole affair was blown out of proportion. It would be bad for Sakuya, Izumi, and the whole commission if it turned out to be nothing at all. That had been yesterday evening. It was now midday on Saturday, and Sakuya was sat in a police station with Himiko, Dabi and Katsuki. She'd been called in by Officer Tashiji just an hour ago, and from his tone, it wasn't good news. Their little group was led into a private conference room by Officer Tashiji, and what they saw inside nearly made Sakuya's heart stop with worry. Mizurufu's chief of police was waiting, along with another important-looking person in a suit, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, a skinny man with wild blonde hair, and a pro-hero. Sakuya, as president of the commission, naturally knew just about every hero in Japan, at least by reputation, but she was especially familiar with Mizurufu's local heroes, so she immediately recognized the blonde cockatoo-style hair and leather jacket sported by the voice hero, Present Mike. He was not one of the heroes that had been called to subtly look for Izumi. The voice hero didn't do subtle. "Oh my god. What's happened? Did you find Izumi?" Sakuya exclaimed as she laid eyes on Present Mike. The pro winced and reluctantly shook his head. "I'm sorry to worry you, ma'am. I was asked to attend this meeting as a representative of the U.A staff." U.A. If you guys are getting involved, this must be big. Where the hell is Izumi? Katsuki demanded. That's what we're here to inform you about. We're already doing all we can for Izumi, the Mizutofu police chief said. He was a very old man in his 80s, but his was also extremely buff and fit for his age. His expression was gentle, and he had a long, dignified white beard. He was bald and had silver eyes and wore a black suit. My name is Tetsuo Ojiyama. I am the chief of police for Mizutofu. Allow me to introduce my friends. You already know Officer Toshiji, and Pro-Hero Present Mike, he said, speaking in a deep voice as he pointed to the familiar officer and hero. Next, he pointed to the other person in a suit, a woman wearing a dark red business suit. She appeared to be in her late 50s, but was almost as buff as Ojiyama. Her hair was silver and tied back into a neat ponytail while her eyes were an almost glowing yellow. This is my colleague, Akane Saito. She's the chief of police over in our neighboring city, Korosantu. Chief Saito nodded stiffly while Ojiyama moved on to the detective. This is Naomasa Tsukachi, one of the best detectives with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. They were kind enough to lend him to us. The detective and I are already acquainted. He collaborated with the commission and my foster daughter, Himiko, to aid in the arrest and interrogation of the villain, twice. Sakuya said, nodding politely to the man, who received a much friendlier wave from Himiko. The detective merely smiled politely to the group. Mildly surprised, but undeterred, Ojiyama then pointed to the last person, the odd man out in the group of heroes and law enforcement. The man was skinny to the point of being almost skeletal, while his eyes were sunken into his angular face, to the point they appeared black save for the burning blue irises. His hair was golden blonde and wildly unkempt, with two scraggly bangs that framed his face. His clothes consisted of a yellow pinstripe suit that was about 10 sizes too big for him. Sakuya had no idea why he'd chosen to wear something so oversized, but it made it look like the poor man was drowning in his own clothes. This is Toshinori Yagi. He is the personal aide and manager for All Might. All Might. Himiko squeaked as Katsuki gaped. Sakuya was shocked too. She knew the truth about All Might and his injury, and the fact that Toshinori wasn't the hero's aide, but the hero himself, being commission president, came with a lot of insider information. What she hadn't known was how badly his injury had affected him. If All Might looked this bad in his civilian form, his time limit must be getting awfully low. Perhaps it was time to involve Izumi, once they found her, of course. Unlike the teens, Dabi wasn't as starstruck by the mere mention of the top hero, so he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Why would All Might want to be involved in this? What do you want with Izumi? He demanded. Nothing at all, young man. All Might has recently moved to this city for his own reasons, and upon learning of young Midoriya going missing, he offered to assist in the situation. Mr. Yagi said politely. Sakuya gulped. Situation? What exactly is going on? I knew something was wrong when Izumi didn't come home, but why have heroes and two police chiefs already gotten involved? Is my daughter in real danger? She asked, beginning to panic. Somewhere down the line, Sakuya had stopped adding the word foster before her daughter. She had no intention of replacing Inko as Izumi's true mother, but a person could have more than one mom in this day and age. I'm afraid so. Chief Ojiyama sighed. Officer Toshiji was convinced that your daughter's disappearance was more serious than a 14-year-old girl running off in some teenage rebellion. With Izumi being a provisional hero and well known as the Kami of Mizutofu, a lot of us agreed. He investigated the area around Dagoba and found that while the area was mostly uninhabited right now, there were still a few security cameras operational. Ojiyama reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 photographs. The first showed Izumi talking with a man with blonde hair and wearing a peculiar bird-themed mask while they stood just outside of an alleyway. The next showed Izumi walking into the alley with the man. The last one showed 2 men carrying an unconscious Izumi out of the alley and bundling her into a parked car. One of the men was the blonde guy Izumi had been talking to in the first picture, while the other was bald and had the same strange bird mark. Oh my god! Someone kidnapped my child! Sakuya shrieked, a mix of horror, panic and fury in her voice. Someone had managed to capture Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Who knows what could happen to her, and the world? How the hell did they nab her? No way Izuken would get taken down by 2 punks like that. Katsuki yelled. We believe she was lured out of sight by the first man and then ambushed and knocked out before she could defend herself. Chief Saito frowned. We investigated the scene already and there are no signs of a struggle, and from the camera's recordings, the young Miss Midoriya was unharmed. Who are those guys? Himiko asked with narrowed eyes. Their names are unknown, and while we traced their vehicle, it was only a rental that was hired with cash and a fake ID, so the chances of identifying them are slim. However, the masks signify they are members of a Yakuza group based in my city. Chief Saito said grimly, they call themselves the Shai Hasaikai, also known as the 8 Precepts of Death. Sakuya almost fainted. The Yakuza. If the Yakuza had the young goddess, who knew what they could be doing to her? In the modern day, the Yakuza were mostly small-time criminals that ran illegal businesses like quirk fighting rings, illegal casinos, drug smuggling rings and brothels. For all Sakuya knew, the reborn sun goddess could be forced to fight other kidnapped children, or turned into a drug mule, or sold into prostitution. This is a nightmare, she said, nearly collapsing and having to brace herself against Dabi. If Izumi was forced into any of those situations, or worse, demons were involved, then there was a good chance that Izumi's resolve would slip and she'd be corrupted. Between the abuse of Himiko and Dabi, Izumi had already had 2 brushes with demonic power. Chief Saito bowed her head in shame. I am deeply sorry. The Shai Hasaikai are known to operate out of Korosanto, but we've largely ignored them due to villains being a higher priority. And now you're here to clean up the mess your laziness left. Dabi said coldly, I take it you've teamed up with the Mizutofu police now that this scum has pulled something here too, and you brought in the heroes to help fix your screw-up. Am I right? Saito scowled, but didn't deny it. That was when Present Mike piped up, Principal Nizu of U.A has volunteered the heroes working there to help with the investigation. The little listener was kidnapped in Mizutofu, right under the nose of UA. We heroes can't tolerate that. Plus, with the little listener being a provisional hero and a future U.A student, we have a personal reason to get involved too. All Might feels the same. Toshinori said seriously. Toshinori and Present Mike shared a brief glance, which Dabi caught. Of course, the heroes would work hard to bust the Yakuza now that they'd kidnapped someone, particularly a child, but it didn't take a genius to figure out why they were treating this so seriously. They knew about Izumi's quirk taking power from the quirk registry, before it was made classified, and would do anything to get it back under the control of the good guys. Criminals with the power to take quirks would be a catastrophe. Sakuya managed to get herself under control, taking a few calming breaths and accepting the soothing pats to her back, kindly offered by Himiko. Okay, so Izumi is being held by these precept people. What can we do to get her back? We're currently investigating every lead we have to find the gang's base. They're a small group, but very secretive. They've never done something this outrageous before. We believe they have only one base, so we're putting all resources into finding it. We tried using security footage to follow the car, but it drove through multiple blind spots and was eventually abandoned in a security dead zone on the edge of Mizutofu, likely due to the criminals changing vehicles to escape being tracked. We're talking to people who live in the area in hopes of a witness, but it will take time to solidify a lead. In the meantime, we've put together a strike force to attack the base and will launch the attack the instant we get confirmation on the base's location. Chief Ojiyama informed them. Present Mike gave Sakuya, Dabi, Himiko and Katsuki a smile and a thumbs up. Every hero working at U.A, including the principal himself, will be taking part in the raid. With us, the Mizutofu and Korosanto police forces, and All Might, there's no way we'll fail. You'll have the little listener back safe and sound before you know it. You better. If you guys don't find Izumi soon, then I'll go looking for her myself. I'll smoke them out and show them not to mess with my little sister. Katsuki growled, punching his palm and making a small explosion. Himiko's lips rose in a terrifying smile. I'm going to stock up on knives. If I find the Yakuza, I'll deliver him to the police all tied up with a nice red ribbon. They might be missing a few bits though. The adults gulped. These teenagers were far too intense. They were so serious about their threats that the police chiefs and heroes forgot to tell them not to get involved. Thankfully, as worried as Sakuya was, she still knew how to handle her wilder daughter and honorary nephew. Neither of you will do anything. If you go off as vigilantes, it will interfere with your wish to be heroes, and Izumi wouldn't want that. Sakuya told them, making both teens frown and look at their feet, unable to argue. Sakuya turned back to the adults and bowed deeply. Izumi is strong. She'll survive, no matter what the Yakuza do. But please, find her soon. The tree spirit begged. She knew Izumi would be okay, she just hoped she'd still be Izumi when they found her. The call of corruption could be very tempting to those in need of help. The gathered adults nodded seriously and got back to work, organizing the investigation teams while Sakuya and Dabi took the teens home. Through the entire trip back, Sakuya could only think one thing. Please Izumi, stay strong. The heroes are coming. Later that day. Shai Hasaikai compound, Korosanto. Izumi found herself being laid carefully on the bed in Eri's room by one of Overhaul's men. Eri was beside her, crying silently and hugging her tightly as Izumi tried to get comfortable despite her pain. Ugh. Either I'm a wuss or Eri is a lot tougher than I imagined. How the hell did she take these experiments? Izumi thought, not strong enough to speak to Eri. She dearly wanted to comfort the crying girl, but her body simply didn't have the strength left. The cursed restraint was back around her ankle too, not that Izumi could have used her powers in her current condition. Eri is a 5-year-old girl. She likely went into shock and disassociated to deal with the trauma. She is also used to the abuse. The video we saw was the most recent experiment she was subjected to. If it had been her first experience, I believe she would have reacted more viscerally. Yamagami said. Izumi frowned at the thought. Overhaul had been vicious with Izumi, not giving her a chance to catch her breath at all through the torture he called an experiment. It was the most harrowing experience of Izumi's short life. Overhaul had cut her with all the precision of an experienced surgeon, slicing through the skin and fat of her arm with the first cut, and then while Izumi was reeling from that, he'd immediately cut again in the same spot, going back to the top of the initial incision and using it as a guideline to slice deeper into her arm, severing through the muscle. Izumi had whimpered at that cut, but then Overhaul had repeated the cut a third time, slicing through what little muscle remained between her bone and the open air. Izumi was sure he's actually scraped the bone. That was when Izumi had started crying. She felt rewind kick in to begin reversing the damage, and that wasn't a pleasant feeling either. The painful electrical current she'd first felt when taking the quirk from Eri appeared again. But instead of going from her arms to the horn on her forehead, it went from the horn to her injured arm. Izumi had looked at the wound and immediately regretted it. Her exposed muscle fibers twitched and danced with the current passing through them and began to thread themselves back together. That was when Overhaul had suddenly grabbed some of these fibers with some tweezers and cut them out with a tug and a slice of the scalpel. Izumi had finally broken and begun screaming. Even with her pain reduced by the brush god's calming auras, this was a whole new level of torture. Overhaul placed the harvested flesh into a petri dish and then drained some of the blood that had pooled in the open wound with a large syringe. Then he repeated the process, cutting out more of Izumi's flesh and draining more blood until Izumi felt the veins around her horn pulse and the current get stronger, signifying that rewind was kicking it into the next gear. That was when Overhaul decided to call it quits on that cut, as it would heal too fast for him to gather more cells. Izumi had sighed with relief and used rejuvenation to heal the wound. Rejuvenation used less stamina than rewind, so it let her recover more easily than Eri had. But Overhaul wasn't done. Izumi could still think and function, so he kept going. He made another cut and the process repeated. In the end, Izumi wasn't sure how many times Overhaul sliced into her arm. All she remembered was a constant pain that linked the horn that came with Eri's quirk to the entirety of her arm. At some point, Izumi either passed out or was too incoherent with pain to speed up her healing with rejuvenation. That was when she experienced her first reset at Overhaul's hands. From what Izumi remembered of the video showing Overhaul's last experiment on Eri, the reset was the most awful looking part, as while the cutting was terrible, the sight of the little girl being literally obliterated, reduced to nothing but a bloody stain had been so much worse. Now that Izumi had been on the other side and experienced it for herself, the actual reset wasn't as bad as the cutting. It was still a horrid experience, as it felt like every atom of her existence was being torn apart, but it had been very quick on account of the fact she couldn't feel pain if she didn't have nerves anymore. After being reset, Izumi had regained some clarity and awareness, which meant Overhaul could continue his cruel work. The only bright spot were the brush gods, who on top of helping numb the pain, were whispering reassurances to her through it all. Thankfully, the resets didn't have any negative effect on the brush gods, as Overhaul's quirk couldn't affect her spirit. It also didn't affect her astral resurrection, as while Izumi technically died, she was reconstructed too quickly for the resurrection to be needed. Izumi had no idea how long the whole session lasted as it all blended together in her memory, forming a miasma of pain and suffering. When she hadn't been able to take any more, Overhaul had ordered chronostasis to snap the quirk suppressor back around her leg, and then had Rikiya Katsukame remove the shock/explosive collar from Eri's neck. The brute was then ordered to carry both her and Eri back to their shared room, where he laid Izumi on the bed and left, locking the door behind him. That had been quite a while ago, and Izumi was slowly getting a hold of herself. After a few minutes of struggling, Izumi was finally able to drag herself into a seated position and look down at Eri, who looked back at her with watery eyes. Izumi smiled weakly and petted the girl's hair. "It's all right, Eri. You're okay," she said softly. I'm okay, but what about you? They hurt you? You screamed a lot." Eri asked, on the verge of tears again. "I can take it. You were brave and took that torture for months and months. I have to make sure I never let you take it again," Izumi said, hugging Eri. Eri sniffled and hugged back, holding Izumi as tightly as she could. "I love you," she whispered. Izumi's heart swelled. "I love you too, Eri." The two girls looked each other in the eye, and Izumi felt something warm and loving settle into her heart. She didn't know it yet, but Izumi and Eri had just become connected by something that ran deeper than blood. Eri blushed and a spark appeared in her eyes. Your name," it was Midori. She began to struggle, not quite able to pronounce Izumi's name. Izumi could see shame beginning to creep into the girl's expression, so she grinned and kissed her cheek. My name is Izumi Midoriya. Midoriya. It can be a bit hard to say for small children, so you should call me Izumi, okay? Eri's blush returned and she nodded, her lips making a cute little quiver, as if she was trying and failing to smile. A short time later, the door opened and a pair of men came in, carrying trays of dinner for the girls. They left the trays on the ground beside the bed and then left without saying a word to either girl, locking the door behind them. Izumi stared at the food disdainfully. It was convenience store ready meals, the kind that came in the plastic containers with disposable cutlery and got microwaved. TCH, I hope Overhaul still plans on letting me use the kitchen. I can make better than this in 5 minutes. Izumi thought angrily as she lifted the trays onto the bed and passed one to Eri. Eri didn't seem too bothered by the food, not likely knowing any different. She was hungry and dug in, eating in sections like Izumi had done when she was little. Izumi smiled at the girl and began eating herself. The food didn't actually taste that bad, but it wasn't the kind of thing a growing girl should be living off. Once they'd eaten, Izumi wanted dearly to sleep off some of the fatigue of the day, but in order to try and maintain some normalcy for Eri, and hopefully find a chance to talk to Ishiko, who was still in the vents, she stayed awake until the little clock on the wall read 7 p.m. Then, she took Eri into the bathroom and bathed with her, an experience that the much younger girl found much more fun than just sitting in the bath while some crook washed her hair. Izumi even let Eri wash her own curly green hair, which the little girl found very interesting. It occurred to Izumi that Eri might not have ever met another girl before. The poor girl had whimpered while washing Izumi's hair, as she had lifted the green curls up to clean them, only to expose Izumi's back and the scars that went from her shoulders to her backside. The remnants of Rokuju's whipping and Izumi's first ever encounter with a demon. Izumi briefly wondered if Rokuju was somewhere in the base with them. The imp served Orochi, as did the precepts, so there was a good chance he was here somewhere. Pushing that thought aside, Izumi turned to Eri with a gentle smile. It's okay, Eri. I got these a long time ago, when I was as little as you. They don't hurt, so you don't need to be careful, she said kindly. Eri's lip quivered sadly. Didn't someone protect you? Like you protected me? Izumi smiled sadly. My mother, she tried to, but her soul was taken by a monster. Like the green monkey things? Eri asked innocently. Izumi's eyes widened. Eri, you can see the demons? The white-haired child nodded. They're mean and scary. The green monkey ones tease me and say I'm going to be their boss's lunch when I grow up. Sometimes the bad man makes them come get me and take me to the bad place. Eri shuddered in fear. I tried to hide in the wardrobe once, but one of them found me and spanked me really hard with my hairbrush. I don't like those monsters. Izumi's mind immediately summoned the memory of her own beatings at the hands of the green imps, back when she was only 4 years old. However, the memory twisted in her head and instead of remembering herself being beaten, Izumi saw Eri in her place, crying and screaming under the imp's lashes. Hatred filled Izumi and her eyes flashed red again, before she smothered those thoughts. The demon's corruption was so thick in the Yakuza base that it was getting to her more and more. Shaking the feelings off, Izumi stroked Eri's hair. Don't worry, Eri, I will never let them hurt you again. I promised, didn't I? Eri nodded, a happy spark returning to her eyes. She still couldn't seem to smile, but Izumi could understand that. It would take time to make Eri feel safe enough to smile. Once their hair had been washed, the two girls enjoyed a soak, during which Izumi felt some of her energy returning. The brush gods was giving up their own energy to restore Izumi's faster. They didn't normally do it, as if they ran out of power themselves, then they couldn't speak to Izumi and her ability to use their brush technique was greatly weakened. Still, with the fear that a weakened Izumi would be easily corrupted, they decided it was safer to give up their powers. It wasn't like Izumi could use them anyway while restrained by the cursed band. By the time Izumi was done making sure Eri was clean, she had regained enough stamina to function semi-normally, though Izumi maintained a facade of exhaustion. If Overhaul were to learn how quickly she could recover, he might force her to stay in the lab all day. Once the bath was done, Izumi briefly checked the vent, only to find that Ishiko hadn't returned yet. The greenette wasn't worried. Ishiko was stealthy and could look after herself. The punkle would find Izumi when she returned and wouldn't expose herself, so things would be okay. Leaving the bathroom, Izumi changed Eri and herself into new off-white dresses, brushed their hair carefully, after assuring a fearful Eri that she wouldn't ever use the brush to spank her, like the demon had, and rewrapped the little girl's arms and legs in bandages to cover the scars, which Eri was shy about. As she wrapped them, Izumi counted each and every one. There were 42 different scars in total, some thicker and or longer than the others. Izumi guessed that those were places Overhaul had cut Eri multiple times, as she was sure Eri had been subjected to more than 42 cuts. Izumi had suffered over 20 today alone. When Izumi finished wrapping Eri's limbs, the white-haired girl held up a roll of bandages and shyly pointed at Izumi's left upper arm. Izumi frowned and looked at the point Eri was looking at, her eyes widening as she saw them, a collection of 4 thin scars, each roughly 2 inches long and a millimeter thick. You have been scarred again. Yamagami said sadly. Izumi had been injured a lot since Rokuju's attack, but any scars she should have gained had been prevented by the power of rejuvenation, which didn't create scar tissue. For the Dragon of Restoration, a scar on the Sun Goddess was a mark of shame. Izumi was quick to assure him that it wasn't his fault, before beginning to wonder why she was scarred in the first place. I guess rewind doesn't heal scars like rejuvenation does. These cuts are probably the ones that finished healing under rewind's effect, not rejuvenation. They were both active at once, so whichever finished first would determine if I was scarred. I wonder why rewind leaves scars anyway, shouldn't it simply reverse the cut? Maybe because the quirk isn't activated fully? Izumi muttered, half responding to Yamagami and half theorizing. She began to descend into a full-on mutter storm, consumed momentarily by her habit of quirk analysis. Despite being named rewind, it is unlikely that the quirk actually has an effect on time itself. More likely, it simulates the effects of reversing time by causing biological processes to work in reverse. This is why it only works on organic matter. If it truly affected time, then inorganic matter would be affected too. In the case of these wounds, the process of injury is reversed, becoming superfast healing instead and thus leaves a scar. Rejuvenation is special in that it repairs, rather than truly heals, replacing the missing or damaged parts with new ones created from the ink, hence why it doesn't leave a scar. Izumi muttered. Izumi? Eri asked, looking up with curious eyes. Izumi had been muttering and then suddenly staring into space, it worried the little girl. Oh, sorry sweetheart. I got distracted. Do you want to try and wrap them up? Izumi offered, holding her arm out for Eri. Eri nodded shyly and did her best to wrap the scars. It was messily done and used more bandages than was really necessary, but it was a valiant effort. Well done, Eri. Now let's get you to bed. I think we're both tired. Izumi said, beaming at Eri. There was only one bed, but it was more than big enough for both girls, so Izumi tucked Eri in and then switched off the light before climbing in beside her. Eri immediately cuddled up to Izumi. Night-night, she said sleepily. Izumi smiled softly and kissed the girl's forehead, good night Eri. Eri dropped off to sleep almost straight away, but Izumi stayed awake a little longer as she was deep in thought, categorizing and analyzing everything she'd learned that day. First, she'd been kidnapped by the Shai Hasaikai, a Yakuza group working with the demon general Yamada no Orochi, more commonly known just as Orochi. Overhaul and Orochi were working together, but they had different goals. Overhaul wanted to use Eri's rewind quirk to create a drug that rewound the biological evolution that resulted in quirks. His motive seemed to stem from a psychotic belief that quirks were a disease, with heroism and villainy being both diseases themselves as well symptoms of the quirk disease. He was clearly insane, and he tortured Eri, so Izumi didn't give a damn what he wanted or why. He wanted Izumi to accelerate his research by having her use rejuvenation to let him hurt Eri more, though that was unnecessary now that Izumi had taken Eri's quirk. Orochi wanted what he always did, his own power. In both battles Izumi had with the serpent demon in her previous lives, Orochi had sought to rule the world by devouring the souls of 100 beautiful women, with the 100th being the sacrifice of a pure virgin maiden. The problem Izumi couldn't figure out was why Orochi was working with Overhaul. The Yakuza had nothing to offer aside from Eri as a potential sacrifice, and Orochi would certainly be able to simply take her if he wished. Orochi wanted Izumi for one of two purposes, to either corrupt her into a demon to serve the evil one, or to devour her as his 100th sacrifice to gain power to wrest control from his own master and become the new evil one. The snake didn't seem to care which option she took, since he was allowing Overhaul to place the choice in Izumi's hands. So that was the core of the information Izumi had managed to put together. Overhaul was nuts, Orochi had bizarre and unknown motives, and they were both working together to keep her captive. Other than that, Izumi had discovered that the Shai Hasaikai's boss, presumably the one from before Overhaul, was being kept alive by Orochi somehow, implying the man was very ill or injured, and that Izumi's quirk taking power was enough to make the Yakuza believe she was connected to someone or something called All for One. That name seemed familiar, but with everything that had happened, she couldn't recall where she'd heard it. Izumi huffed as her eyes grew heavy, this was getting complicated. She had too many questions that still needed answering. Where did Eri come from? Who was her family? How did she come to be in the Yakuza's hands? Why was Orochi helping the Yakuza? Who, or what, was All for One? Why did they think Izumi was connected to this person/thing? Eri was sound asleep, and Izumi wasn't far behind her, there would be more experiments to endure tomorrow, but Izumi would survive. She'd take all that these Yakuza scum could dish out, and then she'd find a way to escape. All she needed was a single chance to use her quirk without Eri being in danger, and she was sure she could get them out. Izumi finally succumbed to sleep, the beginnings of a plan in her head. There was a silver lining to all this hardship. Not only would Izumi be able to save Eri, but she might just be able to slay Orochi and release the souls he devoured. If Izumi could pull this off, all the victims of the so-called Reaper would wake up. Including Izumi's mother. Next chapter, Hell Days to be released, June 27, 2021. Another chapter down. This time we got to see inside Sakuya's head for a bit and see how the outside world is reacting to Izumi's kidnapping. Also, it looks like All Might and U.A are getting involved. The rescue will be hectic. And of course, the less fun part, Izumi enduring the experiments. She's having one heck of a tough time at the moment, but she's keeping her promise and Eri is as safe as possible. Izumi also has a secondary goal now, taking down Orochi. Next chapter will have Izumi begin plotting her escape, as well as some much-needed fluff and cuteness with Eri. That little scene of affection between them is a lot more important than you might expect. Also, I'm sure a lot of you are crying out for blood from the Yakuza, and while I agree, remember who Izumi is as a person. She isn't the type to kill unless she has no choice. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5-4, Hell Days. Sunday, April 17, 2281. Shai Hasaikai Compound, Korisantu. The next day began what would soon become the routine for Izumi's life in the Shai Hasaikai compound. Izumi woke up naturally at around 6 a.m. and lay in bed with Eri in her arms, until the little girl woke up too. Eri was an early riser too it seemed, and extremely eager to do anything Izumi asked, so it was no effort at all to get the child to wash her face and brush her hair and teeth. While Eri was doing this, Izumi checked the vents for Ishiko. The punkle was absent, but a small piece of paper was nestled just inside the vent, so Izumi reached a finger in and pulled the paper out, unfurling it to discover it was a piece of toilet paper that Ishiko had written on. The punkle had written as largely as she could, but thanks to her small size, the words were barely readable if Izumi squinted at the paper. The note read, "Izumi, I'm so sorry for not being more help. I have explored maybe a third of this place's vents and the size of this compound is insane. I've managed to discover a few bits and pieces of information, but all the vents connected to the outside are blocked by grates that even I can't squeeze through, so I can't get out to get help. We'll need to escape on our own, or wait for rescue. I was in the vents above Overhaul's office and the lab, so I know what you went through and what that insane bastard is doing. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something to stop him, but I'm weaker than you even without your powers. I couldn't bear to watch, so I kept exploring while he was hurting you. I hope you'll forgive me. I'm writing this note now as you sleep, so you'll know I'm okay in case I've left to keep looking around before you wake up. I'll look around some more and be back before you go to bed this evening, so we can talk then. Please try to look after yourself and Eri. Ishiko." Izumi's heart ached for Ishiko. The punkle had been her nearly omnipresent companion since she was 5, so it felt odd not to have her. Izumi wished Ishiko wouldn't feel guilty for not being able to help, but she'd have to address that tonight. Perhaps Ishiko's exploration would provide the missing pieces needed for Izumi's plan. When Eri was done washing up, Izumi took her place and discreetly disposed of Ishiko's note, so there was no chance of it being discovered, then took the little girl back to the main room before the guards watching the cameras got suspicious. The fact that their little bathroom didn't have security cameras was a blessing for Izumi, one she didn't want to give Overhaul reason to remove. At around 8 a.m., some of Overhaul's men came along and made sure they were both up, then took their dinner trays from the previous night and replaced them with breakfast trays, which were just another pair of convenience store meals. Before the men left, Izumi reminded them that Overhaul had said she could use the kitchen and they promised to bring it up with their boss. They were very polite, if a little stiff, so Izumi got the impression that they'd been ordered not to upset Izumi or Eri. Maybe Overhaul was trying the carrot approach rather than the stick. It was wishful thinking, but there wasn't much else Izumi could do while her powers were suppressed. After eating breakfast, Izumi took stock of the unopened toys and books littering the place and began to tidy them away, before picking a few and showing them to Eri. Eri could read a little, but not much, and she didn't have a clue how to play with toys, so Izumi split their time between showing Eri how to play and teaching her how to read. It was actually quite fun, and helped both girls forget their situation for a time. At 1 p.m., the men returned with some sandwiches and a message from Overhaul. Izumi would be allowed to use the kitchen for all meals starting tomorrow, but she would be supervised by one of Overhaul's 8 bullets. This would mean that the experiments were rescheduled to after dinner, otherwise Izumi would have been too exhausted to cook. The afternoon was spent much like the morning, until 4 p.m. when Overhaul came to collect the girls for the experiments. Izumi didn't want to remember the next part. It was the same as the first session, cutting, healing and resetting until she could barely retain consciousness even after being reset. Then Katsukame took her and Eri back to their room, where Eri was extra cuddly to try and soothe Izumi's pain. Even though she wasn't the subject of the experiments anymore, Eri was still forced to watch as a hostage to ensure Izumi didn't use the opportunity to rebel while her powers weren't being suppressed. It was horrible for the little girl, forced to watch as the first person to care for her was sliced apart and destroyed then reassembled, all to take the pain that was originally meant for Eri. Eri felt ashamed. She knew that Izumi was suffering because of Eri's quirk and it filled her with guilt, but at the same time, the 5-year-old was relieved she wasn't suffering instead, which only made her feel worse. Izumi didn't seem to mind though, she just patted Eri's head and told her it was okay. In a repeat of their first day together, dinner was delivered soon after the experiments ended. The girls ate and then went for their bath, with Izumi eager to finally speak to Ishiko again and also soothe the new set of scars she'd gained from the day's experiments. Almost as soon as the bathroom door closed, and Izumi got the bathwater running, Ishiko appeared from out of the vent. Eri saw her first, but merely stared silently at the punkle, seeing her as only a bouncing ball of yellow light. The little girl gently pulled on Izumi's dress. "Izumi, there's a shiny thing on the sink," she said cutely. Izumi turned and immediately broke out into a huge smile as she saw Ishiko. "Ishiko. Thank God you're okay. I was terrified something bad had happened to you, until I saw your note," the girl said, rushing over and scooping Ishiko up in her hands, then rubbing the tiny being against her cheek. Ishiko giggled and hugged Izumi's cheek. "I'm fine Izumi, I'm more worried about you. I heard the day's experiments, the vents carry the sound to every corner of this hellhole." Ishiko said, sounding like she was about to cry. "It's okay, Ishiko. As long as you and Eri are safe, I'll be able to endure." Izumi smiled. Ishiko sighed, wishing Izumi didn't have to endure, but instead of commenting on that, she looked down at Eri, who was watching their exchange with sparkling eyes. "Is it okay for the little one to be here? Won't it raise questions?" Ishiko asked. Izumi shook her head. "Eri has strong spiritual power, enough that she can see the demons. Plus, she's a good girl, she'll keep you a secret, right Eri?" Eri nodded enthusiastically. "Is she a fairy?" Izumi giggled while Ishiko rolled her eyes. The older girl knelt on the floor and lowered her hand so Eri could easily see Ishiko. "Eri, this is my best friend, Ishiko. She's a special type of person called a punkle, which makes her very small but also lets her talk to animals and see spirits. She's going to help us escape." Eri's eyes sparkled more. "You're going to take Izumi and me away from here?" Ishiko nodded. "Not by myself. I'm going to help Izumi save you. I'm too small and weak to do much by myself," she said, slightly bitter over that fact, "but I can help by stealing things and getting information. You've got to keep me a secret though. Don't tell anyone about me, alright?" Eri nodded seriously. Ishiko and Izumi were working hard to save her. Eri would do whatever they told her. Seeing the little girl's serious expression made the two older girls smile. Ishiko then turned to Izumi. "I've managed to scout most of the place. Like I said in my note, even I can't escape via the vents, as there are grates with holes the size of pinpricks over any vent that leads outside. Even peeking through those holes, all I saw was grass and generic buildings, so I have no idea where we are. However, I've managed to find a lot of locations inside the base, including Overhaul's room, the lab, his office, the rooms of all his 8 bullets, the kitchens, and a few other rooms. I also found out where they're keeping your stuff. Your school uniform got burned, but your backpack and everything inside it, including your phone, is in the lab. They're in a locked cabinet like 3 feet from the chair they strapped Eri down in. I saw Overhaul put them in there himself." Izumi beamed. "Excellent. I have almost all the information I need to finish formulating my plan. What about Orochi and the demons? Did you see much of them?" "Demons yes, Orochi no." Ishiko said, "There are a couple of groups of the creatures roaming around, but their total number is exactly 88. Mostly imps with a few others mixed in. They congregate on the lower levels, but for the love of all that's decent, do not take Eri down there in your escape. It's a real-life Silence of the Lambs," the punkle shuddered. Izumi went green, remembering Overhaul's comment about his more disposable men being eaten by the demons. "No sign of Orochi at all. I checked everywhere, so he's either residing in a room without a vent, which is possible, or he's elsewhere," Ishiko said. Izumi frowned. "That'll make escaping easier, but it messes up my second objective. Anything else to report?" "Yeah, just one thing," Ishiko said. "There's a room with a comatose old man. Apparently he's the real boss of the Shai Hasaikai, and Overhaul took over when he went into a coma due to illness. Apparently Orochi's keeping him alive, though I don't know how. Izumi hummed. The old man made her pause, a strange feeling in her chest. She shrugged it off. A comatose old man wouldn't be a problem, so it was best to ignore him for now and inform the police about him after she escaped, so he'd get proper medical help. While the information Ishiko had provided had been mostly vague, it was still enough for Izumi to finish her plan. I think I have everything. I need to know how to get to the kitchens from here, but I'll find that out for myself tomorrow. Izumi mused. Ishiko nodded, so what's the plan? Izumi grinned, it's simple. Get loose from this restraint, bust out of here, kick Overhaul's butt, hopefully slay Orochi, and get Eri to safety. The plan is simple, but actually pulling it off is going to be difficult. Luckily, I have you here. Your storage quirk is going to be crucial. Ishiko raised an eyebrow. Okay, give me the details. Izumi spent the next few minutes explaining what she wanted Ishiko to do. The punkle girl didn't like what Izumi had planned, since it involved the wolf girl being tortured again, but it would provide the punkle with the best chance to complete her part of the plan. Eri, bless her heart, listened quietly and did her best to keep up with the conversation, but ultimately she couldn't really grasp what was happening. All she knew was that Ishiko was going to do something while Izumi was being hurt, and it would lead to them escaping. With the plan set, Izumi and Eri finally got to have their relaxing bath, only with Ishiko joining them. Eri helped Izumi wrap her newest collection of scars, which made Ishiko seethe with hatred towards Overhaul, and then the punkle allowed Eri to hold her gently in her hands while Izumi brushed their hair. When they were done, Ishiko turned to the human girls. Alright, I'll return to the vents now. I'll linger near the vents in the lab, so don't be surprised if you don't see me until after tomorrow's experiments. Eri, Izumi, both of you do your best to endure. I'll ensure the plan goes without a hitch. Izumi smiled and thanked her, while Eri reached out a tiny finger and patted Ishiko's back with the same comforting motions Izumi used on her. Smiling, Ishiko kissed Eri's nose goodnight, making the little girl blush and wave to the punkle. Izumi thanked the punkle once more, then took Eri out of the bathroom and going straight to bed. That night, Izumi went to sleep with a small smile. The first stage of her plan was almost complete. Stage 1, Reconnaissance. Izumi needed to know the basic routine of the facility, how to get from Eri's room to the laboratory, and how Overhaul and his men acted during the experiments. She'd gathered most of the information from observation over the last 2 days, and what she hadn't known, Ishiko had filled in. Now all Izumi needed was to know how to get to the kitchens, and she'd be ready to begin stage 2. That would be where Ishiko really shined. Monday 1/8th April 2 2081. Izumi's third day with the Shai Hasaikai, and her second full day, was much the same as the last. The only difference was that half an hour before each meal, one of Overhaul's men would come and lead the girls to the kitchen. The man was Hikiji Tengai, the pious man that had apparently changed Izumi's clothes when she was first captured. He was a man with short, spiky blonde hair the same color as Katsuki's, and gray eyes that he rarely opened. He was dressed in a simple black yukata with a white sash and had a dull brown mask shaped like a bird's beak over his nose and mouth. Of the members of Overhaul's forces that Izumi had met, Tengai was the only one she sort of liked. Eri was comfortable with him and he didn't feel the need to threaten the girl to ensure Izumi obeyed. In fact, as a former Buddhist, Tengai was very polite to Izumi and would do what she said so long as it didn't defy Overhaul's orders, referring to her as Divine One and OkamiAmaterasu. The man even apologized for being the one to strip search her when she was first captured, and assured Izumi that he did his best to maintain her dignity in the process. At Izumi's request, the monk-like man demonstrated his quirk, Barrier, which created a golden sphere of telekinetic energy around him that was as strong as steel. He invited Izumi to punch it, or even attack it with the kitchen appliances to prove his point. Izumi chose not to, just in case it got her and Eri punished by Overhaul. Just because Tengai was willing to let her didn't mean Overhaul wouldn't hurt her for accepting. Under Tengai's watchful eye, Izumi showed Eri how to cook a basic and tasty breakfast, which they ate together in the kitchen. Eri's eyes had lit up. It was only some smoked fish, white rice and miso soup, but it was new to Eri and she loved it. That had brightened Izumi's mood considerably to the point she even, reluctantly, offered to fix a plate for Tengai, though the man politely refused. Before escorting the girls back to their room, he carefully examined the room to ensure everything was in the proper place and Izumi wasn't trying to smuggle anything out. Nothing was missing, so he took the girls back without a word. Izumi frowned once they got back to the room and Tengai left. While friendly to her, Tengai was the diligent type and very loyal to Overhaul, which meant he was unlikely to forget to check the kitchen before letting Izumi leave, and he likely wouldn't think anything of strip searching Izumi or Eri if something was missing. Without Ishiko present to use her storage quirk to hide an object, Izumi couldn't smuggle anything out safely, and she couldn't keep Ishiko with her as then she might be exposed by the inevitable strip search. Even if she wasn't discovered, the missing object would immediately make Overhaul suspicious and potentially risk him having Nemoto question her with his truth-forcing quirk, which would ruin the whole plan. Plus, Izumi didn't want Eri to suffer the indignity of a strip search, even if the little girl was too young to be particularly upset. Forgetting all that, Izumi was still satisfied. Now she knew how to get to the kitchens to arm herself after she found a way to get her powers back. The knives would be a great way of saving ink and stamina when the time came. Stage 1 of her plan was officially complete, and Stage 2 would begin when the time came for the day's session in the lab. The day progressed the same as the previous one, only this time Izumi got to take Eri to the kitchens to cook their own meals. At lunchtime, she taught Eri to make a bento lunch, and then at dinner, which came before the lab session, to accommodate Izumi's cooking, they deviated from the norm and baked an apple pie. That proved to be very popular with Eri, who apparently loved apples. No sooner than they'd finished their first slices, Overhaul, Chronostasis and Katsukame arrived in the kitchen. Izumi frowned. I guess we're going straight from dinner to the lab. Overhaul nodded. Correct. You've done very well in the last 2 sessions, we've made remarkable progress. You'll continue the good behavior today as well, won't you? He asked. I will, but don't blame me if I throw up. Being sliced like a ham won't sit well on top of the pie Eri and I made. Want a slice? Izumi offered. Overhaul raised an eyebrow as he looked at the pie. It looked pretty good for something baked by a teenager and a 5-year-old. Not trying to poison me, are you? He said jokingly. Izumi rolled her eyes. She was starting to think Overhaul had a split personality. One moment he was genial and joking, and the next he was threatening to have a little girl beaten while Izumi was carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Eri and I both ate it. Unless you're deathly allergic to cinnamon, I think you'll be fine. Overhaul snorted. I'm not, but I'll abstain from the pie. You can eat the rest another time, so you can both enjoy the fruits of your labor. Now come on, the lab beckons, and I want to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Izumi nodded and put the half-eaten pie in the fridge while thinking, your labor. It's me getting dissected. I swear, I'm going to make Overhaul regret the day he dreamt up this stupid scheme. As Izumi turned to follow Overhaul, she noticed Katsukame watching the fridge longingly, likely wanting a bit of pie for himself. Izumi would have offered, but the big brute had smacked her twice the day before last, so no pie for him. Izumi almost felt ashamed of the spike of vindictive pleasure that thought brought her. Almost. They went to the lab and both girls were strapped down as always while Overhaul prepared his tools of torture. Syringes, scalpels and tweezers were arranged on a little table beside Izumi's chair, just out of her reach. Once Izumi was strapped down and Katsukame was in his usual threatening position behind Eri, who was made to wear the bomb collar again, Izumi tried to discreetly look around the room. She eyed the security cameras that were focused on both her and Eri, which were also recording the experiments, and then she looked up to the room's single vent. A tiny yellow speck of light could be seen just inside it, looking almost like a piece of metal that was catching the light. Izumi held back a smile. Ishiko was in place. Then the procedure began. It was the same as the last 2 and thankfully, the pain didn't make Izumi throw up, though Eri did take it harder than usual. She was crying almost as much as Izumi, and kept begging Overhaul to go easier on the green-haired girl, though the man paid her no attention. Izumi felt a stab of guilt. The time they'd spent cooking together had improved their relationship even more, which meant it felt worse for Eri to watch her being tortured. The stinging cuts brought tears to Izumi's eyes, but she did her best to keep an eye on Ishiko without giving away what was happening to Overhaul. Stage 2 of her 3-stage plan was equipment. She needed 2 objects to successfully pull off her escape attempt, and Ishiko was tasked with using the experiments as cover for her to steal the first of those objects, Izumi's cell phone. The phone was crucial, as without it, Izumi couldn't call for help or activate the GPS beacon, which would allow Sakuya to see where her phone was, a feature that the Konohana matriarch had insisted on for both Izumi and Himiko, which was fair considering the amount of trouble the girls got into. Ishiko had seen the phone being put in Izumi's backpack and locked in a cabinet within the lab, which apparently doubled as the storage place for any valuable objects the Shy Hasaikai had, likely so Overhaul had all his most precious resources in one place. The plan to retrieve it was fairly simple. Ishiko would use the experiments as a distraction to sneak behind Katsukame, pick the lock on the cabinet, then steal Izumi's cell phone and hide it with her storage quirk. Then she'd sneak out and return the phone to Izumi when they reconvened in her room. It was risky, since Overhaul, Chronostasis, and Katsukame were all in the room, but they would all be facing Izumi, who was strapped down opposite of Eri, while the cabinet Ishiko had to break into was behind Eri's chair. Izumi would have liked to simply have Ishiko commit the theft while the room was empty, but Izumi remembered the video Overhaul had shown her of the last time he experimented on Eri, the cabinet containing her things had been in full view of the camera, and since those cameras were always on, if Ishiko stole the phone while the room was empty, she'd be easily caught on camera, and if Overhaul or someone else checked the recording, it would spell doom for their plan, and Izumi and Eri would suffer for it. However, during the experiments on Izumi, the girl had noticed that Katsukame always loomed behind Eri as a silent threat, watching almost eagerly for a sign of rebellion from Izumi, so the monster could use it as an excuse to hurt Eri. His attempts at intimidation played right into Izumi's hands though, as his bulk completely obscured the view of the cabinet from the camera. In other words, so long as Katsukame stood in his usual spot and all attention was on Izumi, neither the Yakuza or the camera would be able to see Ishiko sneaking down from the vent and breaking into the cabinet. Izumi did her best to muffle her screams as the torture continued, so as not to distract Ishiko. On her end, Ishiko was working quickly so she could get the phone and flee before she was noticed. She worked fast, not wanting to be exposed to the sight of her dearest friend being tortured. Starting from the vent, Ishiko took a running leap and jumped from the vent to the ceiling, using her tiny katana, then shimmer like a climbing spike to stick to the ceiling. From there, she used her sword and a broken syringe needle she'd found in the trash to continuously stab into the ceiling and swing from spot to spot, until she was directly above Katsukame. Then, with a strong kick to the ceiling, Ishiko pulled her two blades free and landed easily on the metal objects on Katsukame's shoulders. Ishiko was so light, and the man so buff, that the Yakuza enforcer didn't notice a thing, letting Ishiko easily navigate the man's harness to get closer to the ground. The punkle was mostly careful to avoid his skin, but the butterfly-like hair ornament she wore accidentally brushed his arm as she descended, causing the tiniest tickling feeling. Katsukame didn't even look down, instead just lifting his arm to scratch at what he thought was an itch. Ishiko, hanging from his belt, had to suppress a sigh of relief as she finally managed to reach the floor, climbing down the man's pants leg. Now she was right in front of the cabinet, and all she needed to do was pick the lock and the hard part would be over. The punkle carefully climbed up to the lock and jammed her sword and needle into it, then began to wiggle them around in an attempt to lift the tumblers and lock them in place. She had to go very slowly and only act while Izumi was screaming, otherwise the quiet clattering of the lock would be audible to the enemy. It was a harrowing experience, but eventually, Ishiko successfully picked the lock and gained access to the cabinet. A cabinet that immediately swung open with a loud bang. Ishiko froze and both Izumi and Eri's eyes widened with terror. The Yakuza turned to the source of the bang. Izumi panicked, sure Ishiko was about to be discovered, so she took a massive risk and released a huge flash of divine light, which dragged her, Eri and the three Yakuza members into the astral plane, leaving only Ishiko behind. When the group arrived in the astral plane, Izumi found that since the chairs she and Eri were strapped to had been bolted down, they hadn't been sucked in with them, leaving her and Eri free. For a single instant, Izumi considered using the opportunity to rush and grab Eri, then send the Yakuza back without them, but she knew she couldn't leave the astral plane to any spot but the one she entered from, and Eri would only be able to survive for 3 hours, meaning it would only buy her a 3-hour reprieve before an inevitably bad punishment. Izumi may have been free from her straps and without the cursed band, but Eri still had the shock/bomb collar on, which needed a key to remove, so Izumi dared not risk anything yet. Overhaul took one look at his surroundings, having been warned of the astral plane by Orochi, and turned a vicious glare at Izumi. W8. Izumi cried, fearing he was about to activate the command to shock Eri. Accident. It was an accident, she yelled, getting down on her knees and carefully holding her hands out in front of her, showing she wasn't trying anything funny. You call this an accident? Overhaul yelled. Behind him, Katsukame leaned down and grabbed Eri roughly by the shoulder, making the little girl whimper though thankfully not in pain. Stop. Please don't hurt her. It really was an accident, I didn't mean to do this. Oh look, I'll send us all back and we'll continue, okay? I won't do anything bad and you can strap me down again and keep going. Just please don't hurt anyone. Izumi begged. Overhaul grabbed Izumi by the chin and forced her to look him in the eyes. Nemoto wasn't present, so he couldn't be sure she was telling the truth. Explain how this happened. Izumi briefly panicked, being a bad liar, but thankfully the Hanagami monkeys were skilled in deception and came up with a story for her, which she parroted to Overhaul. Why, you know about the brush gods, right? How they live inside me and can help me control and use my powers. Well, when my body is under a lot of stress or being damaged a lot, they forcibly activate my power and bring me here to heal and rest. The last couple of days, I've resisted and actively forced the power to stop, so I wouldn't upset you and get Eri hurt, but I'm more tired than usual today, so I couldn't resist as well as usual, and something falling over behind Katsukame made a loud noise and startled me. I thought he might have hit Eri, so I panicked and lost control. I swear I didn't plan to do this. The Yakuza boss sneered behind his mask and looked back at Katsukame. Did you hit Eri? Nah boss. I think something fell over behind me. Probably nudged it with my harness after scratching my arm, the muscle-bound Yakuza said with a shrug. Overhaul's eyes narrowed, then turned back to Izumi. Return us now. Any funny business, and Eri will pay for it. Of course, I'll obey. Izumi promised, the released more divine light and sent them all back, praying that Ishiko was gone. The group landed back in Overhaul's lab in the exact spots they'd been standing/sitting in before being whisked off to the astral plane. Eri was already sat in her chair, so Katsukame strapped her down again while Izumi immediately put herself back in position and allowed Chronostasis and Overhaul to do the same to her. Once both girls were secured, the Yakuza trio turned around to see what had caused the loud bang in the first place. Izumi's heart soared when she saw that all the cabinets were closed and locked, while a hook on the wall above them, which held some bloody towels, had seemingly come loose and fallen down, creating the noise. Izumi barely hid her smile. Ishiko had succeeded in escaping and covering for the noise. The greenette looked up at the vent and saw a little yellow light inside, jumping up and down to signal her success. Ishiko, mission complete, retreated back through the vents, leaving Izumi to endure the remainder of her session. Overhaul turned back to Izumi, satisfied that nothing was going on and he was in full control. Do not do that again. Accident or not, if you send us there again, I will punish you and Eri severely. It'll be much harder for you to endure being strapped down if your backsides are covered in welts, he threatened. Why yes sir, I'm sorry. Like I said, I was just more tired than usual. Overhaul ignored her and immediately began the experiments again, cutting Izumi viciously. He was angry from the interruption, and was being much more aggressive with her. Izumi needed to end the experiments early. She couldn't take much more of this if she was going to continue planning with Ishiko later. Thankfully, Izumi had observed that Overhaul always ended the experiment after Izumi stopped being able to use rejuvenation to close her wounds, leaving Rewind to complete the process and resulting in a scar. It would cost her another scar, but after she felt her energy begin to dwindle to the minimum she needed to stay functional, Izumi forcibly stopped herself from activating rejuvenation. Overhaul scowled as he watched the light of rejuvenation appear, and then flicker off again before it could heal anything. Instead, his last cut on the girl's leg was being closed by Rewind and the veins around her horn were pulsing. Your stamina really is lower today, he frowned, another reset would be useless. I had thought you'd be stronger, having eaten beforehand today. Izumi panted in pain, sorry. I didn't sleep so good last night, and the astral plane incident took some power too, she lied. The Yakuza boss sighed and looked at the samples he'd collected. It's still more than I would get from Eri, so won't complain for now. Still, I won't be happy if this repeats itself. The moment you return to your room, you are to bathe and sleep. No wasting time playing around, he ordered. With that, the man began cleaning his scalpels and Chronostasis moved to retrieve the cursed restraint. Chronostasis slapped the cursed restraint around her ankle again, cutting her off from her powers. The key to the restraint was always kept in the hooded man's coat where Izumi couldn't see it, and he never exposed it when Izumi wasn't properly restrained, which meant Izumi wasn't going to be able to snag it without being discovered. Izumi didn't mind that though, she already had a plan to deal with the restraint. Once the cuff was in place, both girls were released from their straps and Eri immediately ran sobbing into Izumi's arms, whispering sorry over and over again. Shoo, sweetheart. It's okay. You don't need to be sad. Izumi smiled softly, using all her strength to pick Eri up and cuddle her close. You have strength left for that, but not your powers. Overhaul frowned. I'm pushing myself to my limit. Izumi said, making up an excuse, I usually try to shake some real feeling back into myself when we're back in our room, but you've ordered me to go straight to bed. I figured I'd walk back instead of being carried by Katsukame, to try and make the blood flow properly again. Overhaul humphed but didn't complain, instead going back to his cleaning. Izumi frowned, can we have the future sessions without Eri here? She shouldn't have to see this. She experienced it herself, so she can deal with watching. Her sobbing doesn't bother me, and I need to ensure your obedience, the man said, not even turning to look at the girls. Callous bastard. It'll be you sobbing when this is done. Izumi thought, her face contorting into a snarl. Chronostasis led the girls out of the room and Izumi staggered back to her room while carrying Eri. Overhaul had allowed her to walk like she'd asked, which Izumi had wanted just in case Katsukame copped a feel while carrying her. He'd done it the day before, when Izumi was too tired to protest, and the girl didn't want a repeat of that. The girls were led into their room and then the door shut behind them, locked from the outside again. Home sweet home. Izumi muttered sarcastically. Eri didn't speak, instead staying pressed into Izumi's chest. She hadn't said a word to Izumi other than sorry since the day's session had begun. Izumi took her into the bathroom and gently set her down on the edge of the bath while she got the water running. Izumi then turned to the vent and peered inside. Ishiko, she whispered. At the sound of her name, Ishiko appeared from around the corner of the ventilation system and hopped over. Izumi. Thank goodness. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect the cabinet to swing open so suddenly. Those monsters didn't hurt you or the little one, right? Ishiko asked worriedly, noticing how quiet and timid Eri was acting. We're as fine as we can expect to be. Izumi sighed. I was able to convince them it was an accident caused by the brush gods. Overhaul was mad and made the experiments hurt more, but Eri wasn't hurt, so I'll call it a win. What about you? Are you okay? Well, aside from shaving a few years off my life with terror, I'm fine. You saved my bacon with that astral planes trick. I thought for sure I was about to die. Still, I managed to use the opportunity to snag your cell phone and get out of there. I even worked that hook out of the wall to use as a cover for the noise the cabinet made. Ishiko explained. Izumi nodded and frowned. We might be in trouble. The whole reason we planned for you to steal it while I was being experimented on was so Katsuki would block you from the camera, but since I took him into the astral planes too, you must have been recorded while escaping. Already taken care of. Ishiko grinned. After you came back, I worked my way to the surveillance room and messed with the recordings. I would have mentioned it before so I could have stolen back your phone without you being experimented on, but there's usually a guard watching the cameras. I was going to expose myself and pretend I had just arrived to bust you out, and distract the guard, then snuck back when he ran off, but thankfully the guy watching the room was a coward and must have fled already after seeing his boss disappear to the astral plane. As far as the Yakuza are concerned, your little flash of light managed to knock out the cameras in the lab. All recordings after you and the others disappeared have been destroyed and I disabled the cameras. Izumi sighed with relief. Thank goodness for that. Who knew Sakuya letting us play in the commission's surveillance room would prove so helpful. Sakuya had given Izumi Nishiko full access to the commission's surveillance room not long after Izumi had moved in, saying it would allow Izumi to watch the heroes training and working in the building without getting under their feet. While Izumi had been analyzing the heroes, Ishiko had been using the recording equipment to edit together a video of all Mizurufu's hottest male heroes. Izumi had called her a pervert, but that had worked out well for them here. I know, right? So what's the plan for tomorrow? You need one other thing before we can bust out. Ishiko reminded her. Izumi opened her mouth to reply, when Eri made a quiet sniffling sound behind her. The poor girl was still distraught over everything that had happened that day. Izumi sighed. Ishiko, let's deal with that tomorrow. Eri and I have to go straight to bed soon, or Overhaul will get angry. Meet me in here tomorrow morning and we'll make arrangements. Ishiko nodded sympathetically. You got it. I'll leave you two to relax. Oh, but first, here you go, the punkle said, activating her quirk and expelling Izumi's cell phone. Izumi took the object from Ishiko with a quiet thanks, still a little exhausted from the experiments. She then carefully stowed her cell phone inside a box of tampons, assuming the Yakuza thugs would never deign to look inside. Then she stripped herself and Eri and got in the bath, letting herself soak her aching muscles for a bit. Great mother, why did you not show Eri your phone? It might have given her some hope and eased whatever was upsetting her. Bakugami asked. I don't want her to know. That way, if we're caught, I can tell Nemoto honestly that she didn't know. If she did know and we got caught, they'd hurt her for sure. Izumi reasoned. I only let her learn about Ishiko because it would have been harder making a plan with her without Eri in the room. It would have looked suspicious if I was in here on my own for too long while Eri was out in the bedroom. An appropriate decision. Yamagami answered, when are you going to switch on the, what was it called? GPS. That's right, it stands for Global Positioning System. I won't be using it yet, not until I deal with this restraint. Izumi said, it's been 3 days, so Sakuya and the others know for sure I'm missing and have no doubt gone to the police and rallied the heroes. Once law enforcement know my location, they'll send people to investigate, which would tip off the Yakuza. If the police sent a strike team, Overhaul would use us as a hostages, and let's face it, if the police start appearing for any reason, I'll be the first suspect. I need to make sure I can defend myself and Eri first. Plus, I can turn on the GPS and call the police to warn them of the Yakuza, their plan and their quirks. So you will wait for a way to get the band off. I have to say, I don't like the plan you have for it. Izumi smiled wryly at Tashigami's worry, neither do I. Bathing complete, Izumi redressed herself and Eri, then sat on their bed while the little girl wrapped a new bandage around Izumi's leg. Eri wouldn't meet Izumi's eyes though, even as she covered the older girl's newest scars. Suddenly, Izumi felt something wet splash against her leg. Looking down, Izumi's chest tightened as she saw Eri crying silently, biting her lip and fumbling the bandage. Her hands were shaking and it was making it impossible for the child to tie the knot. Eri sweetheart, it's okay. I can tie it if you're tired. Izumi said gently. Eri didn't speak. She just nodded shakily and crawled further onto the bed and allowed Izumi to properly tie her own bandage. When she was done, Izumi turned off the light and wrapped herself and Eri in the sheets, hugging the girl close. Eri. I know it was hard for you, but everything will be fine. Try to hang in there a little longer, okay? Izumi said, kissing Eri's tear-stained cheeks. Eri whimpered and opened her mouth to say something, before losing her nerve and shutting it again. Izumi stroked her hair. You can say anything you want to me, Eri. I won't be upset or angry, I promise. Don't. Eri suddenly cried, please, don't promise me anything anymore. Izumi blinked, Eri. Every time you promise me something, you get hurt. The big man hit you instead of me because you told him to, because you promised I wouldn't get hurt. He hurts you, over and over, instead of me because you promised to protect me. He hurts you because of my curse, my power. Eri cried, please. Give it back. Give back my curse. Please, she grabbed the front of Izumi's dress and pulled at it, desperately putting her hands on Izumi's chest, just as Izumi had when taking Eri's quirk. I don't want you to hurt anymore. Izumi gasped and felt tears build in her own eyes. Oh Eri. I'm so sorry. You're such a good, brave girl, a little hero. But I can't give it back, no, I won't give it back. Not until you're free. I don't want to see you suffer. I think it would hurt me more to watch you being experimented on, than anything Overhaul can do. Eri hiccuped as Izumi held her, rubbing her back, stroking her hair, and kissing away her tears. You do so much for me. Eri said miserably, you play with me, teach me things and hug me. Before you, no one ever touched me kindly. Even though they hurt you, you care more about me. Why? You don't know anything about me. It's only been 3 days, but you care about me so much. You took my place in the hurting. Please, don't do it anymore. I can't. I don't want to see you hurt anymore because of me. Izumi felt a few tears slip down her cheeks. Eri was so desperate to stop her pain, just as it was worse for Izumi to imagine her being hurt than it was to be hurt herself, it was the same for Eri. Eri was willing to take the torture again to save Izumi. The girl's bitter tears almost broke Izumi's heart, but Eri's deep desire to save Izumi from pain further ignited the older girl's determination. Izumi needed to escape and get Eri to freedom. Even if Eri wasn't being experimented on, she was still suffering. Eri wanted to save Izumi, and Izumi wanted to save Eri. Eri, I need you to listen to me carefully. Izumi said seriously, whispering into her ear as they embraced. Izumi wasn't sure if the camera watching them could pick up sound, so she was being quiet. Eri sniffled, I'm listening, she said softly. I need to ask you to do something for me. Something hard, that you won't like, but will help me greatly. Izumi said. Anything. I'll do anything. Eri said pleadingly, how can I help you? Izumi smiled, tomorrow, they will experiment on me again. We can't stop them yet, so I need you to be a brave girl and endure it. Close your eyes and try to block out the sound. I know it will be awful for you, but I need you to do this. Eri's eyes watered again, but dash. Eri. Izumi cut her off, I swear to you, on my life and my dream to be a hero, that tomorrow will be the last time. By this time tomorrow night, I will be free and help will be on the way. Please, endure it for just one more day, you've never been outside before, right? Well tomorrow, I'm going to show you the stars. Eri's eyes lit up. Oh really? I promised, didn't I? Izumi smiled. But why can't we do it now? Eri asked. I'm missing something. I need something I can only get with my quirk, and that means I can only do it while Overhaul is hurting me. Can you do this for me, Eri? Can you be a brave girl for just one more day? Izumi asked. The little girl sniffed loudly and wiped her eyes, before giving Izumi the most determined look, her ruby red eyes burning like fire. I'll do it. I'll help you however I can. Izumi smiled and hugged the child yet again, thank you, my little hero. Reassured and motivated by Izumi's words, Eri began to calm down and relax, letting Izumi lull her to sleep. Once Eri was in dreamland, Izumi closed her eyes and went to sleep, thoughts of her plan clear in her mind. She had the information she needed, and she had her phone, switched off until needed. Now she just needed to endure one more torture session to get the last piece and then she'd escape. Eri would be free. The shy Hasaikai would crumble to dust and Orochi would die. Izumi smiled at the thought as she drifted to sleep. Next chapter, A Brush with the Dark to be released, June 29, 2021. Now the escape plan is coming along. Izumi has a way to communicate with her family and reveal the Yakuza's plans and location, but still needs to escape her restraint in order to avoid being taken hostage when the attack begins. As Izumi promised, there will only be one more day of the in-story timeline for this arc, with only one more experiment session. Good thing too, as you can probably tell from Izumi's inner thoughts, she is getting a lot snarkier and angrier the longer she's exposed to Overhaul's cruelty, that might come to a head soon. I know this arc has been tough on a lot of people, the subject matter is a lot darker than my previous works, but I thank you all for sticking with it. There should only be one more dark scene like that, so please hold on for a little longer. Also, this chapter is technically long enough for it to qualify for my 2-day break instead of my 1-day break, but I've decided that for this arc alone, to make up for the dark theme and so cliffhangers don't add too much more torment, I'll be sticking with 1-day breaks, so a new chapter will be out every other day until this arc is finished. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5 to 5, A Brush with the Dark. Tuesday 19th April 2281, Shai Hasaikai Compound, Korisantu, waking up the morning after her heart-to-heart with Eri had been tougher than Izumi thought. Using her powers so much the previous day, namely rejuvenation and the astral plane's transportation, had drained her body and facing little Eri's fears and sadness had drained her spirit. Still, she needed to get ready and moving to go over the plan with Ishiko, especially if she was going to keep her promise and ensure today was the last day she and Eri would suffer at the Shai Hasaikai's hands. Eri, the darling, woke up as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as anyone could expect of a 5-year-old in her situation, and she was eager to get the day over with, having full confidence Izumi would keep her promise. The duo went to the bathroom to wash up and prepare for the day, and while Eri was brushing her teeth, Izumi tapped on Ishiko's vent. "Morning Izumi, Eri." Ishiko yawned, appearing from around the corner inside the vent and sleepily walking out onto Izumi's hand. "You two sleep well?" "As well as can be expected. Today is going to be our last day here. Tonight, I'm showing Eri the stars," Izumi said determinedly. Ishiko's eyes widened a bit. "Today's the last. You're busting out today. Are you really ready for that?" "I promised Eri. It will be today," Izumi said. "Well, I'm on board with that. You've got your phone and you know how to get to the kitchens to arm yourself and conserve your powers, but you need something else, right? You mentioned needing 2 things before, and the phone was one. What's the second?" the punkle asked. "Ooh, it's the key to the restraint, right? The one the dude in the white coat has." Izumi shook her head. "We'll never get our hands on that. Chronostasis keeps it hidden in his coat and it'll be impossible to swipe it without alerting him," the girl said, before reluctantly revealing her real goal. "I need one of Overhaul's scalpels." Ishiko frowned, while Eri stopped brushing her teeth, momentarily freezing at the thought of Overhaul's favorite implements of torture. "Okay. You need one of his scalpels. I have no idea why, but now isn't the time to be quibbling over details. So is the plan the same as yesterday with a different target?" "No, it would be too dangerous." Izumi sighed. "We have to assume the Yakuza discovered the cameras were disabled and have turned them back on, so you'll definitely be recorded if you try to steal one, since they aren't blocked from sight even during the experiments. Plus, Overhaul obsessively cleans them after he's done with me and there's no chance he'd miss that he had one less scalpel. He'd discover it immediately, and Eri and I would pay for it." "So what do we do?" Ishiko asked. "We need to ensure Overhaul knows he's lost the scalpel, but in such a way that he knows it wasn't stolen by us. We'll pretend to destroy it by accident during the experiments, when in reality I steal it with storage." Ishiko finished Izumi's sentence. "But won't Overhaul still punish you? Even if it's an accident, he'll be pissed that you destroyed a scalpel." "I'll beg and grovel and swear it was an accident, and that I didn't mean to do it. If he insists on a punishment, I'll beg him to let me take it all instead of him hurting Eri," Izumi said grimly. Eri looked like she was going to protest, but the words died in her mouth the moment Izumi turned to look at her, her emerald eyes full of love and kindness. Eri couldn't understand why Izumi was so nice to her. It didn't make sense. Why would someone take so much pain for another, especially when they don't know them that well? Eri's own mother wouldn't have done this for her. Eri's mother probably would have enjoyed watching what Overhaul did to her. Izumi patted Eri's head and stroked her hair. "It's okay Eri, I promised to show you the stars today, and I promised I wouldn't let them hurt you. No matter what they do to me, breaking my promises would hurt more. Be brave, sweetheart, I'll be your hero if it's the last thing I do." Something inside Eri snapped into place, a long-forgotten function, one that all humans possessed, finally began working again. Under the pure love and kindness Izumi was giving Eri, it was impossible for it not to. So after so many years that she'd forgotten how it felt. Eri smiled. Eri thought she must look silly, her smile was kind of weak and shaky, and it made her cheeks ache a little since the muscles weren't used to it, but she just couldn't help it. She'd forgotten what it felt like to love, to be loved, to smile. And Izumi had reminded her. Izumi took one look at that smile and her face absolutely lit up. Her own smile spread across her face, and streams of happy tears began flowing down her cheeks. She gently pulled Eri into her lap and hugged her softly, then kissed her cheek. "You have a wonderful smile, Eri. I'll have to make sure and give you lots of reasons to keep smiling, so I can keep looking at it," she said lovingly. Eri's smile turned bashful, but she nodded and hugged Izumi with all the love her little body had in it. Ishiko watched the heartwarming scene with her own soft smile, and though she'd never admit it, the punkle had a fair few happy tears of her own flowing down her face. After a little while, once Eri and Izumi had fully composed themselves, Izumi told Ishiko the rest of her plan to get one of Overhaul's scalpels. It wasn't a terribly complex plan, but due to the fact Izumi would need to use her powers while being mindful of Overhaul's quirk, the timing for everything had to be extremely specific. The excuses Izumi planned to use on Overhaul, as well as the inevitable groveling to ensure Eri wasn't hurt, would be humiliating for the older girl, but she didn't have much choice if she was to keep her promises. With the plan ironed out, Izumi and Ishiko shared a fist bump, which was really just Izumi holding out her fist while the tiny Ishiko jumped and punched it as hard as she could, so Izumi could actually feel the tiny person's fist, and the punkle returned to the vents to wait until dinner time, when the plan would start. For the most part, Izumi's fourth and hopefully final day with the Shy Hasaikai moved along like the rest. They were collected and taken to the kitchen for breakfast, during which Izumi taught Eri how to make pancakes, which Eri was enamored by, and afterwards, they were returned to their room until lunchtime. In the interim, Izumi continued teaching Eri how to read and write, as well as her basic numbers, while taking several breaks to teach Eri how to play various games. She didn't show it, but Izumi was nervous. The anticipation for that evening's session in the lab was making Izumi extra jittery, along with the fear that someone would discover her phone while they weren't in the room. New clothes were brought to the girls' room each day, and the towels and sheets were changed too, but none of this ever happened while Izumi and Eri were there. Izumi prayed none of the thugs thought to rummage through her toiletries. Eri was actually handling things better than Izumi. She didn't seem any different from the previous days, so neither Tengai nor the other Yakuza noticed any change in her demeanor, and thus didn't suspect her. Then came time for lunch, and Izumi having an experience that would change her forever. It had started normally. Tengai knocked on their bedroom door before letting himself in and politely asking them if they were ready for lunch. The girls washed their hands quickly, then obediently followed the former Buddhist to the kitchens to prepare their lunch. Upon arriving, Izumi turned to Eri. "Did you want to try something new, or do you want me to make something we've already had?" she asked. Izumi wanted to keep making Eri new foods to expand her horizons, but she also wanted to give her a chance to make her own decisions and enjoy some kind of familiarity. Eri thought about it for a moment, then quietly asked, "Can we try something new?" Izumi smiled, "Of course. How about carriage? It's chicken fried in spices and it's super tasty." Eri's eyes twinkled and she nodded, though she didn't smile. The little girl didn't feel brave enough to show her smile in front of a member of the Yakuza, even a, relatively, nice one like Tengai. Izumi just patted the girl on the head and got to work preparing the carriage. She did most of the cooking herself, but made sure to let Eri try her hand at each technique, though Izumi didn't let Eri too close to the hot oil, since it tended to spit. Their meal was completed and dished up onto a pair of plates, but before either Izumi or Eri could sit down and enjoy, the kitchen door swung open and someone walked in. Eri immediately turned pale and began to shake as she slowly hid behind Izumi. Izumi frowned at the newcomer, eyes narrowing dangerously. It was a green imp. Tengai looked to the demon. "What are you doing here?" "Begone," he snapped. Apparently the former Buddhist didn't like sharing space with demons. The green imp just ignored the Yakuza and stared at Izumi. The paper mask he wore obscured his face, but Izumi could feel his eyes on her. Scanning her body like she was a side of beef he was planning to cook. "Holy shit, it really is you," the green imp said with a laugh, his high-pitched, grating voice sending a shiver up Izumi's spine and making Eri whimper. "To think, you're all grown up." "Well, not completely, but close, you became quite a looker." The imp began approaching her, but Izumi snarled, "Stay back." "Ha! Just as much fire in you as back then, glad to see I didn't whip it all out of you." Izumi's eyes widened. Whip it out of her? No way, this guy was Rokuju. Izumi said, her voice barely above a harsh whisper. Tengai and Eri both flinched, shocked by the sheer depth of hatred in the girl's voice. The imp grinned so wide that the edges of his smile could be seen peeking out from the sides of his paper mask. "You really do remember me." Though I guess it's hard to forget the guy that whipped you bloody and stole your mama's soul. I have a lot to thank you for, the imp said cheerfully. Izumi grit her teeth, desperately trying to keep her cool. If she lost control now, she'd just end up beaten again, and Eri would suffer too. It was so painful, just being in front of the monster that took her mother's soul hurt like hell, but to know that she was stood before him in the same position she'd been in all those years ago, powerless. All the work she'd put into becoming stronger, into becoming a hero, it was all useless with the cursed band on her. She couldn't defend herself or Eri. Rokuju knew this, and he reveled in it. You would not believe how high my star has risen thanks to you. I, a lowly green imp, have more respect than even the black imps now, and it's all because of you. Who'd have thought that the little girl I decided to give a whipping would turn out to be Amaterasu reborn? Every brush god you've purified has made me more famous, since I'm known as the only demon to have not only survived an encounter with you, but also the only one to have beaten you. It's great. I can do pretty much whatever I want so long as I don't piss off Lord Orochi. Your mother's soul was the last one I stole that I didn't get to snack on. Lord Orochi has let me hunt and keep the souls I steal now, all as a reward for beating you. Rokuju boasted. Izumi clenched her fists, as a quiet voice whispered to her. It was the same voice that had spoken to her after she'd watched the video of Eri's torture. He mocks you. He thinks you powerless. Make him regret it. Make him regret all he's done. No. Izumi thought back, clutching her head as she began to lose her temper. Her eyes were flashing between green and red, making Eri and Tingai watch her worriedly. Rokuju didn't seem to notice however, as now his eyes were on Eri. Oh, and if it isn't the sweet little sacrifice. How you doing, kid? How do you like knowing that either you or your new best friend is going to end up as Lord Orochi's lunch? How's it feel knowing that if you live, it's because the sun goddess doomed the world to save you, by taking your place? Eri whimpered and silent tears began to flow from her eyes. Izumi bared her teeth, her eyes taking longer and longer to return to green with each word spoken by the foul imp. He's tormenting her. He's drunk on his own power, using your helplessness to make himself feel stronger. Show him how weak he really is. Show him his mistakes. Stay back. Izumi suddenly roared, startling everyone in the room. The imp, having been riding the high of having Amaterasu at his mercy, grew angry as he recovered from his fear. The fact her shout scared him made him realize just how much weaker than her he really was. After all, without that cursed band, she would have already squashed him like a bug. Angry, but still too afraid to actually try anything against the sun goddess, Rokuju turned to Eri, hiding behind Izumi's legs. Why are you hiding from me, little snack? Did you forget what happened last time you hid from me? Maybe you need a good reminder, the imp sneered, pulling his flute from his back and menacingly tapping it against his hand. I don't have your hairbrush this time, but my flute will do. Amaterasu can vouch for how effective it can be on a rebellious little girl, can't you, Amaterasu? Izumi's blood boiled as she reached a new level of rage. It was you, the imp Eri told me about, the one that beat her when she hid in her wardrobe, she snarled. Her eyes were red now, and they weren't changing back anymore. Rokuju flinched at the girl, then sneered at Eri, telling tales are we brat? Well then, I think it's time for a reminder, he stepped forward menacingly, reaching a hand out to grab Eri. Eri screamed and fell backward, while Izumi fully moved to block the imp from getting to her. One more step and I'll kill you. Izumi roared. Her body was beginning to change now, despite her divine powers being sealed, she had somehow slipped into her demigod form, only now with the white fur beginning to slowly blacken at the tips. With every passing second, Izumi's anger and hatred were growing, making the blackness at the tips of her hair, wolf ears, and tail slowly spread. Tengai was startled, but rather than reprimand Izumi, he turned to Rokuju, enough of this. Both of these girls are not to be harmed. Shut up. Rokuju screamed, sounding like a wild ape, I only obey Lord Orochi. If you get in my way, he'll punish you. So long as I don't kill the brats and your boss can still cut them up, I can do what I want. The imp then turned back to Izumi and Eri. Izumi wasn't sure if the stupid demon was just trying to assert his dominance, or if he genuinely just wanted to hurt Eri, but either way, there was no way she'd let him lay a finger on her. Back off. Izumi demanded, a bizarre masculine echo to her otherwise feminine voice. Rokuju ignored her, moving towards Eri as if Izumi wasn't even there. I'm going to whip you bloody, you little brat. Then you'll learn who's in charge here. I said back off. Izumi roared, swiping at the imp with her claws. She hadn't noticed her transformation yet, she was too enraged and distracted by the demon and the voice whispering dark things to her. Rokuju had leapt back in surprise, evading Izumi's claws, his fear and anger mixing within him. How dare you defy me? Lord Orochi will punish you. That overhaul freak will punish you. They'll order you both beaten bloody for this, he shrieked. That threat, and the fact there was a good chance it was genuine, made Izumi pause and step back, a pained expression on her face. She wanted to attack, to kill this demon, but if she did, who knows what they'd do to her. Or worse, what they'd do to Eri. Overhaul would hurt her to control Izumi, and if he didn't, then Orochi definitely would. Izumi couldn't do anything. You have the power already, it's right there, beneath your skin, you can feel it, the thrumming energy coursing through your veins, let it out. Rokuju, Tengai, Orochi, Overhaul, all would fall before your might, just let it out. Stop this. Izumi whimpered, clutching her head. Rokuju suddenly grinned, interpreting her actions as a sign of submission. Like the petty little creature he was, he used it to push his advantage and once again try to assert himself as top dog. Oh no, you both need to be punished. You don't have the power to stop me, not with your divine powers sealed up. So I'll cut you a break. I'll give the brat a nice little whipping to teach her some respect, then give you some of the same as punishment for speaking out against me, accept it, and I'll let you go. Refuse, and I'll beat you both until your backsides are nothing but blood and cuts, then hand you over to Overhaul and Lord Orochi for punishment. So what'll it be? One beating from me, or a whole bunch of punishments from me and the bosses? Tengai dearly wanted to say something, but he was ultimately a coward, always hiding behind a shield. He didn't dare risk his own hide for the girls, instead merely averting his eyes and putting his hands together in a hollow prayer. Izumi ignored him, he was just Yakuza scum after all, her expectations of him had been basically nil anyway. But Eri's reaction upset Izumi. The little girl was shaking and crying silently, thick streams of tears leaving shining trails down the poor child's cheeks. She wasn't sobbing or making a single sound anymore, not even a whimper, and Izumi could see it in her eyes. Eri had given up. She was accepting this new torment as just another thing to endure. She didn't think she could escape it, she didn't think Izumi could save her. But then, with all her courage, Eri spoke and inadvertently signed Rokuju's death warrant. Please, don't hurt Izumi. She only got in your way because she promised to protect me. The bad man's already going to hurt her later, because she took my curse, so please let me take her punishment instead. Eri begged, coming out from behind Izumi's legs and putting herself between Rokuju and Izumi. Izumi froze, shock and horror overpowering her ability to think or move properly. She's sacrificing herself for you. Rokuju laughed, and without answering or promising Eri that he'd spare Izumi, he grabbed her wrist. He stole your mother's soul. Rokuju pulled Eri forward. He beat you bloody. Eri whimpered as she was forced onto her hands and knees. He hurt and tormented Eri. Rokuju waved his flute in Eri's face, cackling as Eri cowered. He's going to hurt her again. The imp began to slowly raise his flute. She's trying to be brave, to save you. The flute went as high as Rokuju could raise it. Are you not going to save her? Because you're afraid of becoming a demon? Rokuju made eye contact with the frozen Izumi, and grinned evilly. Why fear becoming a demon? After all. Rokuju swung his flute down as hard as he could, aiming for Eri's back. Demons can be heroes too. Thwack. Tengai flinched and Eri shrieked as the sound of bamboo smacking into flesh echoed across the Shai Hasaikai's small kitchen. Eri grimaced, expecting the pain of the blow to flood her any moment, only to realize that Rokuju's flute hadn't hit her. She looked up, her eyes widening as she saw her savior. Izumi's hand was wrapped around the demon's flute, having caught the blow before it could land on Eri. The strike, even caught, had been hard enough to break the skin, and Eri hated the sight of the crimson blood flowing out from between Izumi's clenched fingers. But Izumi didn't care. Izumi was different now. She was in full demigod form, but her hair and wolf features had all turned pitch black. The divine markings on her face had darkened from bright scarlet to bloody crimson, and her eyes had gone from simply having red irises, to also having a slit-like black pupil and pitch black sclera. Wisps of black corruption smoke were emerging from her skin, and instead of her divine retribution mirror floating behind her, Izumi now had a simple disc of black iron with no carvings or reflective surface, and spikes along the rim. The red spiritual flames that burned around her mirror had turned purple too, and Eri thought she could hear soft wailing coming from those flames. The little girl didn't know what to think. The being before her was clearly still her savior, Izumi, but she looked wrong. Her expression was a mix of fear, anger, hatred, and suffering. Izumi? Eri whispered, slowly getting to her feet again while Rokuju stared at Izumi's new form with terror. Izumi's eyes flicked towards Eri, and instantly they filled with warmth. Eri, are you alright? Did he hurt you? Eri shook her head. Being pulled by her arm and pushed onto her knees hadn't felt very nice, but it hadn't hurt her. Izumi sighed with relief, thank goodness. Eri, please look away. I don't want you to see this next part. She said, turning her gaze back to Rokuju, who was whimpering and whining in terror. The imp shrieked as Izumi's eyes filled with hate again, and he promptly let go of his flute, since he'd been unable to pull it from Izumi's grasp. He immediately backed off and ran for the kitchen door, but Izumi wasn't about to let that happen. The girl pointed her clawed finger at the door frame and shot a stream of red ink, which upon touching the door, began to fuse it to the frame, leaving it impossible to open without breaking it down, something the physically weak Rokuju couldn't manage. Then Izumi began to speak. You stole souls for Orochi, and for your own depraved desires. Rokuju turned and tried to shriek a command for her to let him out, or perhaps a threat of retribution. Whatever it was, it died in his throat as a tendril of red liquid shot from Izumi's palm and wrapped around his neck, choking him. Some got in his mouth, and he recognized the coppery taste of blood. Izumi began walking towards the demon. You stole my mother's soul, condemning me to a year of loneliness. Eri had her eyes closed, as Izumi had asked. This meant she didn't see the next part, where Izumi used the tendril of blood to smack Rokuju into the walls and ceiling, smashing the imp against every surface and countertop. Eri didn't see it, but she certainly heard it, along with Rokuju's gurgled attempts at asking for mercy. You beat me bloody, leaving my back covered in scars. Tengai watched in horror as Izumi seemed to grow angrier, and throw Rokuju hard against the wall beside him, inadvertently making him trip over himself in an attempt to flee. Izumi didn't even seem to notice him as she used her blood tendril to pull Rokuju back and then smash him into the wall again and again, making him crack the cheap plaster and concrete that made up the walls. One smash was even enough to knock loose the security camera in the corner of the ceiling, making it land with a crunch on the tile floor. You hurt Eri, beating her and tormenting her. Izumi pulled Rokuju away from the wall and smashed him back one last time, before seemingly fusing his flesh to the wall with the same power that she'd sealed the door with. She'd grown bored of using him like a paddle ball, and instead chose to begin tightening her tendril's grip on the imp's throat, choking him. Her expression wasn't of cruel enjoyment, but of rage and hatred. You tried to hurt her again, you made that little girl, no, you made my little girl feel like she had to sacrifice herself for me. Eri felt her heart flutter a bit at those words. It wasn't the first time someone had said that she was theirs. Overhaul did it frequently, calling her my asset, among other things, but it felt different. Eri felt joy, she felt like she had a mama again. You are going to pay, Rokuju. And Eri did have a mama again, and mama was angry. Rokuju was fused to the wall, but Izumi felt that such a restraint wasn't punishing enough, so while still choking him with her blood tendril, she used red ink to create a pair of sharp bones, similar to broken ribs, then stabbed into Rokuju's palms, essentially crucifying him. Rokuju screamed and began to beg and plead, but Izumi wasn't interested. She released the technique that kept him fused to the wall, leaving him to dangle from the ribs pinned through his palms. I am Amaterasu the sun goddess. I am Amaterasu the demon. I am Amaterasu the hero. And I am angry. That last word was spoken with such venom that Eri didn't even think it had been Izumi who said it. A terrifying, masculine echo had been added to Izumi's voice since saving her from Rokuju's first strike. Eri didn't mind though, goddess, demon, or hero, none of it mattered so long as it was Izumi, the one who promised to protect her. Izumi, giving in to her most base and negative desires, began to furiously and wildly beat Rokuju with his own flute, smacking him all over in a bizarre reversal of their first encounter. Rokuju howled and shrieked in pain, just as Izumi had once done, but Izumi didn't let up the assault until finally, the demon's flute snapped in half. Still furious, but unwilling to stomach looking at Rokuju for even a moment longer, Izumi prepared her final technique. Suffer for eternity, in a hell of your own making. Red ink spewed forth from Izumi's fingers and coated the imp. Rokuju's howls and screams grew louder and more desperate as slowly, the ink corroded him. He was forced to watch and feel as his entire body was rotted away by the bizarre corrosive ink, starting with his toes and working upward, ensuring he felt every ounce of his torment. Finally, the ink reached his head and his screams ended, along with his life. There was a brief flash of light, signifying the demon's corrupted soul had returned to the cycle of reincarnation, followed by a few dozen similar lights as the souls he'd eaten were freed, and then there was nothing. The green imp Rokuju perished at the hands of the demonically corrupted Amaterasu, giving the girl her vengeance for all he had done to her and Eri. Izumi stared at the spot where the imp had just been, satisfaction surging through her. Then she promptly fell to her knees and vomited, before sobs racked her. The darkness that had gripped her was gone now, and Izumi immediately lost her demonic powers, reverting to her normal human form. What have I done? Izumi cried. The corruption was gone, but so was all her anger and hate, leaving her with only fear and suffering. Without those negative emotions, strengthened by the corruption, Izumi couldn't bear to think of the acts she'd just committed. She'd tortured someone. A demon true, and the most evil, foul demon she'd ever met, but still a living, feeling being. She could have ended him quickly. The demonic power she had manifested was easily enough to slay Rokuju in an instant, getting her revenge, as well as avenging her mother and Eri, but in her anger, she had drawn out the imp's suffering. Izumi felt like a monster. What she'd done weren't the actions of a hero. She'd acted like a cruel vigilante at best, at worst, she'd been acting like a villain. Worst still, she'd enjoyed every moment of it. The screams of the demon had been like music to her ears. His struggles as he writhed in pain had been more satisfying than the finest five-star restaurant Sakuya had ever taken her to. The feel of his flesh ripping and tearing and dissolving under her power had been sweeter than ambrosia. And Izumi hated it. She hated how much she enjoyed it, how much she wanted to keep experiencing it. Divine One. Izumi, still sobbing, turned towards Tengai. The man was watching her fearfully. He was terrified of her, of what she'd become. For a minute, Izumi truly had become a demon. Her thoughts suddenly moved from Tengai to the other person in the room. Eri. Oh God, what would Eri think of her now? Poor, sweet little Eri had been made to listen as she cruelly tortured someone. As she acted like Overhaul. Izumi had even laid claim to Eri like she was just a thing to be owned. Izumi almost couldn't bring herself to look at the girl, to face the fear that Eri no doubt felt towards her. But she did. Izumi gathered all her courage and slowly turned her face so she and Eri could lock eyes. Eri was looking back at her, her eyes shining not with fear, but with worry and love. Izumi. Eri cried, running towards Izumi and hugging her as tightly as she could. Izumi. Are you okay? You saved me. Izumi had to work damn hard not to break down into fresh sobs. Oh Eri, what did I do to deserve you? Eri didn't really know what that meant, so she just hugged Izumi tightly. I don't know, but I want to stay with you forever. I love you, Izumi. Izumi choked back a sob. I love you too, Eri. The two girls embraced, and Tengai, realizing the danger had passed, relaxed and began searching through his pockets to find his phone so he could report what happened. Before that could happen however, the door, still sealed shut by Izumi's demonic technique, suddenly began to reshape itself, splitting in half and opening up like a Lego model being disassembled and put back together in a new form. The moment the doorway was open, Overhaul, Chronostasis, Katsukame, and a small squad of 5 Yakuza grunts marched into the room. Overhaul took one look at the trashed kitchen, mainly the cracked walls, the destroyed security camera, the leftover splatters from Izumi's ink and blood tendrils, the decayed patches of floor from Izumi's final technique, and then the small puddle of vomit Izumi had brought up, before lifting his gaze to Izumi and Eri. His face, mostly covered by his mask, was full of quiet fury. He focused his cold yellow eyes on Izumi, making her shudder. I want answers, girl, or you will suffer for this. Next chapter, One Trip is Not a Fall to be released, July 1st, 2021. And there we have our first glimpse of Demon Izumi. It was brief and bloody, but now Izumi knows what she can become if she isn't careful. Her demonic powers are, as you may have guessed, the brush demon powers. Becoming corrupted also inverted her powers, just like it did for them. Also, just to explain it now, Izumi was able to use her powers due to them becoming demonic. The cursed restraint only stops divine power, not demonic. Next chapter will deal with the full fallout of this transformation, both with Overhaul and within Izumi herself. It's going to be a major emotional episode. Also, I've been waiting a very long time for Izumi to get her revenge on Rokuju. Demon Izumi didn't hold back even a little. I hope you guys found it satisfying, if a little messed up. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5 to 6, One Trip is Not a Fall. Tuesday 19th April 2 2081. Shai Hasaikai Compound, Korisantu. Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul, was working busily in his lab, observing some of Izumi's rewind-imbued cells under a microscope. The young Yakuza boss was fairly pleased. Thanks to Izumi's stronger body compared to Eri, as well as her rejuvenation technique, Overhaul had managed to collect enough tissue and blood from the girl to advance his research by weeks. In a single session, he could take more flesh and blood from Izumi than an entire week's worth of sessions with Eri. The thought of Eri made Overhaul pause. Experimenting on Eri had been quite different than Izumi. Eri had never been strong enough, in body or spirit, to defy him too much. The very first session had left her too broken and terrified, and her small acts of rebellion after that had been desperate attempts to escape the pain, but it had been clear Eri didn't think she really could escape, though Overhaul made it clear with psychological manipulation that even if she did get away, she was cursed and evil. It was cruel, but efficient, and Eri had only been a resource anyway. Izumi was made of sterner stuff, being a reborn goddess and a provisional hero. No matter how hard Overhaul pushed her, she wouldn't break completely. After every session, after Overhaul had reduced the greenette into a sobbing wreck, she still had a spark of life in her eyes. Overhaul wanted to snuff it out before Izumi got any bright ideas about rebelling, but it would do him no good to torture her or Eri without proper cause. For his psychological manipulations to work, he had to make it clear that whatever punishments he dished out were her fault. Overhaul knew it was only a matter of time before Izumi tried to escape. Yesterday's brief sojourn to the astral plane had been a reminder of that, though it had likely been accidental. And when Izumi did finally try to escape, he would thwart her, then force her to watch as Rikiya had his fun with little Eri, using the tiny girl as a punching bag, all the while whispering that it was her fault. That ought to take some of the spark out of her eyes. Overhaul's thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. With a sigh, he removed his bloody gloves and put on new ones before answering. He raised his eyebrow when he saw the name Hari Kurono on his caller ID. "What is it, Kurono?" Overhaul answered. "We have a problem." Chronostasis said, a hint of worry in his voice. "One of the men called me to the security office because one of the demons entered the kitchens while Amaterasu and Eri were in there. I'm watching the feed now, and it looks like the demon is taunting the girls. God damn it, the stupid creature is bragging about beating both Amaterasu and Eri in the past." Overhaul pinched the bridge of his nose with frustration. He knew which demon it was, the stupid green imp Rokuju. The evil little shit had apparently gotten a lot of respect from the demon legions by whipping Amaterasu, back when she was a 4-year-old girl that had no quirk or divine powers to defend herself with. Overhaul didn't think it was worth praising him for. It wasn't hard to abuse small children, and the Yakuza boss was still angry after the previous incident between Rokuju and Eri, in which the imp had beaten the girl until she couldn't sit down. Overhaul accepted that punishing her for hiding was appropriate, but not in such a way that it got in the way of his experiments. He'd had to reset Eri just to fix her bruises and welts, as she wouldn't sit still during the experiments and her wails got on his nerves. Overhaul had wanted to punish the foolish imp. It's not like killing him would be permanent, thanks to Overhaul's lack of divine or demonic power, but Orochi had demanded the imp be spared. "Monitor the situation," the Yakuza boss said with a sigh. "Of course Kai, I'll shit. Kai, the demon is planning to beat both girls for not showing enough respect. He's advancing on Eri." Kurono yelled. Overhaul growled, "Idiot demon." The man quickly began marching out of the lab and towards the kitchen, intent on stopping this foolishness before it went any further. Beating Eri without Izumi having done something wrong would just make things harder, and beating Izumi would reduce how long he could keep the experiments going later that evening. Overhaul had barely taken a single step out of his lab when Kurono, still on the phone with him, gasped, "Oh shit. The demon went to strike Eri, but Amaterasu caught the blow. Kai, she's transformed into that wolf/human hybrid form. She's using powers." "What? Is the restraint no longer in place?" Overhaul demanded, breaking into a run now. "The restraint is still there, but she's still using powers. She's sealed the door so the demon can't escape, and is now choking him with some kind of red tentacle. She looks different than normal, her hair and wolf features have turned black, and while I can't see them well in the camera feed, her eyes have changed too. I think the scara are black now, but I can't see them properly." Overhaul cursed loudly. This isn't supposed to be happening. If the girl can use her powers while Eri isn't wearing that shock collar, we can't control her. Is Tengai with them still? Yes Kai, but he's unable to do anything. Eri isn't looking, on Amaterasu's orders, and Tengai appears to be frozen. Ouch, that had to hurt. Amaterasu is smacking that demon into every wall and surface in the kitchens, it'll likely need repairs now. Overhaul's anger grew. Stay on the line with me and have someone else call Tengai and have him grab Eri while Amaterasu is distracted. We need to get her under control. We've already tried contacting Tengai, but he isn't answering his phone. We can't hear the ringer over the camera feed either, so he's likely got the thing on silent again. Shit. Kai, Amaterasu just smacked the demon into the camera and took it out. We can't see or hear a thing from the kitchens. The Yakuza boss's fingers twitched angrily, just itching to destroy someone. Amaterasu was going to pay for this mess, and so would that demon if there was anything left of him when the girl was done. Kurono, I want you, Rikiya and a squad of the expendable grunts to meet me at the door to the kitchen. We are taking control of the situation. Got it Kai. I'm on my way. Overhaul hung up the phone and ran faster, heading for the kitchens as quickly as he could. He could have used his quirk to reconstruct the hallways to get him there faster, but that would just interfere with his backup. He arrived at the door to the kitchens, which appeared to have been fused shut, almost like his own quirk had combined the door with the door frame, and found Rikiya, Kurono and 5 confused and worried hired thugs standing around waiting for him. "Stand back. We're going in immediately," Overhaul ordered, slipping off his glove and touching his bare hand to the door. The door began to disassemble and reassemble itself into an open state, which allowed Overhaul and his men to march into the kitchen, and right into a very bizarre scene. He'd expected to have to fight an escaping Amaterasu, but instead he found her on the floor, embracing Eri while trying her best to stop crying. Overhaul took a glance around the kitchen. The walls were cracked. No matter, a quick use of his quirk would repair that. The camera had been destroyed, though by the looks of it, it had fallen due to the strikes to the walls, not purposely destroyed, and there were puddles of red liquid all over the place, as well as vomit next to Amaterasu. Overhaul sneered at that. He'd be making Amaterasu clean all that up once her punishment was over. He turned back to Amaterasu and frowned behind his mask. Kurono had said she transformed somehow, but she appeared to be in her complete human form. Her hair was green, she lacked wolf features or divine markings, and her eyes were shining emeralds, though they were rimmed with red and sore from crying. Overhaul didn't know what had happened, which combined with the mess and the disruption to his routine, just made him angrier. With a voice like ice, he addressed Amaterasu, "I want answers, girl, or you will suffer for this." Izumi shuddered. I didn't mean to do any of this. I swear. Orokuju wanted to hurt Eri and before I knew it. I'd done this, she cried, gesturing to the ruined room. Please, I can fix everything. I'll clean up the mess and repair everything. I'd need rejuvenation for the damaged parts, but I'll do it if you let me, she began to beg. Izumi had no doubts she'd be punished for the trouble she'd caused. After falling to darkness like she had, she felt she probably deserved it. She just didn't want Eri to be hurt. Overhaul was unimpressed by her begging and was tempted to slap her, but he didn't want to do anything that might reduce how much DNA he could take from the girl later, and any injury would likely affect her stamina. Reining in his temper, the Yakuza boss turned to Tengai. You, explain what happened. Tengai flinched at the cold tone, but obediently began recounting what had happened. Kurono nodded along, the former monk's testimony lining up perfectly with what he'd seen in the security room. Getting to the parts after the camera had been destroyed, Overhaul and his followers were shocked and privately impressed by the power and ruthlessness Izumi had shown. Still, they were all worried. Despite having her powers supposedly sealed by the cursed restraint, Izumi had somehow transformed and displayed several techniques that Orochi hadn't warned them of, fusing different materials together, producing and controlling blood, producing bone blades, and the coup de grace, producing a corrosive red liquid capable of rotting flesh and corroding concrete, all very frightening powers, and all unrestrained. Overhaul was torn. From the sounds of it, Izumi had acted to protect Eri from an uncontrolled threat and wasn't simply rebelling, but she'd still killed one of Orochi's demons which might cause him problems later. He was left with the choice of punishing her, which would likely impede his experiments, punishing Eri, which might cause her to use those bizarre dark powers again, or letting her get off scot-free, which would make him seem soft and potentially embolden the girl. Almost reluctantly, he turned his eyes on Eri. I warned you, Amaterasu, that acting out would get you punished. I can't risk your health right now, so Eri will take your place, the Yakuza boss said, handing down his sentence like a death row judge. With a gesture from Overhaul, Katsukame took a few menacing steps forward, intending to grab Eri, who was now cowering behind Izumi. Izumi panicked. No. Please, this wasn't her fault. She's done nothing wrong. Punish me, not her. Please, I'll take anything you dish out. I have astral resurrection, remember? When I revive from death, I come back at peak condition. You can work me to death in the experiments today and I'll come back. You can take even more flesh for your experiments. Please, just don't hurt Eri, she begged, bowing her head to the floor in front of Overhaul. The Yakuza boss was mildly surprised. He knew the girl was self-sacrificing, but he never imagined she'd so easily toss aside her own pride. Hero wannabes were usually so arrogant, and he'd expected worse from the reborn goddess. The idea of using the girl's astral resurrection to double the experiments was also appealing. Orochi had told him of the resurrection, but not that it restored her stamina. For Amaterasu to make such a bargain. Overhaul wondered what else he could get out of her. I can have Eri punished and simply force you to use your astral resurrection by killing you when you're too weak for my quirk to reset you. Why shouldn't I just use force? Overhaul asked, his voice dripping with evil. Izumi paled and Eri began to silently cry, while Katsukame chuckled darkly and took another step towards the girls. Overhaul waited, eager to see what tactic Amaterasu would choose next. Unfortunately, he realized he'd pushed too far. Go away. Izumi screamed, her eyes turning red again as the darkness once again asserted its grip on her. She hadn't fallen completely, so she only had red eyes, but that was enough to have all the Yakuza thugs scrambling backwards. A few of the nameless grunts even turned tail and fled, making Overhaul resolve to kill them later. Overhaul panicked as he realized his gambit had failed. He'd pushed the girl and now he had to either back down and appear weak or continue pushing and pray the girl didn't fall to darkness again and slaughter them all. Thankfully, he was saved from making that choice by the room suddenly growing colder, followed by a deep, sinister voice. "That is enough, Mr. Chisaki." Everyone in the room froze. The voice, deep and rumbling, seemed to come from all directions and filled those hearing it with dread. Only Izumi wasn't affected by the fear, instead feeling something else deep within her, recognition. Overhaul grimaced. "Orochi. Punishment must be issued," he said, trying to sound braver than he was. Izumi's eyes widened, that was why she recognized the voice. It was the voice of the eight-headed demon general, Yamada no Orochi. "Orochi," she growled, her eyes returning to their normal green. "OkamiHeroAmaterasu. It is a shame we have yet to meet face to face, or at least, not since you gained a new, human face. How did your brief taste of demonhood feel? Was it not glorious? Did you not enjoy slaying the imp that beat you, stole your mother's soul, and abused your child?" Izumi frowned. Her child? Did he mean Eri? "I won't listen to your tricks," she spat, holding Eri to her chest as she looked up at the ceiling, as if Orochi was hiding above her. The serpent demon made a displeased grunt. Now, it is only appropriate to show proper manners to one's host, especially as I just stopped Overhaul from further hurting your child. Answer my question honestly, or I shall allow Overhaul to have his fun with the girl." Izumi grimaced. As much as it disgusted her, she couldn't risk letting Eri be hurt. "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I enjoyed it. I liked hurting him. I liked killing him, and I hate myself for it." Orochi gave a sympathetic tut, "That is merely the guilt of the inexperienced. You have slain demons before, yet you somehow feel monstrous now because you killed one using demonic powers. Remember, Amaterasu, it wasn't the sun goddess that saved your child from the latest abuse, it was the demon wolf of the sun." Izumi wanted to be sick, but she didn't argue. She was tired, and her chest felt like someone had burned through it with acid. She hadn't heard the voices of the brush gods since her brief fall, and the guilt that she might have inadvertently hurt or betrayed them was torturing her. Please leave Izumi alone." Eri cried, plucking up all her courage, "I don't care if she's a demon or a goddess. I don't know what those are anyway. I just want Izumi." Overhaul was about to snap at the girl, demanding she be silent, but a soft chuckle from Orochi stopped him. "So the wolf pup has grown her first fangs, how wonderful. Hone those little fangs, child, you may make a fine demon yourself one day. Mr. Chisaki, do not harm either of these girls for their actions today. Amaterasu's fall to the darkness should not be punished, but celebrated, and the child has impressed me." Overhaul reluctantly nodded. "Fine, I'll let them off without punishment. But what of your demon? Amaterasu did kill him." Orochi laughed cruelly. "Rokuju was a mere green imp. He was incompetent, riding the coattails of his single achievement until he got ahead of himself. His death will be a lesson to the rest, and is no great loss." The room began to warm up again shortly after that last word, signifying Orochi's presence retreating to whatever part of the base he usually resided in. Overhaul sighed deeply and turned to Katsukame and the girls. "Rikiya, take the girls back to their room. Don't lay a finger on them, I won't lose one of my bullets because you chose to defy Orochi," he ordered, before focusing on the girls. "Count yourselves lucky. If it were up to me, I'd be having Rikiya wear out his belt on your asses. Now get out, the experiments will continue as planned tonight." Izumi didn't need to be told twice, she picked up Eri and almost ran from the room as Katsukame led them back to their room. Overhaul growled as he turned back to Tengai and Kurono. "Clean this mess up. I'm going to go deal with the men who fled," he said darkly, before taking his leave. Kurono and Tengai were left to clean up the kitchen, both sighing as they got to work. Back with the girls, Katsukame grumpily led them to their shared room before locking them in, clearly angry that he hadn't gotten to play with the girls but too afraid of defying Orochi and Overhaul to do anything about it, not to mention his more private fear of what the dark Izumi would do to him. Once Izumi and Eri were locked in, Izumi set Eri down on the bed and immediately ran to the bathroom, where she promptly emptied her stomach again, not that there was much to bring up after already throwing up in the kitchen. Eri followed her, closing the door behind her, and Ishiko promptly emerged from the vent to see what had happened. "Izumi, Eri. What the hell happened?" Ishiko asked, hopping down to land on Izumi's shoulder and pet the girl's cheek comfortingly. Izumi was nearly catatonic and couldn't speak, so Ishiko turned a desperate look to the confused and worried Eri. "The mean monster that hurt me came to the kitchen when we were making lunch. He said he was the same one who hurt Zumi and took her mama's soul. Eri explained. Ishiko's eyes widened. Rokuju. Eri nodded, I think so. He threatened us and Zumi got angry. He threatened to hurt us both, and went to hit me with his funny stick thing, then Zumi did something strange. She got doggy ears and a tail, and all her hair turned black. Her eyes were kinda scary too, all red and with black bits on the outside. Zumi did some really scary moves to beat up the monster, then made him disappear, but I didn't see how, cause Zumi told me not to look. Then Zumi turned back to normal and started crying and got sick. Red eyes? Black hair and doggy ears. That sounds like her demigod form, but C corrupted, the punkle grimaced, Izumi, did you? Izumi whimpered and nodded, I became a demon. I was filled with so much hate and anger. Rokuju hurt me and stole mom's soul. He beat Eri and was going to do it again, and I couldn't do anything to stop him. I wanted so badly to protect Eri and get revenge, that I allowed myself to fall to darkness. I let the corruption overtake me and I became a demon. I tortured Rokuju to death and I loved every minute of it. Now I feel like a monster, and the brush gods won't talk to me. They're either hurt or they hate me and it's all my fault. I failed Sakuya and everyone else. Izumi. Ishiko said sadly, unable to find the words to comfort the girl. The punkle was too shocked that someone as nice and gentle as Izumi had fallen to darkness in the first place. Though she supposed that if it was going to happen, it would be because Izumi was trying to save someone. Izumi would do anything required to be someone's hero, even become a demon. How can I be a hero after what I've done? Izumi sobbed. She had never felt so small and worthless, even when she believed herself useless and quirkless, she'd at least been able to comfort herself with the knowledge that she wasn't a bad person, but now? After torturing someone to death. Sure, it was her duty as Amaterasu to slay demons, but that didn't mean she had to torment them. Ishiko had no idea how to help Izumi, but Eri had a different problem, she had no idea what Izumi had done wrong. Zumi? I don't understand, you told me stories about heroes. You said their job was to save people and stop the bad guys. Eri said nervously, unsure of if she should be speaking. Izumi was always nice to her, but she'd learned enough from Overhaul to know that when people were in bad moods, they could become like different people. That's right, Eri. A hero saves the innocent and stops villains and criminals. It's their job to maintain peace. Izumi sniffled, trying to compose herself for Eri's sake. Eri nodded, a little more confident, but then I don't understand, why can't you be a hero after what you did? Eri? Izumi looked confused, an expression Eri mirrored. You saved me and stopped the bad guy. Isn't that what a hero does? Eri asked. Izumi felt her heart warm a little. Eri was so innocent, despite all the horrible things she'd been put through, she still had such a big heart. Oh Eri. It's not that simple. Heroes don't do the things I did. Eri's face fell and she looked ready to cry, does that mean that I'm a bad girl? Was the monster actually a good person? What? No. Eri, you're not a bad girl. You're a little angel and that monster was irredeemably evil. Izumi cried, pushing herself away from the toilet bowl and holding her arms out for Eri. The little girl walked into those arms and cuddled into Izumi's chest. I'm so confused. Heroes help good people and stop bad people, but you did something bad by saving me and stopping the monster, but I'm still good and he was still bad. I don't understand. Eri said, looking up at Izumi with sparkling red eyes. Her face was mostly pressed into Izumi's chest, so when the greenette looked down, all she saw was those eyes, and it made Eri look like a worried puppy. The feeling that had settled in Izumi's heart after meeting Eri for the first time began to grow stronger. Eri. Saving you and killing Rokuju wasn't the bad thing I did. I did a horrible thing by torturing him, and the power I used was bad. You said yesterday that your quirk was a curse. Well, I know your quirk isn't, because the power I used today was a real curse. It's a power you can only use when you give in to anger and hate, it's a power you can only use if you become a bad person. Izumi explained softly. Eri seemed to grasp what Izumi was saying, recognizing that torturing even a bad person was still a bad thing to do, and she certainly understood what it meant to have and use a cursed power, but she didn't agree with that last part. Are you sure you did it right? If using that curse makes you bad, then you must have done it wrong, 'cause you're not a bad person. You're the best person ever. Eri said, completely serious. Izumi giggled despite her tears. Logically speaking, the only other people Eri knew were demons and Yakuza, so being the best of a bad batch wasn't that much of a compliment, but Eri was so earnest and transparent with her feelings that Izumi couldn't help but feel a little cheered up. Eri. Thank you. I think you're probably a better person than I am. Izumi said, gently kissing Eri's forehead and making the little girl smile again, which just further melted Izumi's heart. Eri didn't smile much, but whenever she did, Izumi felt like everything bad in the world was vanishing around her. I need to apologize to you. Izumi said, hugging Eri tightly. What for? Eri asked. For doing bad things in front of you. For letting Rokuju even touch you. For calling you mine, as if you were a thing to be owned. I am sorry. Izumi apologized. Eri smiled again, and reached up to pat Izumi's head the same way the greenette often patted hers. It's okay. You saved me. And. Eri blushed a little. I don't think I'd mind belonging to you. The bad man says I belong to him, and he hurt me, but when you went all dark and scary, you said I belong to you, but you love me and treat me nice. No one else ever did that, so I'm happy being yours. Izumi's heart lightened, and Ashiko, who'd been silent through the adorable exchange, smiled. Eri believed that she belonged to Izumi, but without even realizing it, Izumi's heart now belonged to her. Ishiko recognized what was happening, as she knew a fair bit about the side effects of Izumi's divine nature, but she decided to keep it secret for now. If Izumi knew the truth, she'd act differently and that might tip off the Yakuza, which would only lead to disaster. Izumi hugged Eri to her and began to feel the self-hatred leave her. No sooner had the hatred disappeared when the voices of the brush gods seemed to slam into Izumi's mind simultaneously. Great Mother. OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Divine One. The sudden shouts made Izumi stumble, then her eyes widened as she recognized the voices. Everyone. You're okay. Izumi thought, her sudden change of expression confusing Eri and Ashiko, who naturally couldn't hear the brush. Gods. Of course we're okay. We sealed ourselves up in the core of your heart, nothing can get to us there. Yamagami said, relief clear in his voice. You did? Izumi asked, surprised. Of course. When you had that encounter with Rokuju, the corruption and darkness began to encroach on you. The voice you heard tempting you was the voice of your dark side. We tried to reach you to try and block out the voice, but the darkness you felt began to try and imprison and corrupt us too, since we were inside you. The dragon god explained. That was when your inner light fought back. Bakugami cut in, it acted to protect us and held back the darkness long enough to give us time to flee deeper into your being, allowing us to seal ourselves into the core of your heart, the source of your light, in order to prevent us being turned into demons alongside you. Unfortunately, when the darkness overtook you, your heart locked itself up tight to protect itself, leaving us unable to get out or properly connect to you. That's why we couldn't contact you. Yeah, we were safe but kinda trapped. Sudagami said. Like we were in a cage of light, dangling in the abyss of darkness. Sakigami continued. We only got out a moment ago, when your heart opened up. You were so upset that your heart was on the verge of being plunged into the darkness again. Hajigami finished. Izumi's eyes widened, so that was why she hadn't heard from the brush gods. She was the divine goddess of the sun, the source of light, so the light within her heart had served as a safe haven and protected her brush gods. It wasn't until Eri had helped soothe Izumi's heart and push out the last of her dark feelings that Izumi's heart had opened up again, freeing the trapped gods. Everyone. I'm so sorry. I was weak, and it almost got you all corrupted. I became a demon. It's a miracle I was able to return to normal. Izumi thought sadly. It was no miracle. Moegami said, you are the sun goddess, the source of light just as Yami is the source of darkness. As the sun goddess, it should actually be impossible for you to fall to darkness at all, since your natural light holds back the tide of evil, but you are not only Amaterasu now, you're half human. Yamagami made a noise of agreement, humans are blank slates. Unlike demons, spirits, and gods, humans have no inherent good or evil. Their morality reflects their desires, personalities, and the society in which they live. By being reborn within a human body, you have the potential to be corrupted just like them. However, that also means the demonic power can leech off your divine self like a cancer, corrupting you into a demon goddess. You avoided that today as the corruption only went halfway, but still. Even so, the light within you can become trapped, but it cannot become extinguished. You were able to return to normal once the negative emotions that caused your corruption ceased to exist, allowing your light to reassert itself. Izumi nodded along, just about being able to keep up. She internally compared corruption to a black flame, it burned within her so long as it had the fuel, but once that fuel was gone, the fire would splutter out. So I'll never become a demon permanently. I'll always be able to turn back. Yes, Great Mother. Tashigami said, not having spoken much yet, but be warned, you are half human, and humans are notoriously good at holding on to all the dark feelings within them. You can only be healed of your demonhood if you let go of the darkness. So long as you are able to do that, you'll be able to return to the righteous path. But beware, the power of demonhood can be intoxicating and the lust for such a power can be enough to corrupt you as well, making it a vicious cycle. Do not long for that power, Great Mother, it will darken your path. I understand. Izumi thought. She couldn't deny that using the powers of a demon had been exhilarating, especially after being essentially powerless for several days. It also hadn't escaped her notice that her demon powers had been the inverted versions used by the brush demons. She'd used Akumatachi's fusion power on the door, Akumaheisu's blood power to strangle and smack around Rokuju, crucified him with Akumasaki's bone power, and then killed him with Akumayomi's destruction power. Still, as amazing as it had felt to use those powers, the things she'd done with them still disgusted Izumi. I'm sorry everyone. I'll do my best not to fall again. Izumi promised. Yamagami chuckled kindly, Great Mother, you did not fall. That was a mere trip, a brief stumble. A true fall would have been more, well, it would have just been more. However, be it a trip, a stumble, or a genuine fall, all can be made well again by standing back up. We brush gods will be the pillars on which you can support yourself, and the child will likely become quite a pillar herself. Izumi turned to Eri, who was still happily hugging her. Izumi smiled and stroked the girl's hair. Yeah, she thought, I'll never stay down. And as much as I hated it, my trip to the dark side did save Eri. Then perhaps the voice was not wrong. Yamagami said, perhaps to some extent, even a demon can be a hero, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that a true hero turned to demonhood is still a hero at their core. We shall allow you to rest for now, your escape plan is nearly ready, so prepare yourself. Izumi nodded, and each of the brush gods said a brief farewell as they cut the connection, leaving Izumi to rest and recover. She was still upset and conflicted over everything that had happened, but for now, she'd simply rest and prepare. Izumi would save Eri, defeat Overhaul, slay Orochi, reclaim her mother's soul and win back her freedom. Next chapter, Slipping the Collar. To be released, tomorrow. Hey there. Now we've reached the home stretch on the captured part of the arc. The next chapter will end the captured half and then the escape/rescue will begin with chapter 8. We got to hear from Orochi, see things from Overhaul's perspective, experience some fluff between Izumi and Eri, and learn a bit more about Izumi's brief trip to the darkness. Kind of an emotionally heavy chapter. The next chapter will be out tomorrow, usually it would have been the 3rd so I have my usual day break, but I have a family commitment that day and I didn't want to delay getting to the rescue/escape, so I'll be releasing this chapter in the next back-to-back. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5 to 7, Slipping the Collar. Tuesday 19th April 2 2081. Shai Hasaikai Compound, Korisantu. After taking a few moments to compose herself, reassure Eri, and promise Ashiko that their plan was still to go ahead, Izumi left the bathroom and returned to the bedroom, Eri happily trotting along beside her. The little girl's stomach grumbled a bit, as they hadn't gotten to eat their lunch due to everything that happened, but the sweet child didn't complain. Izumi wished she could do something to help the girl, she was a bit hungry too, after having thrown up whatever was left in her stomach, but she didn't dare risk asking for food from the Yakuza at the moment. Overhaul was likely seething that he hadn't been allowed to punish the girls for the incident. At that moment, almost as if reading Izumi's mind, Hikiji Tengai knocked on their door and then let himself in, carrying 2 steaming hot plates on a tray. I apologize for the interruption, Divine One, but I feared you and young Eri would grow hungry due to missing your midday meal. I took the liberty of reheating the carriage you made, he said, handing Izumi the tray with 2 piping hot plates of carriage on it. Eri's eyes lit up and she almost smiled in front of the Yakuza, while Izumi gave the man a curious look. Tengai's eyes were full of shame, and he wouldn't meet her gaze. Izumi guessed that he was upset with himself for not helping during the situation with Rokuju. Izumi didn't feel too charitable towards the man, she was sure he could have used his barrier quirk to protect them if he'd wanted to, but he was bringing them food, so she bowed her head and thanked him politely. Tengai nodded stiffly and went to leave. He paused in the doorway and looked back at Izumi, before muttering a quiet, "I'm sorry," and leaving, locking the door behind him. Izumi waited for a moment after he was gone, wondering what was going through his mind, before deciding not to worry about it for now. She placed the tray down on the bed and Eri eagerly sat down beside her to eat the meal. The 2 girls mostly ate in silence, though Eri did squeal and proclaim the carriage to be super tasty. Since Izumi's stomach had settled a bit after the earlier ordeal, she was actually quite hungry and struggled not to wolf down her food, so as to be a good example to Eri. After eating, the two spent the afternoon in much the same way they had in the last few days, mostly playing with a few lessons mixed in. Since they'd ended up eating lunch late, they weren't quite as hungry as normal when Tengai reappeared to take them to get dinner, but Izumi still had plans for what to make, viewing it as a celebratory meal for her escape with Eri. "I just need to use the bathroom real quick," Izumi said after Tengai arrived, quickly walking to the bathroom before the man could question her. As soon as she walked into the bathroom, she turned on the tap to drown out the sign of her quietly tapping on the vent. Ishiko poked her head out, and upon seeing the silent signal from Izumi, she ran out and crawled into Izumi's thick green hair, hiding herself completely. With Ishiko ready, Izumi quickly washed her hands and left the room to meet Tengai, who was having an awkward conversation with Eri. The former monk was still nervous after what happened earlier, and was trying to be nice, asking Eri questions about the game she'd been playing with Izumi and how she enjoyed the carriage, but the little girl was too intimidated by the Yakuza to answer properly. When Eri saw Izumi emerge from the bathroom, she ran to her and hid behind her legs. Izumi frowned. "Shall we go?" she asked, trying not to show her irritation with Tengai for bothering Eri. Tengai nodded meekly and gestured for Izumi and Eri to follow him. The walk through the halls was terribly awkward, with none of them saying anything until Izumi looked to the former Buddhist. "I've got to admit to being surprised. After earlier, I figured Chisaki wouldn't let me cook. Again. He hadn't planned to." Tengai admitted, "After I brought your lunch earlier, he wanted to forbid you both from having dinner at all, but Chronostasis pointed out that you'd need your strength for the lab session today, so starving you would have been counterproductive. You'd have gotten a store-bought meal, but when we went to cook one, we discovered that nobody had bought more since you were cooking and no one else really eats those ready meals. So we either had to cook something for you, send somebody out to buy something, starve you, or make you cook for yourself. Master Chisaki decided to just have you cook for yourself, but don't expect to be able to in future." Tengai sounded guilty about that last part, but Izumi kept a neutral expression. She and Eri wouldn't be cooking together here again, but it wouldn't be for the reasons Overhaul thought. They reached the kitchens a moment later, and Izumi had to suppress a shudder as she looked around the room. The signs of what Izumi had done were clearly visible all over the place. The door was still in the state Overhaul had turned it into, which meant it couldn't close. The cracks in the walls and the melted sections of the floor had been filled in with plaster, and the camera was missing entirely. Izumi had expected Overhaul to fix everything with his quirk, but he must have been too angry or thought it beneath him. Shaking off the faint feelings of dread, Izumi got to work on making her favorite meal, katsudon. It seemed like an appropriate pre-escape meal, and the more morbid part of her mind thought, well, if all goes wrong, it'll be a nice last meal. The brush gods hadn't thought it was funny. Izumi made the food with some help from Eri, and then they sat down to eat it together. Eri loved it, as she'd loved everything Izumi had cooked, and the two were just polishing off their bowls when Overhaul appeared in the kitchens. "It's time to get to work," he said, Chronostasis and Katsukame flanking him as always. Straight to the point today it seemed. "Sure. I'd offer you some katsudon, but it turns out Eri likes it almost as much as I do, so we're out." Izumi smiled falsely. "I prefer chicken to pork. Now come on, I want to get to work," Overhaul said shortly. He wasn't in the mood for banter today it seemed, still likely pissed off from earlier. Izumi shrugged and put on a brave face as she followed Overhaul to her personal torture chamber. Eri was strapped down first as the hostage, then Izumi was strapped down and the cursed restraint was removed. That was when Izumi and Nishiko began part 1 of their steal a scalpel plan. Izumi leaned forward a little, so her back wasn't fully pressed against the backrest of her chair, allowing Ishiko to carefully crawl down her hair and into the back of plain white dress. She then clung to the dress and hung there, ensuring she wasn't touching Izumi. Izumi then leaned back ever so slightly, so that she was the one initiating the contact with Ishiko. As soon as contact was made, Izumi activated her quirk and Ishiko allowed her own quirk, storage, to be taken. Izumi nestled the borrowed quirk into her heart container and prepared to use it. Now temporarily quirkless, Ishiko slid down and waited at the bottom of Izumi's dress for her moment to escape. She needed to get away from Izumi before Overhaul reset her for the first time, otherwise the punkle would be reset too, and if Overhaul's quirk worked the way Izumi suspected it did, he'd either end up inadvertently fusing the punkle to Izumi when reconstructing her, or he'd simply leave her disassembled, effectively killing her. Ishiko needed to get away before that could happen. Trusting Ishiko to do what she needed to, Izumi focused on what she had to do, namely nab the scalpel Overhaul was using without tipping him off that anything nefarious was going on. Thankfully, Izumi had worked out exactly how to get it. Overhaul picked up a scalpel and prepared for the first incision, which would be the moment Izumi enacted part 2 of her plan. When Overhaul cut her in the past, she'd always react the same way, wincing at the first slice, and then slowly going from wincing to whimpering to yelping to outright screaming. It was a gradual process born from Izumi attempting to stay strong for as long as possible before giving in to the pain. However, this time Overhaul made his first cut and Izumi immediately screamed bloody murder and thrashed viciously in her restraints. Eri screamed in surprise and the Yakuza all startled back a step, not having expected the sudden response. Overhaul was so startled that his cut became a stab and he let go of his scalpel as he backed up a step, leaving the instrument in Izumi's arm. This was exactly what Izumi wanted, and she immediately activated storage and rejuvenation simultaneously, making the scalpel vanish into her storage space while the wound was healed. Part 2 of the plan had worked perfectly. Now Izumi just had to hope Part 3, appeasing Overhaul, would go just as well. Unfortunately, when Izumi had first made this plan, she hadn't expected it to be on a day when she'd already royally pissed Overhaul off. What the hell was that? Overhaul roared, grabbing Izumi by the hair and pulled her head back so she was looking him in the eye. Sorry. Izumi whimpered, I'm really sensitive today. I didn't think it would be that bad. Overhaul growled softly, why are you so damn sensitive? Izumi blushed deeply, I started my period. She whispered embarrassedly. Chronostasis facepalmed and Katsukame shuddered and looked away. Overhaul just sighed angrily, I suppose there isn't anything that can be done about that. He looked at her arm, where did my scalpel go? It was in your arm and vanished when you healed. I'm sorry, Mr. Chisaki. I should have told you. Rejuvenation destroys all foreign objects inside my body when it activates. I usually wait for you to finish before I activate it so you don't lose your equipment and get angry, but I was caught off guard by the pain and I activated it on instinct. She lied. Please forgive me, she added, doing her best to appear contrite. Overhaul's eye twitched, but thankfully he decided not to punish her or Eri for the mistake. He may be a disgusting villainous piece of scum, in Izumi's mind anyway, but he didn't seem willing to punish Izumi for a biological function she couldn't control. Of course, the questions that followed were a kind of punishment of their own as Overhaul demanded to know all the details of Izumi's cycle so he could adjust his expectations and not be caught off guard again. Izumi was beet red by the time she was done, while Eri was completely confused. Katsukame was squirming uncomfortably and Chronostasis was taking a very keen interest in a nearby monitor. Only Overhaul was unconcerned. When he was finished with his questions, which Izumi thought might have been part of some sort of psychological punishment, he looked to Chronostasis, gag her. I'll tighten her restraints, he said. Izumi whimpered, not liking this idea, but she had no choice but to accept it as Overhaul tightened the straps holding her down to the point that she couldn't move her limbs even a little. Then Chrono came up behind her and stuffed a cloth in her mouth, tying the ends of it around the back of her head so she couldn't spit it out. Overhaul then picked another scalpel and continued his work. Being unable to move an inch or scream out loud made the rest of the session a lot harder to take. It made Izumi feel weak and vulnerable, but she toughed it out as best she could to put Eri at ease. Eri was taking it better than yesterday, but she was still sobbing as she watched Overhaul go to work on Izumi's body. After Overhaul reset Izumi for the first time that day, Ishiko, who had been hiding beneath the chair since Izumi distracted the Yakuza with her scream earlier, crawled out to where Izumi's feet were strapped down just an inch above the floor. She slapped the bottom of Izumi's feet just hard enough to get her attention. Izumi, currently in the throes of agony from the continuous torture, released the stolen scalpel from storage via the bottom of her foot, where Ishiko easily caught it. Ishiko then touched Izumi's foot again to initiate contact and allow Izumi to return her quirk. Izumi did so and Ishiko immediately used storage to hide the scalpel again. This was necessary, as items stored with storage were released if the quirk changed owners, and Izumi needed to return the quirk before she was cuffed by the cursed restraint again. Now that Ishiko had the scalpel, Izumi could get it back when they returned to her room. Ishiko returned to hiding behind the chair, waiting for the experiments to end for the day so she could go back to hiding within Izumi's hair. After 2 agonizing hours, Izumi finally couldn't take it anymore and could barely keep herself coherent enough to cast rejuvenation, which ended up flickering off before it could fully heal her, leaving Rewind to finish the job. Usually, this meant the experiments would end, but Overhaul cut her again. When Izumi screamed into her gag, she looked up at Overhaul with tearful, horrified eyes. The man's cold yellow eyes stared back as he leaned in close. You have a whole extra life to use up. I do not allow brats like you to get away with defying me. Stay nice and compliant, or I'll hurt Eri, he said coldly. Izumi's blood felt like it turned to ice as Overhaul kept cutting and taking her flesh. Rejuvenation wouldn't work now, and even Rewind was beginning to lose power, signified by Izumi's horn shrinking. Finally, without the power to heal herself, Izumi succumbed to death. Eri and Ishiko both watched in horror as the dregs of Rewind spluttered out and Izumi went limp in her restraints, her eyes open but glassy. Kai. Chronostasis said, looking at his boss questioningly. She's dead. Eri screamed, no. Izumi. Overhaul looked at the girl with a raised eyebrow, be silent Eri. Your precious protector will come back to life in a moment, though I suppose it would be best to ensure she was completely fresh. He said, turning and slapping Izumi's corpse across the face, destroying it with his quirk. Eri's sobs began anew, sounding even more desperate and heart-wrenching than usual. Then, a few seconds later, the bloody remains of Izumi's body turned snow-white and began to fuse back together, as if building an Izumi-shaped snowman. Once her form was complete, the whiteness faded and revealed Izumi's completely intact, but naked, form. As if struck by lightning, Izumi suddenly gasped and sprang to life, panting wildly as she filled her new lungs with air. It was a horrifying new experience for Izumi. She died twice before, hitting her head on the sandbox thanks to Ashigaki, and being impaled by a possessed Torikego, but in both those cases, Izumi's body had been mostly intact and only had to heal a single wound before her soul returned to the body. This time she had to reconstruct it completely, an experience that felt like having to solve a puzzle the size of her body with each piece being the size of a speck of dust, with there being an unpleasant, though not painful, shock with every correctly placed piece. It all happened so fast that those little shocks were happening a billion times a second, resulting in an awful stinging sensation. Izumi was definitely not planning on experiencing it ever again, especially as it left her naked and sobbing in her chair. Eri cried out to the girl, but Overhaul simply reconstructed Izumi's destroyed clothing and strapped her down again. Izumi didn't even have a chance to recover or get a grip on what happened to her before the experiments started again from the very beginning. Ishiko felt sick with hatred as she was forced to listen to 2 more hours of Izumi being tortured without a moment to breathe. Poor Eri cried so much that her tears had stained her cheeks and her throat felt like she'd swallowed needles. As for Izumi, the girl was in the state one would expect from her ordeal, almost incoherent with pain, and with her freshly restored stamina already reduced to barely anything. Her arms and legs were littered with even more scars now, to the point she had almost as many as Eri, despite having only endured the experiments for 4 days as opposed to the months Eri endured. Overhaul looked at all the samples he'd collected that day and grinned beneath his mask. All these samples. Their combined mass must be almost the same as Eri's entire body. To think I could get so much in a single day. We will definitely be using this new method from now on, the man said, turning gleefully cruel eyes on Izumi. You'll endure it, won't you? All to keep Eri safe of course. Izumi froze at the clear threat to Eri. She gulped and nodded, still gagged. Overhaul chuckled coldly and removed Izumi's gag, listening eagerly as Izumi immediately began promising to endure it all so long as he didn't hurt Eri. The Yakuza boss felt smug, serves her right for defying me and causing Orochi to make me look weak in front of my men, he thought. He'd had to kill 3 of the 5 grunts he'd taken into the kitchen earlier as punishment for fleeing, and Overhaul intended to properly punish Izumi for making him kill 3 useful pawns. Good girl, he said mockingly, patting Izumi's head in a condescending way. We're done here. Chrono, deal with her. Overhaul said, turning to clean his scalpels. As Chronostasis approached, Ishiko quickly took the chance to sneak back into Izumi's dress and climb up to hide in her hair, whispering a quiet assurance to Izumi when she got there. Chrono placed the cursed restraint back around Izumi's ankle and then untied her straps, completely ignorant to the puncle in Izumi's hair. Izumi shakily got to her feet and took a few stiff steps. Katsukame approached her, intent on picking her up, but Izumi shook her head. I'll walk, these are technically new legs, so I need to get the blood flowing. Those straps were way too tight. She complained, though not too loudly. Katsukame just shrugged while Chrono released Eri. The little girl ran over and hugged Izumi tightly, but when Izumi tried to pick her up, Eri refused. You're really tired. I can walk, she said, putting on her brave face. Izumi smiled and the two returned to their room with Katsukame grumpily following them as an escort. Izumi was walking very carefully, on account of the residual pain of the experiments. The whole way back to their shared room, Izumi comforted Eri and assured her everything was fine, and that she was sorry for not explaining her astral resurrection properly. Eri nodded in understanding, though she was still more than a little traumatized by what had happened. Still, Eri was used to trauma at this point, a thought that made Izumi's blood boil, and the little girl seemed to return to normal fairly quickly. Once the two were locked back in their room and Katsukame had left, Eri looked up at Izumi with hopeful eyes. Did you get it? She whispered. Izumi smiled and nodded weakly, hobbling to the bathroom. Inside and free from the camera's gaze, Ishiko emerged from Izumi's hair and released the scalpel from storage, making it drop into Izumi's waiting palm and causing Eri's eyes to widen. You're going to use that to beat the bad guys? Not exactly. Now listen very carefully, Eri. I want you to go sit on the bed and cover your ears with a pillow. Under no circumstances, no matter what you hear, are you to come back into the bathroom until I call you, okay? Izumi said sternly. Eri nodded seriously, thinking that Izumi had never spoken in anything but a kind and gentle tone with her before, so if she was being strict now, it must be really important. The little girl scurried out of the bathroom, leaving Izumi to stare down at the scalpel in her hand. So how are you going to escape with this thing? I figured you planned on picking the lock on the restraint, but the lock's electronic. Ishiko asked. It's for the restraint, but not for picking the lock. Izumi said, breathing deeply. Within her, the brush gods were transferring their power to her in order to regenerate her strength as quickly as possible for the breakout. Sharp as that thing is, it won't cut through that band. How are you going to dash? Ishiko's eyes widened as she saw Izumi's grim expression. No. Izumi, you're not going to do what I think you are, right? Please tell me you aren't going to. Izumi nodded reluctantly. This was always the plan. We can't get the key, so this is our only plan. I don't like this plan. Ishiko shrieked. Me neither. Yamagami is currently yelling in my ear about how bad an idea this is, but I don't have a choice. We can't escape without taking the band off, and we can't get the key. The band is too tough to cut and too tight to slip off no matter how hard I try. The only option is to... Izumi gulped, to amputate. Ishiko grimaced. No matter how much she hated this plan, she had no choice but to go along with it. She couldn't think of an alternative. Izumi. You're already hurt and low on energy. Even if the brush gods give you a lot, you'll use most of it up regrowing your leg. Plus, you don't have your astral resurrection to fall back on. There can be no mistakes here, and even if we call for help, we still need to beat Orochi. I know. I don't plan on fighting anyone but Orochi, which is why I'll call for help first. When the police arrive, they'll hopefully bring along some heroes that can help me fight the demons. So long as I can get the last blow on Orochi, we'll all be fine. And it's not like the other major demon fights I've had, I don't need to hold back against Orochi. Izumi reasoned. Ishiko sighed, but accepted it. Alright, I'm with you to the end, like always. Izumi smiled bravely as Ishiko rubbed herself against Izumi's cheek in a comforting gesture. Then, with a deep breath, Izumi tightened her grip on the scalpel and focused on her leg, aiming her first cut for directly above the cursed restraint. In the future, Izumi wouldn't remember much of the next 10 minutes. Overhaul's experiments had increased her pain tolerance by a huge amount, and the brush gods used meditation techniques to numb the pain as much as possible, but there was quite a difference between cutting away a person's flesh bit by bit and cutting off a leg. Izumi had to gag herself with a towel to stop her screams from echoing through the compound. She cut the flesh as quickly as she could, but the scalpel couldn't do more than scratch the bone, so when that was all that connected her now bloody right ankle to the rest of her, Izumi had gathered all her courage and struck the bone with her fist. It took 5 or 6 punches, but the bone finally broke and the ankle was detached from Izumi, taking the cursed restraint with it. Immediately, Izumi's powers returned and rewind kicked in, trying to reverse the damage to her leg. Before that could happen, Izumi used most of the energy given to her by the brush gods to cast a powerful rejuvenation to restore her leg. When it was over, Izumi was sitting beside a puddle of blood in her demigod form, panting as she stared down at her 3 feet, the original one, the severed one, and the restored one. Still panting, Izumi pulled away the towel she'd gagged herself with and turned to Ishiko, who was crying softly in sympathy as she whispered comforting words to her. Let's not do that again. Hey Ishiko, do you think Sakuya and the others would be mad if I cursed? Ishiko laughed, I think they'd understand in this case. Izumi looked back at her amputated leg, fuck that hurt. The understatement of that comment was lessened by the sheer depth of emotion Izumi had expressed as she uttered them. This week has sucked, tortured, temporarily falling to demonhood and now being forced to chop off my own leg. I want a vacation. And you're taking one. I don't care what anyone says, after today you can take a whole year off as far as I'm concerned. Ishiko emphatically agreed. After taking a few minutes to gather her wits and calm herself down, Izumi took the cursed restraint from her amputated leg and tied it to a strip of towel that she'd torn to create a pseudo-belt, planning to use it later. Since Ishiko couldn't really fight, she decided to lend her quirk to Izumi again, just in case storage was useful in their escape attempt. Izumi immediately put it to use by storing her discarded leg, not wanting Eri to see it. Izumi and Ishiko then quickly cleaned up the blood, so that Eri could come back in without being freaked out. Eri, you can come in now. Izumi shouted. She couldn't leave the bathroom in her current state, or the camera would see her. Eri quickly came running and gasped as she saw Izumi in her demigod form. You're all white and red. It's like in the bad place, she exclaimed, looking at the older girl's wolf features and facial markings. This is my demigod form, it's what I need to use my powers, Eri. I can fight and defend us now, but I'm going to call for help from outside too. Take this. Izumi handed the little girl the clean scalpel. I won't let anyone near you, but if the worst happens, use that to defend yourself. Eri gulped but nodded, holding the sharp object carefully in both hands. Izumi smiled softly, then gestured for Eri to place her hands on Izumi's chest. With a flash of light and a brief ache in both girls' foreheads, Izumi returned rewind to Eri, causing the quirk's signature horn to vanish from Izumi and reappear on Eri. Huh. Eri murmured, reaching up to feel the horn, you gave it back. Izumi nodded, it's yours. It belongs with you. Eri frowned, but it's bad, it's evil. The bad man said I killed my daddy with it, made him disappear. He said mommy abandoned me 'cause I'm an evil cursed girl. Nonsense. Izumi said, Overhaul is a liar and a monster. You said you didn't remember anything from before you came here, so I bet Overhaul was just being cruel, trying to make you think you deserved what he did to you. But he hurt me because of this power. He hurt you because of it. Eri argued, see, can't you get rid of it? Overhaul hurt us because he's an evil monster. And even if I could get rid of Rewind, I wouldn't. Trust me, Eri, as long as you are the good girl I know you are, that quirk won't hurt anyone. It's a good power. Eri's eyes shone, really? Really? I had it inside me for a while, remember? I can tell a good quirk after I've used it. Izumi nodded, you could become an amazing doctor. With that power, healing the damage done by accidents and villain attacks. Better yet, you could become a hero. You could save tons of people. With Rewind. Eri beamed, smiling so widely that her cheeks began to turn a rosy pink color. No one had ever said such kind things to her before. No one had believed Eri was good for anything but hurting. Overhaul said she was born to destroy people, that her every action led to death, all because she was a cursed existence. But Izumi said she was a good girl with a wonderful power, who could actually save others. Those words ignited a new desire within the child. Eri wanted to prove Overhaul wrong and Izumi right. She wanted to help people. I can do it. I'll grow up and be a hero, like you, Izumi. Eri declared, pumping her little fists with determination. Izumi smiled broadly, that's what I want to hear. Show the world and all the bad people in it that Eri is the name of a hero. Now, let's get us some reinforcements, she said, grabbing her phone from where she'd stashed it and turned it on. Unbeknownst to Eri, Izumi had a darker reason for returning Rewind to her. If everything went wrong today, Overhaul would exact bloody revenge against the girls. If Izumi kept the quirk, Overhaul might have murdered Eri to punish her or at least tortured her viciously. At least if Eri had the quirk, Overhaul wouldn't risk killing her or doing too much damage for fear of disrupting his research. Eri would live, and there'd be another chance for her to be saved later down the line. Izumi wouldn't have that luxury now. Her astral resurrection for the day had been used up. If things went wrong now, Overhaul would kill her. Switching on the GPS tracker in her phone, Izumi called the police. Hello, police. This is Izumi Midoriya. I've been kidnapped by a Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai, along with a small child. They're torturing us, please send help. Next chapter, Calling in the Cavalry to be released, July 4, 2021. Finally. Izumi is free, has her powers back, and has called for help. The captive half of the arc is officially done. Now we can get to the rescue/escape half. Izumi was really giving it her all in this chapter, and is nearly out of power. As it turns out, Overhaul was still pretty mad. Don't worry though, he'll be getting what's coming to him. Look forward to it. This chapter also marked the end of the worst parts of the gore/torture, so don't worry about more stuff like that, excluding flashbacks. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 5 to 8, Calling in the Cavalry. Tuesday 19th April 2, 2081. Police Station, Mizurufu. Toshinori Yagi sat at a borrowed desk in the Mizurufu police station, surrounded by dozens of police officers from both Mizurufu and Korisanto, all waiting around in full riot gear, while nearby, the heroes of Udare did their paperwork, trying to keep up with their teacher work for Udare while awaiting the moment their strike team could mobilize against the Shai Hasaikai. Everyone was tense, waiting for even the slightest clue or scrap of info to lead them to the Shai Hasaikai so they could rescue the kidnapped Izumi Midoriya. Principal Nizu was working with the Mizurufu and Korisanto police chiefs to go over what they'd managed to dig up on the Yakuza group, but progress was slow going. So far, all they'd managed to do was assemble the strike force and set up a signal redirect for Izumi's phone, so the moment it made a call, it would go straight to the strike team no matter whose number was entered. Izumi's foster mother Sakuya Kanahana had told them about the GPS feature of her daughter's phone as well, so they were prepared to lock onto it the moment it was switched back on. Sakuya and the rest of Izumi's friends and family had started almost living at the police station following Izumi's kidnapping. Most of them weren't allowed to directly help the investigation, since the majority of the Konohana household were technically not employees of the Hero Commission, but Sakuya, the Onikawa brothers, Tenji Ida, Ryuko Torikego, and Hawks, who'd rapidly finished his drug bust in Hokkaido and flown home after hearing about Izumi's kidnapping, were all helping in every way they could. Thanks to them, the Shaiha Saikai strike force now included the full might of Utada High School, the Mizutofu Hero Commission, the Mizutofu and Korisanta police forces and 2 top 5 heroes in the form of All Might and Hawks. Even Ingenium and his hero agency, Team Ida 10, had been brought in to help by his cousin Tenji. The rest of Izumi's friends and family, the ones who weren't allowed to help, made themselves useful in any other way they could. This usually involved doing odd jobs such as fetching paperwork, cleaning the police station, making coffee, and going on food runs. Everyone was working hard to find and rescue Izumi, who'd been missing for 4 days now. In that time, Sakuya Konohana had privately approached Tashinori to point out to him that among her staff, only she knew that he wasn't All Might's manager, but All Might himself. Tashinori had felt foolish to not have remembered that the Hero Commission president would obviously remember his real name, but rather than be upset with the number 1 hero, Sakuya had been worried by how much he'd atrophied due to his injuries. Sakuya had her personal doctor, Dr. Tanaka, examine him again and take over his care. When All Might softly protested, Sakuya pointed out that if his health got in the way of saving her daughter, she wouldn't forgive him, and that one of the best things she could do to help Izumi right now was to look after the man who had the best chance of defeating her captors. Sakuya even had her cook, Doi Nezo, preparing special meals for him that were nutritious and easy on his heavily damaged digestion system. Tashinori found he quite liked the Konohana household members, which made him feel awful about his misgivings over their missing young lady. All Might was the number 1 hero and the symbol of peace, the top of the hero leaderboard in Japan, the USA, and the EU, and ranked in the top 10 in every country to have its own leaderboard. All Might was literally the number 1 hero in the world, and yet he'd been brought low, left weakened and emaciated with a daily time limit of 3 hours for his hero work, and all because of one man. The world's greatest villain, all for one. A man characterized by his cruelty, his cold intelligence, and his quirk, which shared his name. A quirk with the power to steal and use other quirks. All for One had crippled All Might in their last fight 5 years before, a fight in which the villain had lost his life. Before All Might defeated him, All for One had stolen countless quirks, ruled Japan's criminal underworld for decades, and killed Tashinori's mentor and mother figure, Nana Shimura. All Might had been so relieved when the man died, even though it had cost him much of his strength. But then he'd learned of Izumi Midoriya, quirk, Okami, a unique quirk that allowed Izumi to produce ink that could cast a variety of different effects, almost like she had multiple quirks. And what was one of those different effects? The power to take and use other quirks. All Might and the top 10 heroes had been told of this power before the government classified it and sealed Izumi's entry in the quirk registry. It was standard procedure with incredibly powerful quirks, in case the user became a villain or was taken captive, which had of course happened to Izumi. After being told about her quirk, All Might had gained a small obsession with finding out more about the girl. Official government records displayed the different powers the Okami quirk could grant, but was any of it true? Those extra powers could have been stolen after all, a way of disguising her true quirk-stealing power. But then why register that particular power at all? There was no evidence of people losing the quirks that she could use through Okami, but Tashinori couldn't help feeling paranoid. Then he'd read the transcripts of Izumi's meeting with the government to discuss the power, and in the process, he'd learned the limitations of Izumi's quirk taking power. Tashinori hadn't known what to think. Izumi couldn't take quirks without permission, which surely meant she was no danger, but the memories of the evils the real All for One had perpetrated wouldn't let Toshi rest easily. His own friend, Detective Tsukachi had vouched that she wasn't lying either, so the limitation was real. In addition, the records the government had on Izumi's activity painted a very different story of Izumi compared to All for One. There were hundreds of reports from civilians and police officers talking about how Izumi had helped them, doing just about anything helpful that could be done. Tashinori couldn't imagine All for One babysitting children or helping elderly couples with their gardens, and he certainly couldn't imagine the villain refusing the money and prestige offered for the tasks. But Izumi had refused every reward offered her, and even shied away from the nickname they'd given her, the Kami of Mizutofu. Heck, she'd become a provisional hero and was expected to become a full-fledged pro before entering high school, thanks to an experimental, junior hero program that the commission was testing. It seemed Izumi shared All for One's quirk but nothing else. In fact, Sakuya and Izumi's friends had insisted Izumi's biggest dream was to become a hero like her idol, All Might. Sakuya had especially emphasized that point. She was certainly more like All Might than All for One. But the distrustful feelings in Tashinori's heart wouldn't shift. Everything was pointing to the girl being a good person, but Tashinori just couldn't get over her quirk, He felt like a monster for thinking it, but to him it would always be a villainous quirk. Toshinori was once again wrestling with these thoughts and feelings when Sakuya came over and offered him a cup of tea freshly made by Doi. "Here you go, Mr. Yagi. Are you feeling well?" Sakuya asked pleasantly. She was putting on a brave face and keeping busy, to keep her mind from spiraling into worry and fury. "Thank you, President Kanahana. I must give my compliments to Mrs. Nazo, she makes wonderful tea." Toshinori smiled, taking a sip. "I'm doing well. The meals you've had her make for me are doing a world of good." Sakuya smiled pleasantly. "Wonderful. Dr. Tanaka informs me that people who've lost their stomachs like you need a lot of small meals throughout the day. Please be sure to let me know if you'd like anything specific. I will pass the request and your compliments on to Doi. And please, call me Sakuya. Being referred to as President Kanahana all the time is becoming awkward." Toshinori nodded. "In that case, please call me Toshinori. You and your household work far too hard for us, Sakuya." "Nonsense." The tree spirit smiled. "You're all working hard for my daughter's sake. I would be a poor excuse for a mother if I didn't do my part. I may only be a foster mother to Izumi and Himiko, but as I cannot have children biologically, I consider both to be my own flesh and blood." I see." Toshinori smiled awkwardly. He always felt awkward when Sakuya mentioned her daughters. It reminded him of his negative feelings and the guilt they brought him. "I'll introduce you to Izumi when we've got her back. She adores All Might so much, she'll be thrilled to meet his manager." Sakuya winked. She'd already promised not to reveal Toshinori's alter ego to anyone without his permission. Izumi has based her heroic philosophy on All Might. He is what inspired her to become a hero. She's completely smitten with the idea of a hero that saves everyone with a smile. I sometimes think he raised her as much as I did, and without even meeting her. Toshi chuckled weakly to hide his wince. Sakuya really knew how to twist the knife, and all without realizing it. It was getting too much for Toshinori to take. He needed to ask her something. "Sakuya, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think of your foster daughter's quirk? Specifically the quirk taking part," he asked. Maybe if he got the opinion of someone who really knew the girl, he'd be able to put his suspicions to rest. Sakuya opened her mouth to speak, but was immediately cut off by a shout from a man at a nearby computer. Izumi Midoriya's GPS just came online, he yelled, quickly putting on a phone headset and typing away at the keyboard. "Get a lock on it now. Everyone, prepare to move out," Chief Ojiyama ordered. The man at the keyboard began typing frantically and clicking his mouse like a madman. "I've got a lock on the signal, but it's weak. She is no doubt underground somewhere," Principal Nizu said, the mouse-like creature appearing from the crowd of heroes rushing to leave. "Do you have an address?" "Yes sir. The signal is coming from a small commercial area in Korisantu. It doesn't match an exact address." "ETA 53 minutes, the computer operator said. Nizu nodded. "The compound likely stretches out underground. Send the nearest address and the exact coordinates to all members of the strike team. Cementos, we'll need you to open a path into the compound." Cementos nodded and everyone's phones bleeped as the messages were sent. "You've already got your orders. All units, move out," Chief Ojiyama yelled. The strike team immediately ran from the room, heading for the cars prepared to take them. As Toshinori, Hawks, Nizu and the police chiefs began to leave, as they were the commanders of the strike team, the operator suddenly shouted. "We have an incoming phone call from Izumi Midoriya." "She's called 119, the operator said. "Put it on speaker." "Ojiyama, take the call," Nizu ordered. Chief Ojiyama took the headset from the operator and put it on while the operator pressed a few buttons on his keyboard, putting Izumi on speaker so they could all hear her while ensuring only Ojiyama could speak to her. Izumi's voice came in loud and clear. "Hello, police. This is Izumi Midoriya. I've been kidnapped by a Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai, along with a small child. They're torturing us, please send help." One of the Maeda maids screamed in horror, dropping the coffee she'd been delivering, while Himiko and Katsuki turned deathly pale. Of the members of their household, only Dabi and Hawk stayed calm, though the former was baring his teeth with anger and the latter's feathers were flaring out, itching to be released to wreak havoc upon the Yakuza. Toshinori's heart sank, but he stayed to give support to the Kanahana group. In hero form, he could be at the coordinates faster than the strike team anyway and he didn't want to risk attacking the compound alone, for fear of the girls being hurt. The Yakuza might take them hostage while All Might was smashing apart their forces, but with the entire strike team at his back, they'll all be too busy to think of the girls. Little did he know, but Hawks was lingering for much the same reason, being perhaps the only hero present who was faster than All Might. Ojiyama kept his cool. "Izumi, please stay calm. This is Muzutafu's chief of police, Tetsuo Ojiyama. A team of police and heroes are already en route to your location. They'll be with you within the hour. All Might will be with them, as will Hawks, Ingenium and all the heroes of UA. All Might. Oh, thank goodness. Eri, we'll be fine now, the number one hero is coming. Her voice was filled with so much hope and relief that it made Toshi feel worse about his suspicions. It would hurt her deeply to know her idol had such suspicions towards her. Are you in a safe location? Can you hold out? The chief asked. Yes, sir. They kept us locked in a room, and me in a quirk restraint that stopped all my powers. Sakuya gasped and began rapidly sending messages to people with her phone. All Might didn't realize it, but Sakuya knew that if Izumi had been restrained from all her powers, then demons must be involved and her allies within the strike team had to be warned. I've gotten free of the restraint and we're currently hiding in the bathroom connected to the room we were placed in. It can't be locked, but they can't see us with their cameras, so they don't know we're free yet. They'll come for us the moment they know you're here. Don't worry, we'll ensure your safety. Izumi, I know this is difficult, but any information you can give us will be extremely valuable to the strike team. Can you give us any details on your captors? Their names, appearances, or quirks? Anything will help. Ojiyama said. Yes, sir. Their leader is named Kai Chisaki. He uses the name Overhaul, and it's also the name of his quirk. Anything he touches with his hands can be deconstructed and reconstructed according to his will, even people. If he touches you, he'll destroy you instantly. He has short brown hair and gold eyes. He wears a green coat with purple fur at the top and a red and gold mask like a bird's beak over his nose and mouth. She explained. Ojiyama nodded, good work Izumi. Anyone else? Beneath Overhaul, he has a group he calls his 8 bullets, but I only know a few of them. One is a massive muscly man named Rikiya Katsukame, but I don't know his quirk. Next is Hikiji Tengai and his quirk is Barrier, it lets him make golden spheres around himself that are as strong as steel, he dresses in a yukata. Third is Shin Nemoto, whose quirk forces you to tell the truth. He wears a completely black plague doctor's outfit, so I don't know what he looks like. There's also a man who goes by Chronostasis, but I don't know his quirk or if he's considered a bullet too. He wears a full-face plague doctor's mask and a white rain coat, so I don't know what he looks like either. That's everything I know about the members. Nizu quickly typed up all the information and sent it to the strike team members while Chief Saito began checking her computer for information on Katsukame or Chronostasis. You've done wonderfully, Izumi. The information you've given us will be extremely helpful. Is there anything else you can tell us? Ojiyama asked. Yes, sir. The reason I was kidnapped was to use my healing ability on Eri, the child they held captive, whom Overhaul was experimenting on. Her quirk is called Rewind, and Overhaul was gathering cells from her to create a drug capable of rewinding the human evolution that resulted in quirks. His goal is to destroy all quirks. Izumi reported. Everyone in the room paled, was Overhaul insane? That would be a disaster for the whole planet. Do you know if he succeeded in making any of this drug? Ojiyama asked urgently. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry but I used my quirk to take Eri's quirk for myself. I had Eri's permission, and I've given it back now that I'm free from the restraint, but I needed to do it. Overhaul was torturing her to get her cells, so I made a deal with him. Toshinori's heart nearly stopped, so Izumi had taken a quirk, she'd had permission and given it back but that didn't change the fact she'd taken it. What was the deal? Ojiyama asked. Overhaul needed cells with the active rewind quirk in it, which is why he tortured Eri. I took the quirk so he would take the cells from me instead. Izumi explained. Sakuya nearly collapsed. Dabi had to catch her and lower her gently into a seat. Himiko was grinding her teeth and clenching her fists so tightly that her nails were cutting her palms, while Katsuki actually had to shove his hands into cups of water to stop himself exploding. Toshinori's jaw hung open. Ojiyama gulped, are you alright? Are you hurt at all? There was a pause, then Izumi reluctantly answered, Overhaul tortured me every night. Today was the 4th time. I'm okay, I can endure it, but I had to do it. I couldn't let him hurt Eri anymore. Toshinori felt his suspicions and worries die in his chest. Izumi Midoriya had taken All for One, an evil and irredeemable quirk, and used it to save someone. She'd taken someone's quirk so she could take their place in the torture they were suffering. He felt like a fool, he'd acted like a rookie and had mistaken a person for their quirk. He'd forgotten the first lesson taught in U.A's rescue classes, the very lesson that Space Hero 13 still taught to this day, a quirk that can save can also kill and vice versa. Hell, All Might had proven that by using his own heroic quirk to kill All for One. There was no such thing as an evil quirk, only evil people. There's more. I need you to contact President Kanahana of the Hero Commission and tell her what I'm about to tell you. Izumi's voice said, lowering to a whisper, the Shai Hasaikai are being sponsored by an extremely powerful villain known as Yamada no Orochi. He is the real villain behind the Reaper attacks, and he had 88 of his creatures in the Yakuza base. I managed to kill one, but he still has 87 more. Sakuya almost screamed while the entire Kanahana group paled drastically. There was some more frantic messaging between Sakuya and her people, while Toshinori and the police chiefs gasped. Are you 100% certain? Are you sure this Orochi is the Reaper? Ojiyama asked urgently. Yes sir, I'm 100% sure. My mother was a victim of him, and I was beaten by one of his creatures, the same one that took my mom's vitality. That was the creature I killed. They're invisible to 90% of people, but President Kanahana can help. Ojiyama turned to Sakuya, who nodded and mouthed that she'd already sent along orders to her people. Coming to a decision, Toshinori patted Sakuya on the shoulder. Your daughter has the heart of a hero. She'll be fine. I've already alerted All Might, but I'll go and make sure he's on his way. Sakuya smiled weakly, her face pale and her hands shaking as Toshinori ran from the room. The moment he was out of sight of both people and cameras, he ripped off his suit to reveal his hero costume and allowed his quirk to imbue him with its power. In a burst of steam, his body swelled into the form of All Might. Izumi Midoriya, I am on my way. All Might declared, leaping onto the rooftops and beginning his trip to Korisanto. He had about 45 minutes to get there if he was to arrive with the strike team, and then he'd have just over 2 hours of time in his hero form, more than enough to crush the Yakuza. He caught up with the convoy carrying the strike team in mere minutes, and ended up standing atop one of the vans to conserve stamina and ensure he didn't arrive early. People cheered as they saw him pass, their number one hero, knowing that no matter what was happening, All Might would save the day. What followed was one of the longest drives of All Might's life. He couldn't remember the last time 45 minutes felt so long. Hawks finally caught up not long after All Might did, flying high above the convoy with an uncharacteristically grim expression on his face. Finally, the convoy reached Korisanto and then the area above the Shai Hasaikai compound. It was just like the operator said, they were in a small commercial area with several office buildings for various small businesses, each walled off in their own little area. However, the signal Izumi's GPS gave off was smack in the middle of the road. Immediately, All Might took command of the strike team. Cordon off this area. No one is to enter or leave this street until we've recovered young Midoriya, he ordered. The police immediately obeyed, parking their vehicles to block the roads and getting men in riot gear to block the smaller access and exit points. The heroes and remaining officers quickly set up an operational HQ for the raid and a medic station for the injured, then arranged themselves into squads and prepared to invade. Once everyone was in position, All Might looked to Cementos. Cementos, you know what to do. The signal is coming from directly below us. All Might said. Cementos placed his hands against the ground and flexed his fingers. One entryway, coming up, he said, focusing intensely. With his quirk, Cement, he could freely manipulate any cement-based materials, such as concrete, with only a touch of his hands. The concrete road began to melt at his touch, and with a wave of his hand, several feet of the stuff was pulled away, leaving a gaping hole that led straight to the Shai Hasaikai's secret compound. The room they busted into was actually a stretch of the underground base's corridors with a few terrified Yakuza passing through, some of whom attacked and some who fled into the tunnels. The few that attacked immediately had their quirks temporarily erased with a single glance from Eraserhead, then knocked out by Vlad King and Hound Dog, whom jumped into the hole. This isn't a room. The kid must be on a lower level. Vlad shouted to the surface group. Cementos frowned, I can feel the complexity of the tunnels. If I dig down another level, then I may collapse the whole thing. Hundreds could die, including Midoriya and the other captive. All Might nodded, reshape the concrete you moved into stairs, we'll use this as our entry point and sweep the whole place. Cementos obediently warped the concrete into a set of stairs, so the police wouldn't have to jump down. All Might then turned to the strike team, we're taking the whole group down. Nizu has sent you all the updates on the enemy Midoriya provided. Everyone, we're dealing with both the Yakuza and the Reaper here. Hawk shouted, only 1 in 10 people can see the Reaper's minions. You've all been assigned to a squad led by someone who has been confirmed to be able to see them, so follow and obey them. If you can see these creatures as well, then fight to kill, they aren't people and will not surrender to arrest, kill them without consequence. Hawks commanded. Strictly speaking, killing the demons would just mean they would come back later, but without Izumi fighting at their side, they couldn't permanently kill the creatures anyway. The squads quickly rearranged themselves so their demon-seeing leader stood at the front, each one marked with a cherry blossom patterned armband. Among them were the Onikawa brothers, Hawks, and Ingenium, whom didn't know about the demons, but could see them according to his cousin Tenji. All Might nodded approvingly, good. Young Midoriya and the other captive child are the priorities. Move out. And with that, the Shai Hasaikai compound raid began. Moments earlier, with Overhaul had been in his office with Chronostasis, going over the progress they'd made with the quirk-destroying drug, when the whole compound suddenly began shaking. An earthquake? Chrono wondered aloud, steadying himself as the sudden shaking stopped. Once it had stopped, the Yakuza boss's phone rang and Overhaul narrowed his eyes, looking at the caller ID. It was a call from the surveillance room. What is it? He answered. Boss. We've got big trouble. A whole army of cops and heroes just busted through the ceiling in one of the top-floor tunnels. They've got Cementos, Vlad King, Hound Dog, some guy with scarves, and like 12 other heroes. And, oh shit, All Might and Hawks are here. Overhaul paled, 2 top 5 heroes complicated things. He needed to secure his research and his test subjects, then get out. Sir, some of our men in the lower levels have gone missing, and others have reported that monsters are running out from the off-limits area. We've also lost the video feed from the old boss's room. Overhaul's eyes narrowed. Orochi had let his demons off the leash then, and they were attacking any and all humans indiscriminately, plus they could no longer check on the condition of the old boss. He growled into the phone, any other disasters to report. Yeah, the thug answered nervously, Eri and Midoriya have been in the bathroom since they returned tonight, but Eri just ran out and threw a sheet over the camera. Overhaul felt a migraine coming on as he threw his phone into the wall with anger, that brat. I'll deal with both of them once we get out of here, he growled. Chrono, go secure the brats. Be as rough as necessary and give them both a couple of good smacks to teach them not to cause us trouble. Be sure to avoid Orochi's demons along the way, I doubt they'll differentiate between you and the cops. I'm going to the lab to gather the research. Got it, boss. What should I do after I've got the kids? Chrono asked. This base is a bust. Leave everything, the men we've got here can hold the heroes off and cover our escape. Once you've got the brats, meet me in the lab and I'll open us a path to the sewers, we'll escape through there. Overhaul said, rubbing his eyes in frustration. The mere thought of heroes in his home was making him break out in hives. Chrono nodded obediently and headed out, he had some misbehaving children to discipline. Meanwhile, with Orochi. The 8-headed snake demon listened with amusement to the little snakes slithering around him, reporting what was happening in the base. It was no surprise to Orochi that the police and heroes had arrived, as he had known of Amaterasu's plan from the beginning. His tiny snake familiars slithered through the walls and vents, acting as his eyes and ears, proving much more effective than Overhaul's silly little cameras. Orochi's snakes had seen and heard all of Amaterasu's plans, from the initial planning meeting with her punkle companion, whom Orochi had to order his snakes not to eat, all the way up to the moment the girl had cut off her own foot. Orochi had been impressed by that, and privately hoped to get the girl to give him her severed foot. Amaterasu would make a wonderful ally, but he still wanted a taste of her sweet flesh. With a small sigh, Orochi allowed his immense form to turn to smoke and pour into the mouth and nostrils of the meat bag he'd been using as a host. It was humiliating for a demon general of his status to need such a thing, but his body was large and impressive, too much so for the streets of the cramped human world. It mattered not, he would be leaving this pathetic hideout today, and abandoning his meat bag disguise as soon as his plan was complete. The Shai Hasaikai were good pawns, and Overhaul in particular was such a useful and rotten human, but the man would need to be sacrificed in order for Orochi to claim a much greater prize. Overhaul believed that Orochi wanted either Eri or Amaterasu as his 100th sacrifice, a fair belief, as it had been Orochi who told him that, but the truth was far more satisfying. The power Orochi would gain from devouring Amaterasu would not be enough to put him above the evil one, especially when Amaterasu inevitably reincarnated, even he could not permanently kill a god after all, and while Eri would certainly make for a delightful snack, devouring her to enrage Amaterasu into turning into a demon would just put him at the top of the freshly demonized Amaterasu's hit list. No, he planned to demonize Amaterasu through another method, one which could turn the useful Eri into his ally too. With the demon Amaterasu on his side, and a loyal human follower with the power to rewind life, including demons, Orochi would be unstoppable and even the evil one would be forced to kneel or die. Orochi cackled as he stretched and warmed up the muscles of his human host. There was a reason snakes like him were tricksters after all. Orochi may have failed to defeat Amaterasu twice before, but third time was the charm, and he was a crafty snake in the grass. Next chapter, Fall of Overhaul. To be released, July 6, 2021. Sorry to end it there. I know we're only just getting started, but I wanted to quickly show some different perspectives before we get into the nitty-gritty of the escape/rescue. I'm sure the next chapter will make up for it though, winky face. A brief note on All Might, it probably feels like he changed his mind very quickly about Izumi, but I feel that it fits. In canon, he went from quirkless Izuku can't become a hero to be my successor in one afternoon after seeing Izuku rush to save Katsuki, so knowing Izumi has AFO but can't steal quirks, is trying to be a good hero, is inspired by him, and only took a quirk to save a girl from being tortured, is all enough to make him change his mind. And besides, he didn't outright hate or dislike her, he was just suspicious, so I feel it was easier for him to change his opinion. Happy 4th of July to all my American readers, I hope you enjoy your day. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me.